Okey. Jawab. Kita.
Masa untuk tamatkan semua ni!
Jangan.
Saya kena!
Awak tak mampu melawan ke? Macam manalah pengakhiran akalnya.
Ikatan sumpahan berserah.
Awak patutnya bunuh saya.
Ya, tapi ini hari bertuah awak.
untuk mengetahui info lanjut mengenai prestasi pemain dan jadi sebahagian daripada MPL Malaysia, layari laman rasmi MPL Malaysia sekarang. Ayo kita bersama menaikkan mutu MLBB di Malaysia. Jangan terlepas kemas kini Liga Akademi rasmi MLBB Malaysia, MAL Malaysia. Ikuti semua platform rasmi kami. Ayo sokong MPL Malaysia musim pertama. Ikuti semua platform rasmi. Semua peminat dan penyokong dijemput ke arena MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 di Serdang. Anda berpeluang berjumpa dengan pemain kegemaran anda, kumpul tanda tangan eksklusif dan sertai kempen Fan of the Season.
Interested in knowing more about player performance and be a part of MPL Malaysia? Visit the website of MPL Malaysia's #1 esports league for the latest news and league updates. Don't miss out on updates from the official MLBB Malaysia Academy League, MAL Malaysia. Follow all our official platforms. All fans are invited to the MPL Malaysia Season 13 Arena in Serdang. You will get a chance to meet your favorite players, get exclusive autographs, and join the Fan of the Season campaign.
Satu Scalar can you do it? Dan Albert di sana ternyata harus hilang.
Edge fight as Long gets instantly shot down by the Blazing Duet, as well as the Electo final blow. This is going to be easy cleanup for Todak as most of the...
Apat yun, pero nasipa din siya. Yung ninakaw na sipa, buhay pa rin. Ang 41! Backline already, and you're running for the lives, gunning it. David trying to drag the members of RSG right underneath the turret. It's not enough though. Gray coming all the way in, he cleans it all the way up. Just no way for him to run. Just...
Kita akan ada satu buah reward point yang membuat pergerakan dari Liga terlalu benar-benar slow. Rafanya sudah tumpah.
Nikmati jago 5G untuk gaming sepantas kilat dengan Hotlink Prepaid 5G. Internet 5G tanpa had dengan kelajuan 5G tanpa batas untuk layan gaming tanpa gangguan. Nikmati latensi rangkaian 5G terunggul dan gameplay termantap sepanjang malam. Semuanya hanya RM32 sebulan dengan 20% cashback. Dapatkan sekarang.
Yo, kenapa tergesa-gesa? Tak boleh tunggu kejap ke? Sama-sama.
Bertahanlah. Awak nak mati kat sini ke?
Kalau saya hilang kawan, bunuh saya tanpa lawan. Itu tugas saya.
Mestilah.
Confirm mantap, confirm lah Nescafe.
Kami akan bantai Barakuda.
Kau nak main sini, kau tak payah nak ada mentaliti champion. Dia lepas sudah lah. Oi, kau tu lagi lah. Dah. Nak cari kit, tak payah tinggal.
Paling tak lupa time minta maaf.
I have no idea with that. Maybe masih ingat banyak ah.
Nak cerita buruk ke nak cerita baik
Betul adalah macam konflik sikit, macam saya bergaduh dengan mak saya nak masuk e-sport. Sampaikan saya kenal rumah.
Aku ada terbaca lah orang cakap, ni dah rasti teruk lah, dah boleh pergi kerja kilang lah. tapi ya, aku okey je sebenarnya. Yang video aku viral nangis-nangis apa semua tu, itu bukan sebab aku kecewa dengan kecaman orang apa semua, tak ada. Kecaman netizen semua aku tak kisah pun. Semua tu like aku disappointed dengan aku punya performance je. Dengan apa yang aku bagi, apa yang hard work yang aku put. Tapi end up performance aku macam tu lah. Sebab aku tahu orang-orang yang komen apa semua, diorang tak tahu pun apa yang terjadi. Diorang nampak daripada luar, diorang tak tahu apa yang dalam. Macam ibarat kita tengok bola, dia ni passing betul-betul lah. Kita bukan tahu, kita bukan join training pun. Kenapa Harry Maguire main setiap minggu? Kita tak tahu pun dalam training dia macam mana.
Pergaduhan yang paling risau, perit dan pedih lah kan. Kita tak ada cakap apa-apa, cuma waktu tu MPL Season 6 di mana Todak tak ada kalah lagi best of 3. Waktu tu pressure dia sangat besar sebab orang semua mengharapkan kita menang daripada regular season sampai habis. And waktu tu masing-masing pelik gameplay dia. Pelik gila kan. Macam timing tak kena. Pakai hero pun pelik-pelik. And dengan pressure apa semua pun bengang. Mental, ketuk meja, kata kita main apa benda ni kan. Waktu tu dah nak play off dah. Tak silap pun lagi 2 hari dah nak play off season 6. Kalau korang main macam ni, better aku pergi main dengan parti-parti Indo joki apa semua kan. Lagi bagus daripada aku main dengan korang kan. Biasalah kan, kita bekerja as a team, as a kumpulan kan. So kalau tak gaduh tu bukan team lah maksudnya kan. So bila habis tu dah macam biasa je lah. Basically kita orang gaduh macam tu je. Dia tak ada lebih-lebih sebab try to be professional lah. Try to not take it personal sebab in the end of the day kita nak kena bermain dengan orang tu juga kan.
The M3 lah for me seriously is so hard for me. The M3. Until now I still cannot forget about it. Just like we scream, we rustic. I think for the 2 days already, almost 12 game like that. And then I score to Zaim, I score to everyone, and then we almost want to fight like that. But after that, I still think I'm correct like that. But I didn't say sorry to Zaim and semua like that. I feel so bad. Until now, like that. I cannot forget. I think this one moment also.
Have you ever make someone cry?
I think a lot. This one actually is a lot. I feel that I so bad on this. Every season I think quite because of me, because of pressure. I pressure him a lot to cover me to become a best rider. My bad. Sorry. I tank.
Saya adalah minta maaf dengan ibu saya sampai saya melutut. Sampai saya melutut dah saya minta maaf dengan dia sebab ya kan ibu kita kan nak yang terbaik untuk kita kan. Tapi mungkin sebab dia tak nampak lagi lah masa tu game tu macam boleh buat duit. Dia fikir macam masa tu game tu hanya main untuk hiburan, macam bermasa. Tapi bila saya start yang ni yang sebelum ni saya start tier 2 tu, saya dah start macam menang tournament. Dan tu dengan RTZ kan. Saya menang tournament dapat duit. Dan tu baru dia dah macam dia dah start support so slow lah, dia start support. Kira dia macam penyemangat saya lah untuk teruskan dalam e-sport lah.
Untuk yang memaafkan AJ, memaafkan orang yang dengki dengan AJ. Dengki tu maksudnya dia sampai buat sesuatu, sampai menutup perut nasi AJ sendiri. Tapi AJ tetap memaafkan orang tu. Itu yang paling besar.
Bagi saya banyaklah salah dengan AJ sebab
Masa kat RSG, season 10 saya banyak marah dia dan buat dia nangis lah sebab saya tak suka sikap dia. Dan sebab saya terasalah sampai sekarang benda yang saya buat tu salah, tapi saya mungkin ego tak minta maaf dan sekarang baru saya rasalah saya sebagai senior saya tak sepatutnya buat macam tu lah kat dia masa kat RSG. Dan saya terharu sebab masa tak ada orang ingat saya, ambil saya, dia yang cari saya dan try saya untuk ke tim hak. Yalah, saya banyak buat salah kat dia tapi dia masih ingat saya dan saya nak berterima kasih lah dekat Iris sebab bagi saya peluang lagi untuk ke pro scene ni.
Actually, after the game, I will apologize to them. Just like, because I thinking just like I want to win only. Because for my everything.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, know I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win. On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rockstar?
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win. On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a
MPL Malaysia Season 13 is powered by Muntar. Enjoy a superior 5G network and lightning-fast gaming experience only with our official mobile internet hotlink. A big shout out to ROG Phone 8, the official gaming phone, for keeping our players at the top of their game. Grind on with Nescafe to keep your gaming spirit going. Thank you to all of our sponsors and partners for your support in MPL Malaysia Season 13.
Kini, kita sudah sampai di penghujung MPL Malaysia musim ke-13. Pasukan manakah akan muncul dan menjadi bintang yang bersinar? Menjadi seorang bintang bukanlah tentang mencari populariti, tetapi tentang menemukan bakat dan dedikasi yang tak terbatas dalam diri. Setiap langkah yang kita ambil, setiap mimpi yang kita kejar adalah sebahagian dari perjalanan menuju kejayaan. Tidak semua bintang terkenal lahir dengan bakat semula jadi. Mereka tercipta melalui ketekunan, kerja keras dan keteguhan hati. Mereka mengubah impian menjadi realiti dengan tekad yang tak tergoyahkan. Memahami bahawa kejayaan tidak datang dengan sendirinya, tetapi harus dikejar dengan penuh kecekalan dan semangat. Jadi, untuk musim ini, siapakah yang akan bangkit untuk menjadi bintang yang bersinar untuk membawa nama Malaysia ke MSC? Selamat datang ke Playoffs MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 bersiaran langsung dari Stadium MBSJ Serdang Jaya. Nama saya Rose, host anda sepanjang musim ini. Dan hari ini adalah satu hari yang semua orang dinantikan sebab hari ini adalah hari pertama untuk playoffs kita, mana step by step, match by match, kita akan tahu siapa yang akan mewakili Malaysia di MSC. Tapi sebelum tu mesti kita ada schedule untuk hari ini. So apa kata kita tengok jadual untuk perlawanan hari ini? Untuk match pembukaan, kita akan saksikan perlawanan Todak yang akan menentang King Empire Esports. Will King Empire Esports get their well-awaited sweet revenge, or will Todak proceed to meeting Selangor Red Giants tomorrow? Untuk match terakhir hari ini, kita akan saksikan RSG Malaysia yang akan bertemu dengan Team Hub. Dua-dua pasukan ni, satu menang akan jumpa Homeboys esok. Alright guys, hari ini adalah hari pertama playoffs. Maksud tu, semua perlawanan hari ini adalah satu perlawanan yang sangat-sangat penting. Sebab pasukan yang kalah akan balik rumah and end their journey di MPL Malaysia musim ini. And the winning team will continue to the upper bracket tomorrow, meeting both Homeboys and Selangor Red Giants respectively. Alright, I'm sure everybody is just as hyped as we are. And with that, apa kata kita jemput kedua-dua pasukan ke atas pentas MPL Malaysia, Todak and King Empire Esports.
Todak! The fallen Todak Empire has risen again, stronger and more powerful than ever. With formidable reinforcements, the Todak Langar DNA is re-energized and ready to dominate. They always say Todak is a whole different beast in the playoffs. The King of the Ocean is back to reclaim their throne. Let's cheer for Todak!
King Empire Esports.
They stormed into MPL Malaysia with one goal: to conquer the league and form its kingdom. With the pride and ambition of a lion, they roared into the early season, dominating fiercely without mercy. Can they secure another victory and halt the iconic Todak? Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for King Empire Esports!
Sekarang, marilah kita menjemput jurulatih dan analis bersama Head of League Ops, Cedric, yang akan mengalas tugas untuk memastikan perlawanan sentiasa berjalan dengan adil dan lancar. Mari kita teruskan dengan fist bump di antara pasukan sebagai tanda profesionalism. Inilah gaya kita. Inilah semangat kesukanan kita. Kawan di luar gelanggang, lawan di Land of Dawn. And of course, to kickstart our day, mestilah kita ada special something untuk semua orang yang tengah tengok dekat rumah. So, with the Join the Fight code, you guys boleh claim this in-game untuk mendapatkan free in-game freebies. Alright, nampaknya MPSJ is actually pretty full for a Thursday sebab ramai orang dah tak sabar nak tengok siapa akan main seterusnya. Alright, and with that, let's show it to the casters. Teams, this is your moment. Game on.
Thank you, Rose. Welcome once again to the MPL MY Season 13, the playoffs, day number 1. My name is Mars Adine, and as well as SaSa here up on our screens. My name is Gideon Q. This is Terrence Icy Baby 1-2. On my right and on my left, it's going to be LaFell to keep you guys company for the rest of the English stream. Just to keep you guys up to date, we have a play-in stage. These next 2 best of 5s will predetermine who will be making it on throughout the rest of the playoffs and who's going to fall early on in this tournament here at day number 1 with such high pressure stakes matches. Terrence, tell me what's going on through your mind.
Boy, I am genuinely worried about these 2 teams, to be honest here, because I actually like these 2 teams for the past 3 seasons now. To see one of these teams going to be eliminated right from the get-go, it kind of saddens me here, considering it's only Thursdays. And like, I don't know, man. Like, I like King Empire, but Todak is the legend, but it's so frustrating, man.
LaFell, Todak, King Empire. Straight to the hard questions.
Honestly, I have no idea which one is going to win because here's the thing. We got a hot patch on Tuesday and now it's Thursday. They only have 2 days to prepare. So it becomes a situation where Todak has been very innovative throughout the regular season. Now we do have to see for this playoff, did they have enough time to come up with something new that King Empire Esports will not be able to overcome? So I feel like that's going to be the reason why they win or lose.
Whether they win or lose could be something that could change the landscape that we see it as today. But with considerable number of tournaments and also, like you mentioned, the patch 1.8.79 highlights here. Here's a quick rundown for you up on screen just to give you a little bit of an idea. Talk about major changes with me here. Personally, I think I don't feel like the Joy, the Amons aren't going to make that much of a difference.
I feel like it really depends on the team because for a team like the Niners, which is unfortunately not in the playoffs, they will love this patch because Max is an amazing Amon player. I've heard that quite a few players have been practicing certain junglers because some junglers, they just need level 4. And this 2 minutes buff in the jungle does make it possible for you to get level 4 without interruption after 2 minutes. Yes, you're going to have some interruptions, but it does depend what Malaysia has to show. Now, I do have to say, Fredrin, the energy eruption cooldown, I kind of feel like when you first look at it, it might be a big impact, but I feel like if you're using the cooldown build with Brute Force Breastplate as well as Oracle, it doesn't make that big of a difference. If you're using Fredrin with the front build, the tanky build, it does feel like a big difference.
What about you?
You know, to be honest, I don't think there's much changes when it comes to the meta here. Yeah, technically, quote-unquote here, it's Moonton way of saying like, hey, tank junglers are getting out of control here, but I feel like the reason why junglers are suffering a lot is because they're constantly being invaded in the purple buff. 2 minutes is not enough time. I feel like at least 4 to 5 minutes maybe until after the second turtle of invades, then maybe it would help a little bit more to kind of buff things out for assassins. But of course, that's pretty much it for the patches here. Let's talk about the standings from the regular seasons.
Yeah, like you mentioned, again, I think that personally with these new hotfix changes, it's going to affect the top 2 in the current standings at the end of our regular season. It was Selangor Red Giants who took the #1 spot. Same goes for Homeboys, and that means they get a free buy-in to the playoffs. They don't have to play for today, but one of our 2 teams, either Todak or Todak King Empire, will face off against Selangor Red Giants, or is it going to be RSG MY up against Team Hawk? Whoever wins that moves on to face off the Homeboys.
We got to look at the standings here because in the regular season, Todak is number 3, King Empire Esports is number 6. So there's quite a big gap. However, looking at other tournaments that Todak has been in, they are not looking all that great. While King Empire Esports has been very quiet, I've not seen any performances from them so far. So between these 2 teams, I would say King Empire Esports have more up their sleeve.
More up their sleeve? What about hero pool? Is that going to make a difference?
I think Todak is in a situation where they can actually experiment a little bit more here. The difference between Todak and King Empire is, like, personally, I feel like Todak is the type of team where if they are experimenting heroes, they're still able to play at a comfortable level. Whereas King Empire, they need a lot more training and repetition before they actually pull something off. So I feel like Todak stands a very, very good shot, especially when it's, 2 days of adapting to the new patch. So I think Todak has a better chance of just taking this game.
I would say, like, sorry to interrupt, but if we're talking about the hero pool here, something that we do have to talk about is the draft for both teams, where King Empire, they still have a 100% win rate with the Benedetta, right? But no one has been letting it through. Same with Todak. They have this one hero that they've been winning so a lot on, which is Lu Yi. If Zion Senpai gets the Lu Yi, then Todak has a big chance, but I don't think he's going to get it.
Well, I mean, that's the thing, right? When we're talking about Todak, they're one of those teams that just has a deep hero pool, deeply enrooted in the brand itself. If you're joining Todak, you're expected to have a wide hero pool to use against your opponents in comparison to King Empire, who have subs to kind of fill in that gap. I mean, Todak, they never miss, right? Every single time they come to the playoffs, we expect them to try and look for an international standings. Their previous standings haven't been that great. The format has changed over time, but this MSC in particular is extremely important. One of the biggest prize pools we've seen thus far.
I would say it's like their empire is crumbling, because before this, Todak never misses an M series.
Never misses.
They've already lost that one.
Yeah.
And now it's about MSC. They've never missed MSC. If they miss MSC as well, then their streak is over.
To be fair,
To be fair, I think when it comes to situations like this here, you can't count Todak out, because when it comes to Todak, it's unexpected, right? Like even in the previous season as well, no one expected Todak to be eliminated in MPL, right? For even a chance in the grand finals. But now, I didn't expect them to make it top 3, to be honest. Like, I was expecting somewhere in the lower bottom here, but considering that they brought in Shizo, Raflesia, Zion Senpai, Momo, Gary into the pool here, a lot of us were expecting that, hey, they might be doing okay, but they didn't really do too well in the early weeks. But somehow, with Ciku coming back as a substitution, it kind of worked out. But now, Chiku's not playing, so this is kind of a shocker for me.
Well, I mean, now that they have well, I mean, when you have Ciku, you know that the macro decision-making is going to be sharp, is going to be together. He likes to over-communicate, but when we look at the heroes, right, this is the bigger problem. This is where I start thinking that for people like Shizo, and one of the few changes in the hotfixes were to Harathan as well as Roger, maybe that's going to stray away from their main strategies to play something a little bit more, you know, map-oriented. We'll see against King Empire.
Yeah, King Empire, we got Dato, SaSa, Smooth, Victor, as well as Susujin, where this is also a surprise, where during the regular season, it's all about X-Win. It looks like X-Win is going to be the sub for this one, and Victor is going to be the main lineup, where based on the things that I've heard is that Victor, so far in scrims, have been much more aggressive, and in terms of the hero pool, it's a little bit wider. So it's going to be very interesting for King Empire Esports to bring out Victor to go up against Todak.
That's the thing about X-Win, right? X-Win has been known for his very oppressive nature of playstyle of bringing Grok as well as Guinevere, but as well as Arlot as well. These three are the core heroes, but the problem with these three heroes is that these are three pocket strategy roamers, which is a little bit different from the usual meta playstyle, which is either Minotaur or maybe even the Matilda playstyle, which is kind of counteractive of his usual playstyle. So I guess that's the idea that King Empire is having, to just sub him over, but generally, after seeing this roster, I'm worried for both teams.
But before that, I do have to shout this out. Looks like Momo's family is in the crowd, where everyone is wishing them luck, and they even say like Momo and Yums will be in the grand finals. So they're looking for Todak to go up against SRG in the grand finals.
Ooh, that's a long time down the road, but it just goes to show how important this game is going to be. This is just the play-in stage, right? Now let's have a look at what SaSa. We messaged him on the side and we asked him whether or not he has any other dreams besides MSC. And all he had to say was he just wants to meet Ronaldo. That's just the bottom line.
I do have to say, I don't think he made this emoji. I feel like this is created by someone from the MPL.
I can't imagine him doing something like that at all.
SaSa's too cool for that.
That or he's posting up stickers that he really shouldn't be. One or the other. One or the other. Can't trust these boys. Very, very naughty, as they say, as we jump into the drafting phase of our very first best of 5 here at the play-ins. Let's see which one of these teams is going to get an early advantage once we figure out who's going to be on blue and who is going to be on red. Is everybody ready for this one? Let's jump right into the drafting phase.
I'm sorry, Gideon, but that is a very, very sick Benedetta AU.
Oh yeah, that's very cool.
That was so cool. Like, This wasn't here in regular season. Now it's like we bring something new every single time in playoffs, right?
Hey, I just wish it wasn't part of my contract to always use an MPL skin whenever I get the opportunity. That's also another thing I would like not to be in my contract, but hey, we all manage. Now, KGE going to be on the blue side up against Todak on the red side. The draft has already started, and I think this is what we were expecting to see.
Definitely. Looking at KGE banning out Harif as well as Luyi, this is like priority heroes because talking to the players, even though Harif has been nerfed, is still a beast in the gold lane. Sure, in the mid and later stages of the game, it's easier to burst down the Harif, but the laning phase is still so strong. Like even
change the wrong ability numbers personally.
Yeah, no, I do agree. It's like you make it so that Harif is less tanky, but honestly, at that point, Harif kind of doesn't care. For Todak banning out the Novaria as well as the Benedetta, and before we even get to the first pick, two things to shout out. Carmilla getting banned out here by KGE is actually a very crucial thing, means they want to clump up. And number two, internationally, in most tournaments, whoever gets the first pick, which is the blue side, apparently has a higher win percentage, where in the Philippines, they abuse getting the Fredrin first pick. So it's going to be interesting for Malaysia, who is the first pick. What is our priority?
Yeah, personally, I feel like when it comes to the hotfixes as well, Chips is one of those heroes that kind of got released. There are a lot of teams who hit or miss with that particular hero, but with this recent change, it makes Chips so much more valuable in a sense where when you pull up a shortcut, boom, instantly you get like a free old Faramis out in this regard. So right now, obviously, KGE is going to be picking it here. Like seeing this Carmilla ban is good for me because I know for a fact that Carmilla is a great way to deal with shortcut just because it has a delayed response with the ultimate. So if Chips comes into shortcut, drop and Carmilla out, anybody who passed through it will immediately get linked up and you are going to get like a wombo combo just completely wiping whoever who goes through the portal.
Personally, I just like to get the free quote-unquote heart guard when you walk out of the shortcut.
Oh yeah, right now,
like,
right?
Yeah, dude, it's great. It means that I can walk out for free and not receive that much damage.
It's 1,000 shield, right?
It's almost the size of a heart guard.
It's
almost
crazy.
the size of the heart guard.
Crazy.
We get the Arlet. We also get the Fredrin. Fredrin has been high priority ban, so I'm surprised that they're straying away from the gold lane here. I would have expected maybe even a Moscow, which we've been seeing a lot. MAL, SPS, MPL, PH, Grand Finals as well.
I feel like at this point they're sizing each other up to see who's gonna take what, because the S tier picks right now is the Natan as well as the Moskov. So I kind of feel like they just want to see what do they want to prioritize. However, with Todak able to get one and ban out the other, I feel like they're in a advantage here.
Okay, let me bounce you the question. Now that we see Vexana on blue side from KGE, are we expecting Valentina in response just in case as a deterrent at the very least for KGE's upcoming picks?
I feel like you don't have to pick up the Valentina just yet because there's still a lot of heroes in the mid. One notable one is Faramis as well, where Faramis going up against Vexana is 50-50 a bit, but they picked up the Minotaur here, so they're opening up. They're not really worried about getting this S-tier marksmen then.
I'm really surprised they actually opted to go for the Minotaur. Yes, it's a great way to actually deal with the shortcut if Chips comes in, but the problem with it is that you have to anticipate where this Chips is going to be coming from because you won't know exactly Chips is going to be coming from which angle until you check every single corner, which is very difficult to do as a Minotaur. But if you play an Ube strategy which I think Todak is going to be going for, that is doable. But again, back to your point here, you brought up the Faramis here, which is something that I'm very surprised that Todak didn't go for because of the fact that it's a great way to deal with the shortcut combo.
I mean, they can also just figure out a composition that works really well 3 and 2, right? Have 3 players that really strong synergistically together, the other 2 a little bit more independent. That way you can cover more of the map without having to put yourself in danger. That's my line of thought here, right? Because I'm seeing the Yuzong ban. I'm also seeing Lilia ban coming in from the side of KGE as well. So they are worried about being able to maintain control over mid. And finally, we do get to see a gold lane ban in that Natan after the Harith.
They have to ban Moskov.
Yeah, I kind of feel like they're trying to force KGE to ban it out. No. It looks like they're banning out the Faramis, the one that we have been talking about, where Faramis is a good counter here. So now, again, still, Valentina is still up. One thing that I do have to say, because of the patch changes in regards to how the jungle works now, Baras usually wants to invade the jungle quite early.
Yep.
2 minutes, 4 minutes, that's prime time for Boxia to go in. I do want to see what's going to be the different maker here. Like, are they going to invade in the opposite direction of wherever this Fredrin is going to be? If that's the case, then this is going to be on Chips. Chips has to be the one to inform which side of the jungle is still available.
Okay. It's not just Chip. At least for KGE, they're throwing a wide net into the ocean, right, to find the vulnerabilities. So if Chip doesn't find the angle, at least their side lane pressure is able to create those opportunities suitable for Chip to set up this gank or invade from Baxia's side. Now, Todak, they have to answer a couple of questions. Number one, how badly do they want to control what side of the map? Whether it be gold or whether it would be EXP, most likely it's going to be in the gold lane direction. So now that you have Minotaur, you can't just have him babysit.
No, they need
Moskov.
the mage. They need the mage right now. Like, this is going to be an Arlet XP for sure. But I feel like, based from Todak, when it comes to mage, I think going in for either the... Oh my god, this is so tough. Like, what's a good mage? Lunox isn't too bad. Farsa... I'm not a big fan against Farsa against Baxia as well as Roger. Like, you are going to get dived here. But Yves is a pretty good one. You know, it kind of slows down the tempo for Baxia and Damos, which lacks mobility when they start the fight.
Well, I think more importantly so, at least they created a decent comp in that 3-in-2 format, right? Strongest together as 5, but if they play a 3-in-2 format, they have enough enablers, enough people to peel their opponents to make sure that their cores, Moskov and Yves, walk away for free at most. So I don't think it's a bad idea.
Honestly, looking at Toda, I feel like the strongest that they will be is the second turtle. Because at the second turtle, they can go 5 men there, where the Moskov with the Spear of Destruction can join the fight as well. And during that time, they should be having enough levels to secure a turtle. So I'm really looking at Toda to abuse the Spear of Destruction coming in from the Moskov on the second turtle. If they don't achieve that, then it's going to be on KGE then.
All right, walk me through this early. We heard about the mid game. What about late game if it ever gets there before we go into the Land of Dawn?
I would say late game is all Moskov. Moskov can carry you all the way to the late game. Much more reliable compared to the Roger.
Well, with that being said, it's time for us to jump in towards the Land of Dawn here once again. Welcome to the play-ins of MPL MY Season 13. It's KGE up against Todak. KGE on blue side, Todak on red.
That was hot, by the way. Looking at the opening.
Yeah, that was a very sick overlay.
Very clean.
But I like how this Chips is just invading rather early as well. I was very surprised that Todak is not defending this, but because of this play coming from Vader, it is going to kind of slow down the rotations overall. You can see none of the Todak members here, especially the mid lane roamers, just ignoring him generally. But Momo, bottom lane, taking a little bit too much damage against Smooth here. Not a great sign, but Vader now going to be a little bit of an awkward situation. It's taking a little bit too much damage. Does have the passive to kind of regenerate later on, but Todak doesn't have the tools to actually commit to this fight. Susujin being called in right now. Looks like do they want to go for this, but seems like they will disengage. KGE seems to be winning on all fronts right now.
I mean, I would say they have the advantage coming in from draft because their gold laner as well as the XP has the capability of actually owning the lane to make sure that their counterpart aren't able to rotate as fast. So I kind of feel like this is a good sign. And we definitely see the extra damage going on to the Chips. It matters because I feel like King Empire, they really want to go for that camp because it does made it so that Gary gets the level 4 a little bit later. But because of the changes in jungle, they have to retreat.
It's pretty significant here. I think that at least for the side of KGE, they have multiple at wait. Hold on. Engagement in enemy territory.
Okay, top side here. Frederick getting me dived on as well. They've paused the toys, but Son Momo also very low. Not going to be able to provide the backup here as King Empire may be able to collapse on this as well. They've lost the Frederick. Momo is going to be left all alone here. He doesn't have his 4, and he's going to fall eventually. First blood in the hands of the Chips for King Empire.
Nicely done by King Empire. Well, looks like the damage reduction change definitely mattered for Gary there.
Yep, I mean, at this point, this is what King Empire has to do because this is what the Baxia wants to do. You want to go crazy early.
Oh no, Gary immediately caught out by the chain combo here. Rafflesia not able to retaliate against this. King Empire going to be grouping up, trying to invade on the Rose Purple buff here. It's past 2 minutes, so no more reduction for Todak. But who's going to get it as well? And Susujin steals it away, so no purple buff for Gary.
Lovely work so far by KGE. I'm liking what they're doing. They're stealing away camps even though the hotfixes have been put into place. Better yet, they're using their side lane pressure as a means to keep Todak on their toes constantly. But for the most part of it, it just boils down to whether or not Vitor shows himself on the map.
I would say this also shows that Smooth has been using his time very well. We've seen after the Beneda keeps getting banned out, he's been practicing this stance. But this time, I've never seen him being this oppressive. I've never seen him dominating the lane this much. And it's against Momo of all people.
mean, they've done it before, right? And I think that's what we need to see from KGE's side. We have been seeing that their side laners have been the key for this team to give them that identity, and the other three need to supplement that. But I think for King Empire in a meta like now, with how the draft has been, it's designed around them.
Yeah, it is going to be a little bit difficult here. But again, right now, Todak, they are going to be forced to play behind here. I like how they're having roughly said babysit Shizo as a priority defense. But again, putting in this situation, being reactive here is going to be hurting them here because King Empire is dictating full tempo and going to be setting up Smooth to try and gank down towards the bottom lane. But again, it is going to be a slow game for now.
I mean, like right now, it is in King Empire's interest to actually control Shizo because again, the second turtle is going to be a big power spike for Toda. So if they can make sure that that doesn't happen, then King Empire will have a better lead in this game.
Okay, Vader now going to be pulled back here. He's getting zoned out. Finally pops the shortcut to try and keep himself alive. So he is going to be A-okay because of that shortcut. Todak not able to collapse on this. Rafflesia not in position to try and re-engage this. Still has the ult, still has the flicker. But Turtle going to be the priority. Vader going to be waiting up on his health. He gets his passive, so he's going to be regenerated for now. But Todak, are they going to try and buy time here? What do they do now?
I think for KGE Empire, the fact that they lost their shortcut allows Todak to actually take their time with this. They want to get to the later stages of the game. Let's drag this turtle out for as long as possible.
Yeah, right now it does look like Toda has priority here, and Gary is going on to Smooth.
Okay, here comes, pops the out here. He's going to be dropping the interruption. Yeah, big one, big Minon's rage. Here comes the real invasion as well. It is going to hurt them, and Moscow going to be joining the fight as well. KGE, they were caught off guard. Susujin will fall. Shizo gets the kill. A big catch from Todak on King Empire.
Well, for the most part of it, I think we need to take a moment here. Because after seeing KGE do so well, at the very least, Todak, they're playing their comp around the turtle fights exactly how we expected it to.
Yeah, like I said, this draft is all about the second turtle. But before that, it looks like they're going for this lane. Looks like they want to get this turtle as fast as they can.
Well, Zion Boy going to be the POI right now. They dropped the shortcut as well to go in for a counter play to get one. But Todak will be able to back out for now. It's not exactly the greatest, but still, they get something out of it.
I would say that was a massive misplay because the minions aren't positioned well enough for them to actually contest for that objective. So I feel like they showed their face a little bit too much. They should have, after the victory there, control the lanes again and then think about getting an objective. I kind of feel like that was premature.
Okay, walk me through this, right? Because right now, all eyes are on Vitter for this early to mid-game eventually with the power of that shortcut. Should he be using it defensively like this? Or are we expecting King Empire to maintain this sort of pacing against Toda?
I feel like they have the right idea, which is they're trying to slow down Gary as much as they can because we have to remember the changes for the Fredrin is that the more levels you have, the shorter cooldown that you have on your energy eruption. So if you're able to delay that, then Toda is no longer going to win this neutral objective. So using the shortcut onto the Fredrin is good. However, the timing doesn't seem to be well thought out because it doesn't seem like the rest of the team is ready to collapse onto the Fredrin. So the idea is there, the execution isn't.
All right, let me expand on that a little bit more because I feel a lot of it just comes down to like how much time you have walking away from that mid lane. And I think as of right now, Vixana's doing a good job clearing, but not necessarily leaving the lane as quick.
Well, bottom lane, middle lane here, Todak finally kind of doing a little bit of check here, trying to see if there are any kind of response here. They don't really have an idea where Chips is. Top side as well, SaSa gonna get harassed here a little bit here, but Todak, they're grouping up as 5. This is exactly what they need to do to prevent being picked up apart. But at this point, is it actually worth it here? They're prioritizing the top side, but bottom lane Smooth is already shoved up towards the tier 2 already.
Honestly, I have no idea whether it's worth it. I'm leaning towards not worth it because against strong leaders.
Oh no, Weeder going to be jumping from our back lines as well. Real Obliteration going to be zoning them off. Weeder now trying his best to stall to play here, but a turtle in the hands of Toda, and Gary with a big appraisal's draft survives it all. King Empire, they have to back out. They will find Momo instead. Trade 1 for 1, but at the same time, Turtle in the hands of Todak.
I think... You know what? I'm doubling it down on this. I think KGE have the correct idea, and I think both you and me, LaFell, we both agreed on this. We weren't sure about that one because whether or not they were going to take that fight, completely separate story. This should be a nothing sandwich for now, but whoa, wait, hold on.
Okay. I don't think they can fight this here. Todak will get a free tier 1 up top. Meanwhile, again, Todak playing this Ube strategy which is not hurting them a lot because Smooth is getting free farm all the way in the bottom lane throughout the past 2 to 3 minutes right now.
I think they're missing out on the main point of their composition, right? It doesn't matter whether they get Turtle or not. They need to get map pressure. So I'm surprised that, like, you know, they had Smooth on the side lane. They also have Vitter right next to him. I totally get that, but once you spot out 4 by the enemy Turtle side, you just send Vitter, right?
Yeah.
That tier 2 should not be there on the bottom side.
No, legit, I do agree. I kind of feel like King Empire, understanding that Todak, their strength is in the river, just play for the lanes, man.
Yo, what? Either just dive tier 2, he's gonna go commit on Momo, instantly takes him out, pays with the price, but again, under tier 2, Todak is splitting up the fight. They don't really want to commit together here, Gary. Committing onto Dato, they will find one, but it is gonna be a trade with Rafflesia as well. They will lose Gary from SaSa, and just like that, King Empire, they dissect Todak on all fronts here. Zyme left completely alone, not able to join the fight at all.
I mean, as we say it.
So, about the river there.
Right? No, like I say, it's like, your strength is in the lanes, so go to the lanes. The moment they go to the lane, they won big.
I swear, somebody there, their analysts are probably listening on the cast right now. It feels like every single move that we've mentioned, Todak or King Empire take it a step further, right? Just leaning into the strengths of their composition. This is what we like to see so far, but we haven't seen the major overlaps between the two, right? How are they going to struggle and find that position against each other? Because so far, it feels like the Spear of Destruction, whether it hits or whether it doesn't, really depends on its target rather than the position that it gets.
Right now, honestly, Shizo is not even a 3-item power spike. Shizo needs 4 because 3 main damage items and 1 defensive one. Whether it be the Wind of Nature or Immortality, kind of doesn't matter at this point. He just needs 1 extra defensive item, and this game will go over to Todak because King Empire have 3,000 gold lead, but Todak is still able to keep up the pace because their strength is around the riverside. And King Empire, they made that one good play around the lane. If they keep playing the lanes, Todak won't be able to fight back. So King Empire, they need to understand this. As long as we attack the lanes, we have a massive advantage.
Yeah, and as of now, the Lord getting juggled in between Sutsujin as well as Gary. They can't really decide what they want to do. Feeder has been showing himself so many times down bottom, and Todak, they're just not budging away from this Lord fight.
I mean, considering that it's 30k to 26k, King Empire, they have a lot of time to work this if they want to set up for a checkmate angle, right? Ideally, they get that Lord, get 1 inhibitor, create a 10k gold lead, and close this game out against Todak. That's the most ideal, but we've seen teams actually fumble the ball because of these Lord dances taking way too long.
Oh, speaking of Lord Dance here, Peter going to be taking the short route from the top side. He's looking for a flank here. Zyme Senpoi seems to be showing himself a little bit here. Here comes the conceal play. He wants to go for Zyme Senpoi. He's thinking about it. 4 men together, all grouped up. Not worth challenging the Minotaur, but if they get the first jump on Rafflesia, that's a completely different story here. Lord in the hands of King Empire, and Todak says, you know what, not worth it.
You know, that was actually pretty good coming in from King Empire. The fact that they were able to sneak it under Todak's noses, that was impressive, especially Victor using the conceal just to zone them away. It's like, I'm not going to engage, but you don't know that.
I like that. I like the posturing from King Empire, right? Because they know they can get a reaction out of Todak.
2-man taunt coming in. Dado gets completely destroyed. Peter going for the flank. He's in a little bit of trouble here, but he's going to be able to get out, fortunately, here with the help of Sutsujin. But Sutsujin has to pay the price. They trade 1 for 2, and Todak is able to defend now.
Dedo is so mad. He thought the knockup was enough to cancel it. Gary's like, nah, this is still gonna kill you, brother.
Oh, that Appraiser's Wrath has some emotion behind it, man. That hit so hard.
That's a feels bad moment for King Empire because it felt like an endable moment for King Empire, but because of that small misplay, Todak is able to hold on for at least a good amount of 2 minutes.
Kind of made it look like Vexana was in like a secret relationship with Frederick. And Frederick was not happy with how it ended.
Where were you last night?
Where were you last night? All right. For the most part, KGE now playing on the opposite side of the map, right? Playing for the long lane. 96 more seconds until we next see the Lord spawn. The checkmate angle, they missed it, right? They missed that entire timing unless Todak fumble the ball really, really hard right now. But look at them, they're stuck as 5. They're not giving that opportunity.
The craziest stat I saw just now was that Gary is the highest damage dealt. I mean, like, to be fair, it's not like way above everyone else, but still, that shows how much the damage the Appraiser's Wrath still deals.
True damage, man.
Yeah, at the same time, it's hard, right? Like, if Gary is able to catch like 2 to 3 members here, you follow with a Minon Rage, King Empire just can't get out. So, like you can see, every single time King Empire takes this fight, they want to take this fight as chaotic and as split as possible, just because of the fact that they don't want to be chain CC'd by all the combos from Todak.
I mean, there still needs to be a front to back, right? I mean, I don't think that KGE is in a position to actually take these front to backs like we usually see. Even if they get the flank, who do they want in the back line, right? Because at the end of the day, Deto still needs somebody in front of him to actually soak up the damage.
Here's the thing. This Tamos pick is genius. And the reason being is that he's one of the heroes that can use a vengeance.
Yep.
And the vengeance can make Moskov kill himself, man. Like, in the team fight, if Smooth gets on top of Shizo, that's a big win for King Empire. After that, it really doesn't matter. Shizo can't attack. Especially if he has 3 items, 4 basic attacks, and he's done.
4 basic
That's how
attacks.
strong the vengeance is.
Does Shizo force himself to get a Haskell just to counter that?
I doubt
think
it.
he
I don't think it's necessary. The Demon Hunter sword should keep you alive. Just don't hit the vengeance. I think it's
it's a waiting game.
It's a waiting game, right? It's about how can you get these free resources out of your opponent. And considering how King Empire plays, they are not throwing resources without a purpose.
Now, Peter, he's got the immortality. Kind of scouts out the rotations coming in here. He's calling in the cavalry, but he doesn't really know where the rest of the team are. Zaim Senpoi gonna be running all the way back towards the far lines here. He cannot afford to be caught without the real world manipulation here. Taunt comes in, trying to check onto Smooth, but Smooth getting his health dropped pretty low from the glowing one coming in from Shizo right now. Sorry, from Rafflesia.
Not Rafflesia.
Wait,
Zaim
from
Senpai.
Zaim Senpai. Oh my god, where did he go? But
they're all starting to
another
blend
check
together.
once again. Smooth.
I mean, at this point, they're trying to force out Smooth from using the Vengeance Man. Like, they understand that's a win con for King Empire. As long as Smooth is a non-factor, they could, even if they don't take this Lord, they can take the team fight.
And they don't have a real means of chunking him out, right? They need Zaim Senpoi to walk into position to get a Void Blast to even get some free damage onto him.
You can see Zaim Senpoi is just so afraid. Wherever Reader shows himself, he's hiding on the other corner of the map, the furthest away. But finally, going to be showing a little bit of aggression here as a Lord. Getting kited a little bit more. King Empire still deciding on how they want to take this point. Conceal play comes in, but no, Rafflesia, he jumped in, instantly got melted here. Momo with the final slash, instantly gets popped off. SaSa in the backlines, finds 2, gets the double kill, and Todak, they immediately got shut down. No Lord, no jungler, no anything.
That was a huge misplay, man. Like, I was surprised by how much damage Rafflesia took, and that forced Shizo and Momo into a very bad position because they're like, we gotta save this bad situation. I feel like they should not have forced that.
I mean, to be fair, I think they got caught with their pants down. I think that Rafflesia wasn't expecting that much. Well, let's look at the items, right? Let's have a good idea of what they built. Deto was actually so strong.
No, here's the thing.
My
SaSa's
God.
full item.
Oh, that's also true.
Wow.
SaSa's full item.
That is a little bit unexpected
He's
here.
2,300 gold ahead of Shizo. Dude, no wonder Rafflesia was chunked that low. It's a full item Roger.
And he's using the Trinity build, so he has consistent damage rather than that like big burst that we're used to.
Yeah, in the human form, yeah.
I was expecting the burst potential coming from SaSa, but considering how tanky Todak is, it makes sense why he went for the Trinity build. But at the same time, I did not expect him to just dive the backlines and find 2. But for now, Tier 3 will fall. Todak has no choice but to full defense this. Can they get the full wombo combo? Shizo trying his best going for the fight here, but 3-man knock-up from Dato will stop the combo. Minon's Rage comes in. Susujin holding for his dear life, but Dato will finally trade him off. Crystal being focused down. Todak will lose everything for absolutely no chance at all. What a start for King Empire.
Clean start, strong momentum, still playing to their strengths. Cool, calm, and collected. Nicely done by KGE.
We gotta say as well, Victor is doing work on that chip. He's really dictating the tempo going up against Todak. And I gotta say, going back to their own camp, Todak has a lot to talk about, man, because there were quite a few misplays that cost them the game.
Yeah, I think that one is definitely a communication issue, right? It just came down to the Filipinos communicating with each other, and unfortunately, the Malaysian counterparts just couldn't keep up with it, or they just didn't get the information fast enough. It's a struggle to see, but it's only game 1.
I don't know. I feel like it was definitely on Rafflesia as well as Shizo, because if your rumor gets caught, Like that's 100% not gonna be able to help him out. Just let him die, man.
To be honest, I feel like Todak just wasn't expecting that this chips is just so annoyingly strong. Like the previous patch was already disgustingly strong because think about this, right? Vitor made an attempt under the tier 2s of Todak when there's no minions at all. And he somehow, yes, he died, but the rest of the teams was able to win this team fight despite being in one of the worst position. I would say in the fundamentals of MLBB, don't ever dive tier 2 without backup. Like they just did that and got away with it.
Well,
technically he did get back up. I mean, like, everyone came.
Everybody decided to come at the end of the day, right? Just to fight for that momentum, but it's really tough. We'll talk about this a little bit more, but first we have to go to our backstage, check out our MVP, give it up for Smooth this game. That early to mid game, impossible. Momo did not find any angles. I think he only found, like, what, one good final slash throughout that game?
He just couldn't. Like, he was winning the first 2 lanes, right? Like, the first 2 engagements against Todak was literally like, Smooth was chunking him down so low to a point that what can Momo do to actually salvage the team fight? Because he was getting dive by Vader, he was getting dive from Smooth, and eventually it came to a point that Smooth set up the fight so well preemptively before the actual main fight that Todak just could not react to him at all.
Well, that's where I have a couple of issues with KGE. I don't think they're impossible to beat, and I do think that overall their gameplay is still a little sloppy, but I do think that at least for Smooth, he had the right ideas, right? The fact that he took in Pure Rage, I want to win lane, it's against an Arlet, we only touch each other for like, what, half a second, so I got to make it count.
I gotta say, Smooth getting this MVP is huge because the way that Todak plays, they're all on Momo's shoulders because he's the playmaker, right? He will do the big engage. I mean, like, think about it in this game. How many engages did Reflecia do? Right? If
only one major one. The rest was just
that wasn't even an engage, right? KGE started it. Gary got the kill. They were trying to chase after them. Then Reflecia used the Minion
Rage.
It's like he didn't engage. He just counter-engage.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah,
Their
fair
main
enough.
engager is Momo. If Momo is using something like the Terizla, this Arlet, as well as Yuzong, he will start things off for his team. If he's unable to start anything, the entire team does nothing.
That makes sense. That makes sense, especially considering that their team wants to kind of like group them up together and then put them into that, you know, death box like we usually see in the past couple of seasons when Yves is in play. But so far, I think that at least for Todak's side, it's a communication issue, something that they can clean up over this best of 5 series. I think that unfortunately, right, I feel like KGE could have played the map like way more. They knew Todak wanted to play as 5, and they also struggled to realize that if Shizuo goes by himself, like you expect to see a Moskov to play for that Spear of Destruction 4-1, that's when KGE can, you know, bite them again.
Yeah, but that's the thing about KGE, right? Like, I feel like macroly, this is the best KGE I've seen throughout the entire regular season with Vader because there was a lot of macro plays that we don't really see when Vader is on the video map. He's like intentionally showing himself on the lanes so that Todak will collapse on them. But even that, they're just not budging. And because of that, it allowed SaSa multiple opportunities to get free farm across the map where, like you said, quote-unquote, when you have a Moskov, he should be farming on the other side of the lane. But because of that mental pressure that Vader is showing himself intentionally, Shizuo is just afraid to farm away.
Well, let me just say this, right? I think that with Vader in the lineup, the team seems a little bit more aware of the game state, right? That's what I feel with Vader in the lineup in comparison to X-Wing. I do think that the team is still rather disconnected at times. They are aware, but I think that disconnection is something that I didn't see with X-Wing in.
Something that I dislike looking at the damage numbers here, Shizuo only dealing 30,000 damage. I think is quite low here, you know, especially Zaim Senpai is doing 56,000. It's like, okay, fine, he can attack from a far enough range that he can build up this damage per minute. Like Gary did 36,000, he did a lot. Even Smooth did 33,000. So I don't know, I kind of feel like Shizuo is not bringing out the maximum potential of this hero, where we've seen Moskov can dish out massive numbers, because you have to understand that if you hit the front line, you're also hitting the back line. So it really spikes up his damage numbers that we're just not seeing here. And you guys were talking about how Vitor just shows his face trying to bait Todak for an engage, but Todak never engaged. So this might be a very major flaw for Todak's lineup, that no one wants to start a fight. Like, maybe they're being a little bit too disciplined by like letting everyone take whatever they want.
I think this comes down to the fear factor, right? Like you brought up a very, very good point, which is Smooth having the vengeance. think about this. What does Shizu do? If he splits off, he's gonna get ganked by a beater. If he fights fun to fun, he's afraid of the vengeance from Smooth. So I guess from Todak's perspective, Shizu was put in a situation where he just doesn't know what to do.
Well, I think it's also conditional, right?
Yeah.
As you mentioned before, you have to wait for the vengeance, like both
Yes.
Phil and Terrence have mentioned. Not to leave out Deto, who was
Annoying as well. Yeah.
like your spacing needs to be perfect, and you also need to proactively have your dash off of cooldown before you walk into these fights, right? As soon as your dash, you're susceptible for the next 8 seconds of your life, maybe even 6 seconds depending on what level. But at the end of the day, walk up too far, Eternal Guardian is going to get slammed on your head, right? If you're below 50, SaSa can kill you even. And even then, right, you have to start thinking of your abilities as resources. I think that Shizu's resources far too independent and very selfish for as a necessity to survive.
I would say going to the second game here, Todak can't allow Momo to lose that lane that hard.
Yeah.
Either in the drafting phase or their rotations, they gotta let Momo win, man. If Momo wins, there's more opportunities for them to do whatever they want.
Is there any consideration of splitting up support as well as jungle rather than moving as a trio squad, but 3-2 in the opposite directions?
I feel like that's definitely possible with certain heroes, right? Like something like a Yuzong that can win his lane. He just needs a few good traits here and there, and then he can start dominating by his own. Then yeah, just split them off. Just make sure that they don't lose enough, and then you're good.
I think personally, when it comes to the drafting phase as well, when it comes to priority in particular here, King Empire definitely drafted this draft in a way where it took everything into consideration, right? Like, you talked about, hey, Vexana needs somebody in front. Guess what? Drop an Internal Guardian. That's somebody in front for you. And Todak just can't really take all these engages because of the fact that they can't, I would say, out-sustain the amount of peel and damage that King Empire brings to the table right now. And again, I feel like Todak just can't handle this chips combo right now.
It's either they can't handle the chip combo, something I do think that they're probably going to ban when they take over, well, from Todak at the very least, take over on blue side, leave it up to KGE to decide it, right? A lot of these priority picks in the draft itself were coming out of blue side from KGE.
Agreed.
So we'll see. Maybe we'll get a more standard draft of what we're used to in the upcoming game number 2. Adjustments that need to be made probably comes down to the draft, and I do think that Malaysia, they got to disconnect the support and as well as EXP, play more independent roles. If not, they just got to work on talking to each other.
I don't know, man. Like, they have to figure it out, because if not, KG is going to have this in the bag, man. Because throughout the game, I would say the amount of control time, KG had 80% of the map all the time.
Yeah.
80% of that map. When we look at our Hall of Famers here, Rich Guy, the carry, Sandbag, and as well as our best wingman, we have SaSa, Zyme Senpoi, Sutsujin, and Vitter as your best wingman. So far, I think, the stats check out.
Yeah, Zyme Senpoi tried his best to deal a lot of damage, but again, it's just poking damage. It's not straight up, I'm going to attack this one guy. He doesn't have that space. Toda didn't have that space at all in this game. It felt like they didn't have a tank.
Well, at this point, he might as well play Farsa, right? At least you have longer range. At least your pokes are going to be a little bit more, the damage sticks a little bit better overall. I felt like Sutsujin generally played a standard game. Vitter definitely showed a lot more presence this time in comparison.
They're more confident with Vitter in the lineup.
Well, for sure. That's why I think with Vitter in the lineup, they're more game state aware. That's why they're very like, oh, yeah. You've given us all the information we need, the step-by-step before we actually execute the plan.
Because based on this, from what I'm seeing from KGE is that with Vitter, they're very macroly aware, whereas from X-Win, he's looking for micro plays to kind of distract the opponent's vision or their map awareness to a certain degree, and it's not really working out in terms of playstyle. But KGE with Vitter right now, and I want to see how they are going to be playing when the Chips is not in pool, because Chips, I feel like the way he played it was very, very good, because normally as a Chips, you see somebody, you have the highest tendency to I'm just going to go in, blah, 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 drop something. But he intentionally not going in a lot of times forced Todak in a situation where, what do I do? He's here. If he commits, I'm dead. But if I split off, he might come from behind. So it's a bit annoying to deal with this kind of composition, if you ask me from Todak's perspective.
Well, on a micro sense, yes, it is pretty annoying, right? Especially when you're playing on two opposite sides of the map. But once we look at these highlights, I think, this is the one good engage that we've actually seen from Todak. Yeah. Very well set up. This was the layering of CC that we were expecting to see from mid to late game onwards.
And it does seem that with an advantage, even Toda is unsure how to use that advantage, which is very unfortunate. Having win that turtle fight winning the team fight as well as the securing the objective, they immediately lost that by losing Zyme Senpoi a few minutes after that, like maybe even a few seconds after that. So I kind of feel like Todak in this game looked disconnected. I feel like that's the best way to really talk about this. Not only the way that they engage, but also it's like, okay, we won one thing. How do we transition to the next? It felt like even they were surprised that, oh, we won this one. Now what?
Yeah. Definitely think that this game should have been longer if it wasn't for Todak making that final mistake at the very end. But, you know, can't be too harsh on this. We are critical for the time being to see what we could learn here at the MPL MY, but at the very least, it's a best of 5, so there's more data to be collected. For the second game, at the very least, we've talked a lot about Todak. Let's talk about KGE. What do we expect to see from them, especially since now, well, I'm only assuming that teams want to lean into blue side, so therefore that means KGE would be on red.
I think when it comes to this as well, again, here's my thing, right? I want to see KGE play this comp without the chips. Will Todak be able to react? Because I'm pretty sure that there's just too much Todak could have handled that situation. And King Empire, yes, I like that they're playing a little bit better macro now, but in terms of clumped up vibes, they are a little bit more sloppy here. Because when it comes to priority, I feel like KGE is prioritizing on things that I just know I'm just going to win. Because they had a draft that, for me, completely shuts down whatever Todak wants to do. And at the same time, I did see Ciku kind of walk by after the match and he was looking pretty pissed as well. So I feel like we might see a potential sub in this upcoming few games.
Well, I wouldn't be too surprised if he's a little annoyed after seeing that game, right? We're expecting Todak to be at the very least in a more polished shape, especially for this playoffs. Playoffs Todak, right, is what they were known for when they get that strength. But let's look at the power distribution between Shizo and as well as SaSa. Now, we didn't get to see much in that game, but at the very least, we can kind of tell that the laning phase was pretty even between the two.
One thing that I do have to say is that if my numbers are correct, Shizo has been performing the best on the Claude. His Claude has been very self-sustaining as well as doing quite a lot during the team fights. When it comes to SaSa, SaSa keeps trying to win the lane. It looks like, again, Shizo, like you said, it was more even. It doesn't look like SaSa was winning it outright. But the thing is, SaSa was more proactive in dealing the damage. It looked like SaSa was more confident of walking up and saying, I know you guys can collapse onto me, but I believe in my own abilities to get out of this bad situation. So he's just going to deal the damage himself. And then the moment everyone collapses, he gets out of there.
With that being the case, right, we've seen the gold lane meta kind of shift after, you know, watching MPL PH Grand Finals, their playoffs, SPS as well. We see that the Moskov is either a hit or miss for a lot of these teams. So either they scale down, saying less mechanics, higher scaling cap, like Natan for an example, or we lean back to the good old classics, carry. I was going to say Moskov again, but Claude in this case.
I was just going to say Moskov and Roger, same thing. It really depends on who's using it. Because it's one of those heroes that's difficult to use, but if you find someone that can use it well, he will dominate. Like, the kind of guy that can 1v9, someone like an Innocent, you know? Because even if we see other people using Roger, it's really not at the level of Innocent.
Agreed, I agree. And of course, when it comes to this composition as well here, you know, I like how King Empire was able to just dictate the entire fights on when they should be taking fights, whereas Todak unable to respond to that. And again, brings back to my question here, the whole point of having a strong Moskov is that you are able to push side lanes and you have this global presence to kind of go in on your own. So that's the whole point. You want to force a fight where it becomes a 5v4 rather than 5v5. But with the chips, you can't really do that. Because if I'm left alone on my own, and while the other team's on the other side of the map, a chips comes in, I'm dead regardless. So I think that's the reason why Todak isn't able to... I mean, Shizo in particular isn't able to do that. But again, now let's talk about the meta picks here. The meta bans. Baratz being the top pick here. What do you think?
Not that impressive
Baratz at all just now.
Not that. I mean, he was banned.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
Yeah, I don't think he's impressive. I think right now, Baratz, especially since you want to invade so very often, is leading on the condition that you have some strong side laners to kind of walk with you, right? You can't do it by yourself anymore. And I think more so now after the hotfix. Worst yet, we haven't seen too much. Well, I think for a lot of EXP laners, if we don't get the Swiss Army knife of the EXP lane, Benedetta, maybe even Paquito or Yuzong, some like to lean into the Baratz. It's like losing matchup, don't care. I clear waves fast, and that's all I need to do.
Is that a Hellcat or a Roger? I think it's a Roger.
Both.
It's both. I think it's Hellcat because Okay,
I don't see the difference.
I'm not gonna go there.
They're both prideful animals. They both pounce on you. You don't get to say too much if it's a good engage.
I'm seeing the smiles on Lafel. He's like, he wants to go there, but what are you thinking, Lafel?
No, silent but deadly. Right? It's silent but deadly.
Silent but
deadly disease. I'm just telling you. With 33 more seconds left on the clock here, the only thing left to discuss is the mid lane. Personally, for me, I think Ditto's been doing quite a fine job here. It feels like Zyme Senpai, he's either all in or all out. You never see him like 50-50.
I would say that Ditto did not have to do that much in that game. Like Smooth, deserving of the MVP, really shut down what Todak was trying to do. So it's kind of like they know he could do way more, but at the same time, he doesn't have to. He just does his job.
To be honest, if I felt like if Ditto didn't die twice to Gary, he would have gotten MVP. Like he played really well this game.
There's a good chance that his stats will probably put him in that position, right? Now, we come back into the game and Todak have selected red side once again, putting KGE on first pick.
They have to ban the chips. Like, respect that. Like, you guys, it's very apparent they couldn't deal with it. No, what? They're going for respect bans again. They're shutting down both Dado and Smooth once more.
I think what? You can generally handle the chip. I think overall, considering the number of effective chip ults compared to how many times Smooth is just standing there
and doing
and doing more just by his presence and having the vengeance, I think that's good enough, right? I think at KG, they don't mind. They still have multiple lines of play from this drafting point in comparison to Todak.
For me, I feel like chips is a fine bad, but it's like really... It's really just for Sword. If you're going up against Sword, you have to ban the chip.
Okay. Todak menang Urza Cruz. Okay. Okay, bro.
All right,
okay.
chip ban.
Yeah, they have to respect this here. But now, but that being said here, Barats has been that true. So this time, they might be able to actually pick it up themselves, from KG.
No one cared about Angela before, huh?
Yeah.
No one cared about Angela.
I'm so glad people are straying away from Angela, especially for people who are like Detto and as well as Zyme Senpai.
Yeah.
They can play the game. Just give them a regular mage. Everyone keeps putting them on the Angela, and then they're like, their enabler is just doing doo-doo. Their jungler is like, no, I'm 3 levels behind. Or even their Yuzong in the EXP lane is just struggling to breathe.
So right now, KG, they have a lot of options here because the Barats and Fredrin are open. You can take one or just let your opponent take one of the other. And it looks like they're going to first pick the Moskov. Perhaps SaSa was a bit pissed. He's like, how dare you use Moskov like that? Let me show you how it's done.
I think he just wants to try and diff Shizo in lane, right? Because again, this will now devolve to basically, what? Are you willing to go back to your old faithfuls like the Claude or try to win out this lane early on this Roger?
Yeah, Faramis is also in the pool as well, but I don't think Todak is going to pick this Natan right here, right now. He can pick it later on before he goes to the second phase here. But again, like I said, Roger is still in the pool, but I don't think Roger suits the composition coming from Todak here. It feels like they need to prioritize on the Faramis as well as maybe the Barats here. Oh, in this case, you know what's really open? Matilda and Barats.
I mean, it's
completely ignored if you think about it.
I mean, it's a bold call to say Roger doesn't fit the comp, but nothing has been revealed. We don't know what comp they're actually going for until right now. Here we go. The lock-ins, Roger, as expected, Fredrin. Yeah.
Matilda ignored completely.
Ignored for now.
Wait.
I think KG will go Matilda Barats this game. Like, they could. Straight up.
Matilda Barats. They really want to do that? Matilda, sure. Barats, either or. I don't think they want to go for both at this point, but instead, they don't touch either or. Daxian as well as Vexana, leading back to the same traditional comp.
Okay. Huh. Okay, kind of a little bit of adaptations here coming from King Empire. Instead of going for the chips this time, they went for the Moskov, right? So, I feels like... right now, KGE is trying to mirror back what they had from game number 1, but this time without the chips, I'm more curious on what kind of roamer KGE has.
I mean, you asked for it, didn't you?
Yeah, I know. That's the thing, right? Like, I know I asked for this, but again, if they can play like that again, technically KGE should be able to get a 3-0. But if they don't, well, we're in for a potential 5-game.
Man, that sounds like a tier sub talk right there. We need a tier 3, man. Come on. We gotta be like, yes, they're gonna invest in the Matilda. They're gonna do it right now. But Todak, instead, get the Arlet once again to make their EXP support a little bit more flexible. A good way to close out the very first phase of this draft as we move on into second. I see the beard scratcher, Lafel. What's going through your mind?
The only thing that I'm thinking about is for Todak, they gotta aim for Smooth now. They gotta make sure that he doesn't win the lane. So they're betting on Thomas. I'm thinking what other thing can they ban as well? I'm thinking either something like Paquito, Lapu-Lapu, even the Terizla, because with their lineup right now that Todak has, not looking at their mid so far, it's going to be difficult for that lineup to deal with a Terizla. So I'm also looking at Terizla as a possible ban here.
Yeah. I get the idea. Especially since they still need an enabler for Moskov to land the arrow more effectively. I get the Terizla. What else? Strong CC. I mean, Yudong only because of the Petrify, but that's on cooldown. Yudong's also banned out. Good for, well, that's fun. Todak, they could look to pick up an EXP early on, but would it matter to show it early?
I think Xbox isn't too bad this game if they decide to actually go for it, just to deal with both the bugs here as well as the potential annoying Eternal Guardian coming from KGE. Again, I feel like if they go for it means that, you know, Smooth can do whatever he wants. Paquito is in his alley as well. Terizla is also in his alley. But for me, I feel like Todak has been emphasizing on Zaim's standpoint being able to play multiple heroes a little bit too much, rather than just picking up like strong core mages like Ramis or even you prioritizing it for him instead, where I think Todak just emphasizes on his flexibility a little bit too much this game.
On his flexibility, I feel like the mid meta in particular just revolves around, do you get something that's able to counter out a Vexana comp or no?
Yeah.
That's usually what it boils down to, and then afterwards is the supplements to how to round out the composition. Todak, this time they're going to be locking in the Vexana, just make sure, you know?
In my head, I was thinking they should get the Valentina here. If not, they're trolling, because the Valentina is pretty good here going up against the Moskov Bactia as well as the Vexana, because Moskov is a mid-range hero. Going closer to short range, being in the carry range, Valentina can deal damage towards him, because usually when you see other gold leaders who want a longer range, something like a Farsa, but close range heroes, Valentina is good, especially when you can get the Eternal Guard. It can help you a lot.
Let's not forget that they also trade really effectively in the earlier stages of the game, right? The laning phase is going to be quite important. If Vexana loses 90% of her HP clearing 2 waves, is that technically fair for her? And I think that Todak at this point, now seeing the Edith make a couple of regrets, it means that being proactive in this game might hurt them. Terizla, as expected here. Do we see the export from the side of Todak?
They don't really have much choices here.
They can still go for like Paquito if they really wanted to.
Are they gonna put the roam roughly on the Arlord roam here? Because it feels like they're trying to set up in this way, but I feel like this Arlord is actually going to be played by Momo, and Todak might consider picking up like a Florin or Angela for Rafflesia, knowing his hero pool.
I don't know. I feel like Arla in the support range, especially when you're up against an Edith,
not exactly
bad.
Great. Is it?
I don't think it really comes down to, can you vengeance the CC?
Okay.
Like if she once you got a vengeance, it's all about that one interaction, being able to deny the CC with your vengeance. That's all you need to do.
Well,
okay. All right.
Matilda instead.
Okay, here's the thing. I feel like they still need to have the same idea. Let Momo win his lane. Now that you have a Matilda, you can get to his lane much faster. If Momo has a rough time again, I think he's going over to KGE.
Added a little bit more flexibility to the composition. Try to account for any kind of outliers or adjustments coming from both of these sides. I respect it. With that being said, game 2 of our very first match here of playoffs, day number 1 of this best of 5 series. Currently, KGE 1-0 against Todak in this best of 5. Let's jump into the land of Dawn before we continue. Play-ins happen, looking off really good. But at this point, we need to see something from Todak. We want to see them fight to win. We want to see them fight to survive. Bring it up to 1-1. Let's jump right into the game.
Well, it is going to be a do or die right now. Todak adapting to the meta. King Empire still relying on their composition. A little bit of adaptation here. Hopefully things will be a little bit different in game 2 for Todak.
Right now, my only worry is that can they deal enough damage onto Smooth? That's it. Because that Terizla is going to be very tanky, especially with the body of Smith. So, again, if they can take down the Terizla, it's going to be good. If not, this is going to be a war of attrition, and I'm not sure which one is going to win, King Empire or Todak. It should be Todak because they do have the heal, but remembering the mistake they did in the previous game, I have my doubts.
Well, we'll see. This will be their opportunity to prove that to you. I think for the most part, I'm curious to see how KGE is going to respond to Todak, right? Because it feels like Todak is the type of composition that wants to be a little bit more proactive on the map in comparison to KGE.
Yeah, and seeing how this is happening as well here, you can see, like, I think Lafel brought it up as well, like, on XP lane, as long Momo wins his lane, he's going to be fine. But right now, he's freezing the lane, but top side, no lane, Zaim Purified already expended before the first turtle.
He did not want to die.
Yeah, I feel like he would have died there.
He was gonna run. He was gonna get run down if he didn't. He just used his shadow dash as well. On my bot side though, nothing much seems to be happening between Shizone as well as SaSa, both being very uninteractive, but Revelation just being mega annoying, just making sure that he spots out Sutsujin wherever he goes.
I mean, like, the fact that Sutsujin is able to steal some camps over from Gary, I think this is a big deal, man. Like, in the early game, you will be able to feel the difference when this Batia gets level 5 before you.
Yeah, I think that's the thing about King Empire, right? Because of the rotations coming from Sutsujin here, he was able to steal a camp on top of it all. And once he gets his level 5, means that against Gary, he is most likely going to lose out in a retro battle in terms of overall damage output. But for now, King Empire, they're going to try to make a play up top though. Do they get it? Seems like Sutsujin comes in. Oh, Todak dodges the bullet.
Oh, I feel like they just wanted level 4 and they got it. Zaim Seppo is level 4 as well, thanks to his passive. So now, Todak going up against King Empire. Smooth hits level 4 now, so this becomes a little bit scarier for Todak.
Yeah, it is going to be a little bit slow here. Smooth going to be zoning them off here. But a big final stash from Momo. Catches Vitter, but he somehow survives. Eventually falls. Smooth trying to fight back as much as he can, but he's going to be left completely alone here as Todak cleans him out all bit by bit. Zaim Senpai with the double kill.
Good play by Momo. Good flicker final slash before they could posture for an angle on to that penalty zone from Smooth. They made sure that they bit quick and they bit fast. They dealt so much damage, right? The impact was huge.
I mean, this is the strongest that Todak can be when Momo gets to play. The previous game, he didn't get to play, so this time, a little bit better, even though he is unable to roam as freely as he wants to. He has to stay in the lane just because the Terizla is controlling him that hard. But so far, at least he gets the advantage around the turtle.
Oh no, Shizo actually got the creep as well. SaSa trying his best to scare off these wolves, but Todak, as of yet, they're feeling a little bit more confident compared to game 1. And King Empire, they have to play this carefully now.
Yeah, man, the changes, the hotfix changes, especially to the Rogers, they're like, oh yes, he has too much spell vamp. You know what? Because you have too much lifesteal, we're going to make your wolf form a little stronger. We're going to give him more armor, so he's able to just tank damage from his boss ball for free.
Oh,
he's fine. He's
being used. He's going to be able to get out here on top of the Matilda's gliding wind. King Empire once again in a very awkward situation. They're trying to set up with the Purifies, but again, Todak, they are aware about this. Look at this, Rafflesia. So much confidence now compared to the mineral game.
Hey man, when you have 3 Purifies on your side, it's just, what are you gonna do?
Oh no, Peter is dead. Mistakes were made. Mistakes were made. Todak finds another pick. And now bottom lane here, SaSa might be in a little bit of trouble. They are gonna try and retreat him as wave over here. SaSa trying to get out, but Shiso will get the kill. And King Empire now getting taunted by Todak Sutsujin in a very difficult spot, but again, Turtle going to be the priority here. Dato trying to make a play on his own, but it's not good enough. Momo strikes once more.
Ooh, something about Momo getting a solo kill is very satisfying to me.
Is it that satisfying? I feel like I've become numb to it, right? I expect him to kill somebody sometimes. Todak right now with a 2.3k lead in the bag. And right now, King Empire can't seem to be keeping up with the tempo. Like, Todak have really amped up on the gas.
But here's the thing, though. SaSa is on this Moskov. He can make a difference.
Yeah, it is going to be a little bit difficult here, but now with the final slash coming in, Momo getting caught out with the penalty zone. They're calling in the rest of the team, but again, Gary secures the turtle. Peter getting left all by himself. Shizo was able to find a double now. Gary gonna try and catch out Dato. He does catch it. The Abraser's Wrath will not connect, but King Empire, they lose to the turtle, and they are losing map control as well, as Todak gonna be knocking on a tier 1 down bottom.
He learned his lesson. He flickered out of there, even though he landed the fear. He just didn't want the chance of getting one shot like the previous game. 0-7 currently, 4.2k lead for Todak.
So Gideon, let's have this conversation.
Oh yeah.
You remember when we had basically negative win rate on the Arlet as well as the quad?
Yes.
Opening up the regular season?
Yes.
Moskov has been great everywhere else, right? Mm-hmm. Can we imagine for the first 2 days of playoffs, Moskov has a negative win rate?
It might be a
it's just an MY thing. You know, it's like,
yeah, it's definitely an MY thing, man. Oh, dude, not even that. Even like even Natan had some pretty terrible win rates in the first 3 weeks until it slowly started to get back up into place. For the most part, I think that especially for these gold laders, it really is the pilot and not the plane.
Yeah, I do agree. So right now, Todak having 4,000 gold lead, this is massive for them. I like that this time Shizo is much more confident actually moving up and trying to deal a lot of damage compared to when he was using the Moskov. Now, this is SaSa. SaSa is one of the more veteran players in the MPL in general, not just in his team, in general. So I do want to see, after getting 3 items, how does he react? Because for Todak, you don't have the Vengeance. So he has more opportunities to free hit.
Well, they're trying to get up his farm for now, as Peter and Dado also going to be setting up an ambush on his lane. Unfortunately, the concealed play gets scouted out by Todak, and they're not going to be able to react to this here. And as soon as this happens, King Empire, they have to back out. They lose a tier 1 up top. Todak, they're looking to try to make a play here. Zion Senpoi does have the primal form coming in, so he is going to be a little bit more hurtful. But Momo now getting scouted out by Susujin, but the teammates a little bit too far off to actually provide assistance right now.
Hey man, it just goes to show how strong Todak is when Momo gets to play the game. And not only does he get to play the game, he's winning out in his lane. He's a full level ahead of Smooth. He was a full level ahead of Smooth ever since the very first turtle. And now KGE have no tempo, no control over the map, and we're able to get tier 1 bot side and top side, even though it was like a bit of a weird rotation, right? If you're in King Empire's position, I don't think SaSa wanted to move that early, but the fact that Shizo did really puts Smooth at odds against him.
Yeah. One thing that I do have to say is Zion Senpoi is doing an amazing job controlling the mid duo. And all this while, it feels like he's doing it alone, giving room for Felicia to actually move around the river as well as stepping out the side lanes, because Zion Senpoi is level 10, Deto is level 8. It's been quite a while that they've been a 2-level difference here. So Zion Senpoi just using his passive, getting a level advantage over his counterpart, able to control 2. This is why I like the Valentina in this kind of draft, and I like it when Zion Senpoi is using it.
Oh no, Susujin, he might be in a little bit of trouble here. Momo does have the angle for the final slash, but again, doesn't want to overcommit. Tier 1 still stands. Prophasia getting scouted out by Vitter, but he's so low. Nice sidestep here, but does he have the taunt? Oh, Gary missing the taunt, so Vitter will live to tell another day as they try to strike back onto his top side. Gets scouted out, but here he comes, Gary. 2-man taunt, Zion Senpoi looking for the play. Eternal Guard stops the back line. Gary gonna be looking for the flank. Vitter gonna be surviving for now. Susujin will fall under turret. It's Smooth as well, tried to make a counterplay, but Zion Senpoi destroys them both with the double kill, not even using the ultimate here.
Good work from Gary. Good work from Todak. They cut off reinforcement paths towards their tier 2 and canceling out the circling eagle mid-animation. Just very nicely done from Gary.
Yeah, right now Todak is definitely in control. For King Empire, they're just buying time. And I gotta say, Dedo has to step up here because he's been very defensive. He's helping out his teammates, but he's not really being the one to enable things happening, if you catch my drift. He's reacting what Todak is trying to do. He's not forcing Todak to react to what he wants to do.
I think the worst part is that he's not exactly the strongest diver on the team. He's designed to be an anchor, to sit in the back line and stay safe as much as he can and wait for that big impact moment. But Todak, I think he's worried about the flicker final slash from Momo. He's also worried about the circling eagle from Raffalacia. Good Spirit of Destruction, but I don't think it's going to result into anything.
They can't. They just can't fight this here. 7k net worth difference. Lord now in the hands of Todak, and I'm pretty sure this lead is going to go even bigger now. Whereas King Empire, they need to find a way to get levels up on Dado and Vitter, because right now they need to be able to match Todak's tankiness as well as damage output. And if they don't do that anytime soon here, it might be a very, very clean game coming from Todak.
Yeah, because I'm looking at all the levels, and it's only the mid that's really suffering here, because Zion Senpoi is 2 levels instead of Dedo. Everyone else just 1 level.
Well, middle lane here, Smooth. He's going to get caught out, but at the same time, with the assist of SaSa, he's going to be able to get out here. Gary also going to be locked in as well, but Todak doesn't want to hard dives it yet. They are waiting for the Lord up on the top side. Waiting and waiting. Middle turret still will be standing, but again, it's all about timing right now. It's just when do they strike, and in this case, King Empire looking for the moment. They can't just open up the play. Weir still has the flicker. Dado just got his one as well, but the Lord gets defended very, very quickly. But again, objective is going to be the key coming in from Todak. Here comes the spear. SaSa thinking about the jump, but can they go? 2-man stun, but no follow-up. A little bit too far off, as King Empire just wants to defend this, and Todak gets no value more than just an inhibitor down bottom.
I think that's more than enough, right? They've set up the checkmate angle. Next Lord develop a 10k lead, starve out King Empire, one inhibitor already down, maybe even a second, and then close the game from there.
Yeah, they're gonna try and go for more. Here comes the drop into Guardian, but a taunt! Smooth! Not able to be caught out here. They're trying their best to go in for the final stash, but a little bit slow off. Gary now with the taunt has to get out. Missed timings here coming from the members of Todak, but King Empire won't live to tell another day as they lose their buffs, and they will be able to hold on for now.
Look at the damage dealt by Zaim Senpai. And this is just onto Neto as well as Victor. I mean, every once in a while during the team fights, we can see him going out of his way to deal way more damage onto everyone else, but this is so...
This is outlandish. Like,
yeah, this is outlandish, yeah.
Like, is he playing Novaria or something? What's going on? Zaim, he's playing a mid-range mage, and he's getting so much value out of it, for the most part.
Oh no, Todak is back. They're spelling T right now, and guess what?
Are they?
I guess they're spelling T. They were.
They're trying.
They're trying.
What?
Roughly
okay.
Oh my God.
Okay, there we go. They finally got it.
Talk about miscommunication. How hard is it to make a T?
You know what's really crazy? Zaim Senpai is level 14, 12 minutes in the game as a mid laner.
No, like I said, this is... Everyone else is just one level difference. Zaim Senpai is the one that the pass of Valentina is so good, people keep forgetting about it.
Yeah, they do. Every time you are progressively, every time you're making hits against your opponent, you're getting the EXP, and it stacks up when you're being overly aggressive against your opponents. You're rewarded for that, in a matter of fact. But now this is where it all boils down to it. King Empire, they cannot give this Lord away for Todak for free. They gotta take something away, whether it be a tower, whether it be a pick, they need something.
Yeah, this Lord is gonna fall very, very quickly here. King Empire not able to respond to this. They've got the spear, looking for the snipes, gets blocked off. But Todak once again secures the Lord. Going for the next objective here. It is gonna be the purple. They need everyone. Penalty zone already expended from King Empire. No value for this as Todak is gonna be crashing in. 9-0 as of yet. King Empire not ready to fight this at all. They can't. I don't think they can at all. Oh, it's tough. Zaim Senpai in the base as well, and there's just no respawn here. Taunt from Gary. Gets out to safety. Inhibitor will fall. Todak continuing with the assault. Slowly but surely. King Empire not going to be able to do anything. They have to make a move at some point. Lord comes in. Peter finally makes the play. He's going to get collapsed here. They're focusing on Momo, but they eventually take him down. Final slash not committed. They lose Peter. They lose to Sujin, but SaSa from the sides. He's making the play. He somehow survived this, and now SaSa will be able to push them back despite the crash from Todak. What a play from SaSa.
Wow.
That's the power of a Moskov. This is the 3-item power spike. In fact, looking at 14 minutes here, it might be a 4-item power spike. This is the strength of a Moskov. When he gets going, good luck trying to stop him. Right now, he has 4 items. He even has the Wind of Nature. I'm unsure whether he used it just now or not. But again, this is the strength. All you need is an opportunity. All you need is some space. Victor bought him space. Victor used his flicker to get the Earth Shatter to get something going on to Momo. And after that, SaSa was just like, you know what? Good enough. That's all I need.
He finds it, right? I'm more surprised that he wasn't able to clean up the rest of Todak. Everybody was able, well, a good majority of them, right? The fact that only 3 people walked away with just a sliver of health was all thanks to Reflecia each and every time. I'm surprised that we didn't see SaSa clean up the rest of Todak in that fight alone, but this opens up opportunity, right? Now, they've technically, quote-unquote, missed the checkmate angle. Todak has one more attempt at this at 45 seconds.
You know what's the difference maker here?
What's the difference maker?
The person that he killed was Momo as well as Gary.
Yeah.
Neither of them have enough kills for a shutdown goal. If he was able to take down Shizo with 4 kills or Zaim Senpai with 5 kills, he would have gotten a shutdown goal, and I kind of feel like he would have gotten his Malefic Roar as well. This is the foresight that Todak has, that the moment they see this Moskov going crazy, they're like, okay guys, we know where this is going, let's cut our losses. So this is their experience going up against Moskov, and they're like, we know we're ahead. We're 8,000 ahead, in fact. but we can still lose to a Moskov.
That's the thing, right? It's so crazy to see how Todak dropped the ball right there. But again, you have to give props to the King Empire here because they were able to find and stop Momo before he drops that final stash, which I think is the winning factor for Todak. But again, it came down to luck. It may be luck, it might be skill, it might be timing, but for now, it is still a very, very long journey for King Empire as a Lord Dance will begin between both Todak and King Empire. Oh boy, what do they do? Purple buffs first, Lord down half HP. Lanes are good. Todak, they may need to rush this here. Sutsujin, you've got to catch the biggest retry here. Getting taunted up now. Here comes the final slash. He's dead before he can do anything. Unstoppable for Shizo. Now the collapse comes in. They are going to try and fight everyone here. Meanwhile, Vader will pay with his life, but SaSa is able to find someone. Dito secures the Lord. Todak, they did not know what to do. And now SaSa getting free hits after free hits. And the spear to find one from behind. Now the collapse comes in. Todak, they're losing members left, right, front, and center. What are they thinking? Now Zaim has to run for his life. And King Empire has somehow, they made the most impossible comeback in the history of MPL. And just like that, they're able to collapse. And now they're banging on the tier 3s of the crystal. From Malaysia, Zaim Senpai. Now penalty zone comes in, needs to purify out. They've got the tanks, they've got the minions. Gary is back. They lose Rafflesia, and now King Empire will have to back off as Todak needs to defend this. Shizo is back online as well. This is what a instant crazy game here. Here's an instant replay. What the hell?
Looking at it's like, look at the positioning coming in from SaSa. The moment he sees that Gary's on that Lord, he's like, it's now or never. I gotta go in, I gotta make sure I deal enough damage that this Fredrin goes down. And he indeed takes Fredrin down, and then after that, again, SaSa's just like, bro, just let me 1v9.
Oh boy, this is difficult here, but again now, with the Uno reverse card has been played and jokes on Todak as King Empire looking to try and close up this game. No immortalities up on Todak. What will King Empire do? As SaSa is the biggest threat of them all right now.
Oh, King Empire equalized the score. Now ahead by 1.2k, but everybody's reaching their full build at this point. All that early game down the drain. Checkmate angle missed by Todak. King Empire look to set up for themselves. 3 missing inhibitors compared to 2 in Todak's side. And I think that Todak, they're still in it to win it, but they gotta be so careful of SaSa. Let's see any situational items. I see a Winter Truncheon. I am seeing a Winds of Nature as well for Shizo. Do we see the engagement Winter? No. He's taking his time with this.
Oh boy, this is tough. SaSa making quick work with this tier 2, 18 minutes of the game. And this has got to be the biggest comeback ever. Todak was 9k net worth advantage. Now, in King Empire is leading by 3,000. So that is a 13,000 chase back from King Empire? That's nuts.
It's a big lead. It's a big lead. But when we look at the damage now, Zaim Senpai is still on the top.
Wow.
I mean, again, that just shows how Zaim Senpai is a core factor of how Todak wins the games. He is able to control the map so well. He's basically being a mid laner with the mentality of an EXP laner. But the fact is, when it comes to the late game, it's all about your gold laner. If you can shut down SaSa, then you have a good chance to win. The only problem is that SaSa has the Wind of Nature as well as the Purify. That Purify, someone has to sacrifice their life to take that Purify away. But by that time, I'm pretty sure SaSa has everything going well for him. So this is a very difficult situation where you want to catch SaSa on his Moskov, but it's easier said than done. And the question is, who? Rafflesia can go to the back line, can get SaSa, maybe even take away his Purify. But by that time, you take away your Matilda, and Matilda is the one that can heal you. Matilda is the one that can pull you out of a bad situation. So it's not a good option to let Rafflesia be the one to go to the back line. And Momo has tried, but so far, not good results.
I think the only person who can realistically do it is Zaim Senpai, right? But that's under certain conditions, and I think it kind of depends on whether SaSa decides to overheat. We've seen him overheat before in these playoff games. Here we go, the 50-50.
Here he comes as well. He might be take 2 once again from Todak. Draw Lord Storm stops on King Empire. They're trying to go for the toys for Sauce, but chain stun for Bitter, trying to stop the Frederick here, but once again it's Nato that steals the Lord. But SaSa hasn't shown himself yet. They've lose one, but Todak, they're thinking of backing out. SaSa finally joins the fight. Momo forced the fall, but the reason comes in. SaSa being prioritized. First immortality, it doesn't matter. Finally, Todak will shut him down. No comeback. King Empire, you won't fall. The Empire strikes back. Todak now looking to fight a little bit more, but they're so low. Smooth is able to fight Rafflesia. The Lord still pushing in. Todak, what are you doing? They are so low. Final Stash comes in with the trunket from Nato to buy time. He's got immortality. They're clearing the minions. They're dropping everything. They lose Nato, but guess what? He was able to take one with him. Smooth still holding on for King Empire. He's got the immortal, but Sidestep and Momo, they're so low. He needs to get out of Smooth. He cannot do any more than that. But guess what? He bought enough time. Veter spawns back, and now Veter will try and chase the remaining members of Todak. Run, Momo! Run! Veter with the conceal! Are you gonna able to get out? He's gonna try. He's got ultimate. He needs to go, but the spear! No!
He can't do
this! Doesn't connect! Todak on full defense. King Empire trying to give us a game of our lives, man. What a game to start here in the playoffs for MPL.
And that's a full reset for both teams. I can't believe the game did not end off of that. Todak desperate to end, but King Empire making sure that they hold on with everything they've got here in game number 2.
Smooth was just like, you shall not pass. Everyone tried. He's like, no, I'm big boy Terizla. I'm the Rizzler.
Oh, man.
He took everyone down, man. He bought enough time that Victor respond. If SaSa hit that Spear of Destruction onto Zion Senpai, that's game.
Yeah,
that was totally game.
They honestly should change Terizla's passive from Body of the Smith to Body of Wall, because holy cow, he's just keeping them out.
Instead of Body Smith, Body Smooth.
Yeah, Body is Smooth. Make it, that double it down, make it even better. Come up with a KGE skin while you're at it.
My gosh, Dato and Smooth, a beautiful defense, but again, it was too close to be called comfort here, as both teams 50-50 could have lost that, and Dato stealing the Lord made things a little bit easier for King Empire to defend against that. But still, again, luck is a skill. Skill is sometimes made by luck as well.
All right, they got to play this map well, because I think King Empire, they got to remember, they've got a Moskov on their side. It's high risk, high reward, but that's what you've drafted. At this point, they need some kind of control, because every single time I see this Lord come into place, Todak, they've got naturally pushing waves. They've done all of their chores, and King Empire is always on the back foot because of that.
This is a crazy stat. Both 67% kill participation. In terms of gold per minute, SaSa has Shizo beat. SaSa in this game has been farming crazy. The KDA doesn't resemble it, but he's farming faster than Shizo. That's amazing.
Agreed, but now SaSa, he just bought the power potion, so time is on King Empire's spot right now. They have to force a fight for the next 2 minutes before the power potion kind of wears off. Lord in the hands, down towards 30% now. Todak, what are they gonna do? Do they take this on towards SaSa once more? They need to get the catch. Momo looking for the flank. Can't seem to find it. Gary with the taunt right now. It's not the right target, but they have to back off. Minions are being shoved up top. And King Empire still doesn't really know where Todak is. They're showing face, but they don't really know what to do. What's the best situation right now? How do they fight this? The Lord gets resetted.
They need Veter to zone out Gary or Momo, and SaSa just needs to not get caught by Momo. Maybe use a Spear of Despair against Gary. It's hard to say, because no matter what move you see come out of SaSa, it feels like there's a good counter response from Todak.
Honestly, the longer they wait, this is good for Todak, because the waves is in their favor.
They played an ulti here. Gary still looking to commit to this. He's a little bit too far off. He's going to be able to get out here, but King Empire, they force out the Primal Wrath, and Todak doesn't want to overcommit here. They've dropped too many spells and not a lot of value from both sides. Now, minions shoved onto his King Empire, and Todak will be the ones in control as they try to zone off the members of King Empire. Smooth checking the Lord health, but he's a little bit taking too much damage. A little bit too risky. as they make the jump. Sun Soo-jin still thinking what to do.
Good
Is
luck,
Shu
Sun
Unity
Soo-jin. Good
gonna
luck.
be wasting a little bit more? Gets stomped out as well, but here comes the collapse. They're focusing on him. Can he get the kill? No, he still survives. SaSa still thinking, join the fight as well. He's still alive. They find one. They're looking for more. Lord still surviving this, but KGE members, their HP is so low. SaSa poking through the Lord. Not good enough. Gary takes the Lord, but no one dies from both sides.
Give me your thoughts on this, LaFell. Was it the right choice for SaSa to hit the Lord to maintain attack speed?
Definitely not. I feel like Susujin was not in a good situation to secure the lore in the first place, because I feel like Victor being taken down, Victor was the one with the Earthshatter that can actually control Gary to make sure that he can't retrieve that. So the fact that Victor died, that was not a good time for King Empire to force that. He should have gone for bodies, not for the Lord.
Yeah, I agree as well. I definitely think the Eternal Guard could have been used a little bit better, but let's see. Todak now looking for the end game here.
Yep. This is going to be tough here. Smooth starting this off. Pedal Diesel comes in. He's going to be taunted his way through. First to fall. That's going to be the first immortality coming in. Can he get out? He's getting taunted here, but the damage from Zion Senpai finds him eventually. They get two, but SaSa still standing on. He's got the life steal. Jizo manning up, but SaSa with the winds of nature. He's trying his best, but his best is not enough. There's just too much from Todak, and Todak takes Game 2 against King Empire, denying them the comeback as we tie it 1-1 here in the playoffs. What a way to start MPL MY. What a way here to see the playoffs. Two amazing teams pouring their hearts and soul in this Game 2.
GG, well played. That's only the second game here, equalizing the score in this best of 5. Todak have done it so far, but can they keep it up for the rest of this series? It looks like we're going to be here for a long day, boys and girls. A long day indeed.
You know what? I welcome it, man. Let's go all 5 games. Looking at how amazing this game has been, let's go all 5 games. We got to talk about 2 major members that made this game amazing. Zion Senpai as well as SaSa, man. Like, Zion Senpai made it to that, it became the score of 0-9. SaSa got his items, it's like, okay, my turn. And what a turn he got, man.
He got a good number of turns. It felt like it shouldn't have happened, but it did anyways. And I think, you know, SaSa, he made the super play to keep the team in the game entirely. However, there's just too many overwhelming odds against them, right? I mean, these late game lords, they're so strong. Even with a full Trinity build, clear those minions does still take a lot of time.
Yeah, that's the thing about timers, right? Like Lord empowered minions as well as the Lord himself grow stronger over time, and there's only so much you can do on a marksman with only 6 items, right? That's why people tentatively say like Weapon Master is good, even the Florin Duo is good if they get into that stage of the game. But unfortunately for King Empire, it didn't exactly happen for them here. But now, let's talk about the winners. Todak, the MVP for the match. Game number 2 is going to be none other than Zion Senpai on his Valentina. Very, very oppressive one from him. Well done.
Impressive is...
He did not die.
Yeah,
not a single death.
It's an understatement. This guy not only is winning out in his lanes, he causes a 3,000 gold lead and is spilling his own lead into Momo's lane, allowing both of them to pop off.
Can we also talk about how, for the majority of the game, he did the most amount of damage?
Yeah.
And let's talk about game number 1. He did the most amount of damage as well on an Eve, where everyone was just like, this hero doesn't deal enough damage. And then Zion Senpai is like, excuse me, hold my water. We got to keep it halal for this one.
We got to keep it halal for this one. 5.3k damage per minute. Let's see if he stays above the 5,000 mark throughout the rest of this series, because that's 2 for 2 that I'm expecting. I say expect, but we'll see when the main stats come out whether he's going to be the biggest damage dealer. But so far, so good. I think that Todak finally, you know, kind of pulled himself together on this one.
Honestly, here's the thing, man. I kind of feel like the moment they got a kill onto SaSa, it was on him as well, because we got to think about Zion Senpai, not just a gifted player, but he's also one of the main shot callers for Todak.
Yeah.
He is telling everyone what to do, and he's making the right decisions. Even though we've seen some misplays here and there, but when he's involved, it looks good.
You know, that's the reason why both Zion Senpai and SaSa's name has been popping out in all of MPL throughout the history, right? They are the 2 top players that we kind of, I would say, haven't gotten their love yet, or their limelight in particular here, because they were once former teammates. So obviously they play at the highest level. And in this case, this matchup to see both Zion Senpai going up with SaSa was just phenomenal to watch if you think about it.
I
if
think
SaSa had more space.
A little bit more.
I say a little bit more, but I do think that SaSa, especially into the Shizo matchup, has been pretty interesting. The laning phase, pretty dead. You know, don't get to see many advantages be created, but a single death in that lane, all of a sudden you're seeing 1.5 to 2.6k lead fall into the favor of the surviving gold laner. And it happens like in 2 games. It's happened twice already.
Zyme Senpai still has the highest damage despite what SaSa has been doing.
Wow.
145,000. Sorry, I'm mixing up my words here. That's just such an absurd number coming in from a Valentina. Usually you would expect that to be Novaria.
Here's the thing, man. Speaking frankly, SaSa has been... His performance has been up and down. You know, there are times in the regular season where he's the best performing member in his team, but it's really not enough. In this game, I kind of feel like he is getting back to that prime level of SaSa where he was dominating back when he was in Onyx, right? So, SaSa, I don't know. Something about this playoff, something happened between regular season and the playoffs where he's just like, you know what? I'm coming for vengeance, man. This playoff, I'm going to be a monster.
Like, that's the beauty about this, right? There's no second takes in this situation here. One team is going to be eliminated out of this game. And I feel like everybody has stepped up in this game. But I feel like the one that is going to be able to win King Empire is got to be coming in from Sutsujin. Because think about this, right? He's missed so many retributions. And he has been compensated by Dato. Think about this. A mid laner without retribution securing objectives for King Empire. And I don't know
how bad Sutsujin.
I'm not gonna lie, I've been giving shit to Dato for throughout the entire regular season, but today, he's been playing out his mind.
Very strong words indeed, but I do think that Sutsujin was kind of left die alone. Like, he definitely was hanging out with Spalding on an island all by himself sometimes, because again, he's the only guy there. Everybody else is too afraid to walk up, and even Smooth, understanding his responsibilities, can't be given these free ults over to Zyme Senpai, right? That penalty zone has costed them a couple of games, but I think for the most part of it, Zyme, he is... Man, his trigger finger. He will never use a battle spell unless he absolutely needs to. Or he never picks up an ultimate, the IMU, until the very last second. Like, he is not only looking for Viter, but he's also taking into consideration, is there a better ult for the situation as it changes during the fight?
I really like how slippery Zyme Senpai is, because we've seen multiple attempts to gank him. And it's just like, I have Purify, what are you going to do? I have 2 dashes, what are you going to do? Right? I really like that he respects the engage coming in from KG. Like, remember the very early gank at mid?
Yes.
When Sutsujin came in?
Instant Purify.
He's just like, there's 2 people. Can I die? I can. I'm going to respect this.
Yeah.
Other people might not respect that. They might be like, I can outplay this. But Zyme Senpai is just like, I've played this game for such a long time. I know I will die.
He knows it. And I think that experience put to good use on this Todak's next generation lineup. So far, I mean, where do you think it's going to matter? Is it still leaning towards the EXP lane now that we've seen how Zyme Senpai is able to kind of expand beyond just the mid?
I really think it is on EXP, because this time Momo is able to play, and their early as well as mid is much more stable. Compared to before, when Momo couldn't do much, there wasn't a lot that can be done. In this game, Zyme Senpai leading made it so that the EXP lane has a better shot, because Dato as well as Victor is not allowed free roam to go everywhere in the map, because Victor in game number 1, he was staying inside the jungle of Todak. This game, not really. Zyme Senpai is the gatekeeper. He's making sure that both of you stay in my vision. Both of you don't leave my sight.
Yeah, and seeing how this is happening as well, I feel like it comes down to a lot of mental picture on how they are going to be able to respond to this. Because think about this, right? Like, even though Todak won game number 2, personally I felt like Todak should have had it in the bag right from the get-go. And they should have allowed SaSa to be able to do what he was doing. And to see how KG was able to push them back at this stage here, it is going to hurt them in the mental capacity here. And think about this. This is a best-of-5 series. We're not just talking about drafts. We're not just talking about outplays here. We're also talking about mental capacity. Did it get into the heads of Todak? Are they going to be able to bring this action or this momentum that they have into game number 3, or is this just a fluke?
I definitely think the momentum is going to help Todak more than it is for KGE. We've never known KGE as a very momentum-based team to begin with. And I mean, coming back to your point, the fact that they play around SaSa, that is the identity of the team, right? They are playing around SaSa 90% of the time and don't usually lean into the EXP until absolutely necessary because Smooth is just that type of player. Now, let's look at the item build progression. A new graphic for you guys to see what the items, what component items were purchased at what times. Just have a rough idea of when the power spikes started to come in, because right from the get-go, if we compare SaSa and as well as Shizo, we can see that SaSa was able to get first items in before Shizo, because Shizo decided to rush tier 2 boots first.
Yeah, honestly, when we're looking at the items here, we don't, just one thing, we don't see a lot of item swaps. Shizo does more swapping than SaSa, so it does really show that SaSa for the later stages of the game, he's not, like, even Terrence brought it up, he bought the power potion. Maybe if SaSa is able to swap around items during the fight, maybe he could have sustained much longer, but maybe this is the limit of him as a player. He's very good at the team fights. He can get onto those targets, but he's not able to keep up with the standard of the gold laners nowadays, where we see rapid item changes.
I think it came down towards a gamble, right? Like, was he willing to risk it in all this Lord, or was he gonna risk it with just item swapping? And for him to get that power potion to try and rush a lot and not being able to get it,
look at the 24-minute mark.
Hurt them a little bit more.
Look at Shizo's 24-minute mark. Immortality into a Rose Gold Meteor into a Wind of Nature. And then in the 28-minute mark, when he was diving crazy onto SaSa to end the game, Immortality onto Rose Gold Meteor. SaSa is an amazing player, but if we're looking at the progression of the items here, we're starting to see a limit for SaSa. You know, like, I love him as a guy, I love him as a player, but we got to talk about the stats. We got to talk about the numbers. We got to talk about how you micromanage your items. This is a very difficult thing to do, and it looks like SaSa is having difficulties doing it.
I don't know about you, but look at the top side here. What happened between SaSa's itemization? Because he had a Winds of Nature, and then suddenly he got a Malefic Roar, and then there was an Immortality, a Windtalker, and a Winds of Nature in the same duration of time. What happened out there?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, that was shoes? I think he sold his shoes for it.
He did sell his shoes at the very, towards the end there, but he mainly did it because that was the base defense, right? That was like after, the base defense eventually started to come through around that time as well. I'm seeing the Winter Target purchase towards like 26, but even so, I get the point. I get the point that you're trying to get at, LaFell. I do think there is a little bit of a cap on SaSa as of right now in comparison to the younger gold laners that we've seen here today. And so far, it's made... Would it? I can't say confidently whether item swapping would have allowed SaSa to survive, but it might have given him a chance to outplay this situation.
I mean, like, we can say that perhaps he did not have the gold for it, right? Because
also
that
possible,
that is, you know, one of the factors, because he did buy the power potion. The power potion is like, what, 3,000 gold? So if you're buying the potions, realistically, you should not have enough items to swap around your items very, very freely, because I don't think Shizo bought the potion. So
no.
Oh, no, he didn't buy. It's 1,500 anyways, but
1,500.
At the same time, I feel like SaSa, even though he didn't, like, this was a very sick play from SaSa, right? This was the reason why Todak was able to kind of lose out on momentum. SaSa making a lot of crucial plays, but again, I don't think it came down to a situation where SaSa needed to item swap, because he was still technically alive in the final base defense. So for me, the turning point for those two fights was literally at that Lord pit, where it came down to 50-50. SaSa went all in with the power potion, tried to snipe the Lord. The Lord Storm came up, they missed their retreat, boom, GG, well played.
The thing is, the Lord hit Todak, it didn't hit KGE. No one from KGE was hit,
weird,
so they should have secured it.
They should have, right? So again, my question still comes back to Sutsujin, you gotta step it up, man. Like, come on.
I feel like Sutsujin was still okay. It's the Victor is the one that we see definitely like after
fell off a little bit, right?
Yeah, I definitely think that Todak is playing a little bit more aware with how Vitor is going to be moving around the map, and more importantly, the fact that it's target the guy with the CC, right? There's only technically Vitor who has the most amount. Baxia has 1 in comparison to 4 from the Eden, so you know, they got to weigh the cost and benefits. But with that being said, at the very least, it looks like we have a bit of an interview with Rose up on the stage. Or where is she right now? Let's throw it over to Rose.
Terima kasih kepada caster-caster kita. Hai semua, this is Rose. Dan sekarang, Rose bersama owner pasukan yang tengah main. Kita ada Hajilan daripada Todak dan juga kita ada King Shah daripada KGE. So first of all, I nak tanya semua sihat ke?
Oh, sihat Alhamdulillah. Suara dah tak ada.
Oh,
dah tak ada.
Baru game kedua. Kita main best of 5 hari ni. Okay, let's start dulu dengan King Shah lah kan. Tadi rasa puas hati tak tengok first 2 game tu dah sengit macam tu, apa lagi game seterusnya kan?
Oish, itu memang dah lebih pada puas lah. Tapi walau China pun kita tahu semua tim sentiasa ready untuk playoff ni. Betul tak? Jadi kita hanya buat yang terbaik saja. Saya cakap kat tim saja, kali ni je all out.
Oh, kali ni je?
Kali ni all out playoff ni.
Okay. For the side of Todak pula, tadi Todak menang game kedua tapi game tu bukan, actually it was quite to Todak side lah kan early game. Lepas tu mid ada macam mistake sikit, lepas tu goyang-goyang sikit. So tadi tu apa yang tengah menjadi dekat backstage tu? Jerit ke?
Saya sebagai warga yang agak berumur tu agak risaulah atas kesihatan saya ni.
I pun tengah tengok kat belakang kan. Wow. Okay, so kita tahu kita ada 2 minggu cuti. Now, I tak tahu macam mana lah. Like pasukan lain celebrate orang punya 2 weeks break. For the side of KGE, apa yang KGE buat actually dengan player-player? Bagi diorang rehat ke? Balik kampung ke? Okay, actually daripada KGE, kita orang mau pada chemistry diorang. Lebih fokus pada bonding diorang dulu. Sebab saya tengok kelemahan diorang kat situ lagi. Untuk dari gameplay, saya rasa diorang tak ada masalah. Cuma chemistry diorang kurang sangat. Kita lebih fokus kat situ lah. Alright, for Todak pula, apa yang the boys buat? Sebab kita tahu you guys ada player import dari Filipina. Diorang balik ke, cuti ke, ataupun stay dekat Malaysia dan train untuk playoffs? Tak ada, diorang teruskan training. So, ada juga training yang line up yang simpanan juga lah. Okay, so kita ada 2 minit lagi. Now, kita boleh nampak kan, sekarang hari ni, KG ada jersey baru. So, boleh tak cerita sikit pasal jersey ni? Adakah jersey lain dah tak diguna ataupun what's going on actually pasal jersey? What's going on? So, kat sini jersey ni kita tak pernah wawakan macam sebelum ni biasalah jersey kita dapat kecaman kan. So, kita keluar yang baru ni kepada haters pun dia tak kecam. So, kita tak pernah peduli pun. Janji kita orang pakai. Itu je. So, kat sini kita boleh nampak mau pada sponsor kita lah. I see. Okay, we're going to throw it soon. So, kalau Hajilan boleh bagi tahu anything to the players yang mana tahu boleh bagi semangat ke, anything you want to the boys, now is your time. Buat sungguh-sungguh, jangan malukan kita orang. Ataupun jangan recall awal sangat. Okay, King Shah pula last words to KGE. Okay, untuk KGE, korang dah training dah yang terbaik dah. Dah macam-macam dah aku buat ni. Dah hadap dah macam-macam kecaman dah ni. Tolonglah sikit. Bagilah muka. Alright. Terima kasih kepada owner of the teams. I hope you guys can relax backstage. Jaga suara Ada banyak hari lagi playoffs. Lagi Hajilan jaga suara sikit. Alright, and with that, mari let's throw it back to the casters untuk mulakan game ketiga dalam Best of 3 series ni. Casters, silakan.
Thanks, Rose. Good reminder. Keep your voices intact. We still have plenty more days of the playoff left here coming into match number 3. What are we thinking, boys? Adaptations for the upcoming draft. We all in for red side, or is blue side finally going to get some love?
I mean, I don't know. Based on what I've seen, I would say that Moskov hasn't been doing good, even though SaSa has shown that Moskov is a beast. So I feel like when it comes to the draft, I feel like both teams haven't made major mistakes when it comes to the draft. It's just that priority, right? Zyme Senpai has been winning the mid is a key factor for Todak winning.
And some point in the mid might be a way to kind of attack this upcoming Todak lineup. What about you, Terrence Beatty? What is it going to be? What are your thoughts on the adaptations?
I feel like when it comes to this game, I think King Empire definitely, should have made a little bit more adaptations on how they're going to be handling the early game, because their early game from Todak was just phenomenal, right? Like without chips, what else? And they didn't really do that well in that game, because technically King Empire would have lost that a long time ago if SaSa hadn't made that play. So again, they need to fix that early game for me.
Yeah, honestly, if we remember, if SaSa just hit that Spear of Destruction, it would have been a KG.
On the base, right?
Yeah, on the base, yeah.
If he hit.
If he hit.
Time save point. Yeah, he would have won.
A lot of small things could have happened to change that game, but I think that for the most part here, both sides comfortable with the sides that they are on. Matilda ban coming in from KGE, a bit of an adaptation on their side, which opens up the draft a little bit more. Let's see whether Todak is going to also get rid of the classic,
still not letting
Vendetta, not letting it through.
So Moscow was first pick. I wonder if KG wants to take that gambit again. Because to be fair, SaSa was good on it, right?
I think they can.
Yeah,
right? Are they going
Moscow
to
first pick again?
He is good on it, but I feel like they need to force Todak to play a heavy executional comp.
Look at SaSa. SaSa already getting to Moscow. It's like, okay, you do this, you do that, you do this, you do that. Listen to me. Throw yourselves for me. Like, this is giving me Attack on Titan vibes.
All right, calm down, Aaron Yeager. All right.
Sacrifice your dream.
What?
This is like SaSa is Levi, and then what was the captain's name again?
Captain Levi.
No.
The bald guy.
No.
Scout Leader Squad. Scout Leader
the one with the blonde hair. You know where Levi's like, you know what? I don't care about your dream. You sacrifice yourself. Let me go in for the kill.
Is AOT considered an old anime anymore?
I would say
it's kind of old, bro. It's kind of old.
Man, all right. I mean, I was about to say it was going to be a long time ago, but I think so far with Todak with the exact same lineup, not changing their draft at all. KGE going to respond exactly how we expect them to, and let's see. Now it's up to Refalacio. What else does he have in the back pocket? I'm expecting the Arla to get locked in here for the side of Todak once again, but we're just going to have to wait and see.
I think when it comes to early game as well, Matilda was part of the factor from Refalacio, right? Like, King Empire, one of the reasons why they were struggling a lot was that, one, they couldn't get a kill on Zion Seppo because of Purify, and also there's Matilda. Two, Refalacio has been showing so much confidence in front of them to a point that King Empire just couldn't deal with the Matilda. So it makes a lot of sense why they were going to ban this year. But now, here is going to be a little bit of fun fact for Momo. Since his debut in Season 7, Momo has played 48 unique heroes in official... Well, okay. That's basically almost everything, right?
No, I mean, that's not everything, but definitely whatever was meta at the time and some more.
Yeah. By the way, I already got it. When I said Smith, I was half correct.
You were
Irwin. Irwin Smith, the name. But yeah, you know what, Momo, crazy. And the reason why he has so many unique heroes, he didn't just play EXP.
He played gold.
He played gold as well. And when he was on the EXP, the Belleric EXP,
High loss
EXP.
And then I think they swapped him for a roam position at one point.
Perhaps, yeah. So part of the reason why he has so many hero picks, man. He's so flexible. He might as well be a ballerina.
He is quite the gymnast.
I think the only role he didn't play is the mage role, but I think once upon a time there were a couple of games he was forced to play the jungle role, which didn't really work out.
I mean, would you put it past Momo? True. If you're like, hey, you gotta play mage tomorrow, he'll be like, all right, I'll figure it out.
I'm pretty sure they're like, yo, Momo, coach. He's like, bet.
Okay.
Bet.
Okay.
I can coach. Pick Arlet.
Momo, have you considered running for president? He's like, yes. I'll figure it out.
I will decrease the price of diamonds. Yeah. He knows his target audience. This is the kind of guy Momo is.
Hey, man, it looks like you've been hanging around the Facebook group for way too long. The conspiracy theories that have been coming out of that group have been quite wild. But now that we're here in the second half of the bans, we are seeing Thamos, we're seeing the Yuzong as expected from the side of Todak, where KGE get rid of the Minotaur as well as the Arlot, which forces Todak now with the Farmers on their hands, thinking, hey, wait a minute.
I think this is good. Like,
is it?
I think it's really good because think about this, right? KG has been playing the Vexana by Dato twice now.
Okay.
And they haven't really been abusing the Faramis. Like, this time, they're not going to get the Valentina regardless here. So instead of picking Valentina, why not just pick up a Faramis and let KGE deal with it? Which I think, aside from SaSa, is going to be very difficult to deal with.
Wait, so you're saying this is good for Todak or
This
KG?
is good for Todak.
Okay, good for Todak.
Yeah, good for Todak.
Okay. Because I'm thinking worst comes to worst, KGE is gonna play like pretty much the exact same draft. To be fair, like
yeah, this is
Farmers,
comfort, right?
I feel like at this point, instead of a Terizla, they should go for a Lapu. Like, let's get a damage dealer because Lapu is pretty good going up against Pyramis as well. It looks like they're picking up the Edom as well as the Export. I mean, it makes sense. Not many bursts.
I agree with you on the damage outcome. I was leaning more into Paquito. I think Exborg is like the safest option.
But doesn't this allow Todak to pick up the Paquito?
Yes, it does. It does, in a matter of fact. But I mean, one way or another, I think it feels all right for Todak. It's going to end up being like a dive-heavy EXP laner. Ideally, the Paquito, because at least he can clear up the lane super quickly and participate in the fights earlier than the Exborg.
A lot of choices. The Lapu still can burst down this Exborg, so I feel like showing the Exborg early, like this Exborg can be the reason why you win or you lose, right? Like if he wins, this Grok as well as this Frederick's not going to do much. And like I said, the Lapu can still work well going up against this Exborg as well as the Vexana. So a lot of dive coming in from Todak. It's going to be very difficult for KGE to respond to.
Yep, it looks like the flavor of the month is going to be Lapu this time around. A more reliable way of getting into that backline, making sure that that anti-CC really doesn't, really going to do a lot of work. Let's see whether or not Momo is going to get to that point where he's like 1v4ing in that backline at level 6 or level 7.
Momo's the kind of guy that will sacrifice himself, man. I'm just going to die. If I die, sure. You guys, make sure you clean up house.
Well, this is going to be an important moment here for both these teams. Both pretty much drew first blood, taking a game themselves here. Both Todak as well as King Empire looking to try and challenge themselves to the limit, to push themselves to continue their journey in the playoffs here as we are about to head into the land of the dawn. Now, best of 5 finally reset it into a best of 3. King Empire versus Todak, game number 3 to decide who will advance further.
Let's drop right into it. Back into the land of dawn we go for this third matchup. Let's see where their priorities are going to be, because once again, these gold laners have gotten to the finish line or close to the finish line, but it's really the EXP laners who've been getting them over that hurdle.
Something to note is that Susujin, in terms of leashing time, the mid leash just for a little bit and then immediately go to lane because they don't want Zaim Senpai to have priority. So this is, I like the adaptation here. Is like Susujin is like, I'm good. I'm a boxy. I can clear my jungle very fast. You guys get to your lane, have a better positioning. Make sure you guys don't get bullied out by Zaim Senpai. Just that one micro decision is already making them look a little bit better when it comes to the lane.
And they've already stolen the camp at the same time, right? I think that KGE are on the right warpath. They need to make sure that, for the most part, EXP, it's you don't really need to do much with it. You're an export, it's already pretty difficult to kill you, so now you just focus on clearing the mid and as well as the gold waves. Just make sure your presence is there. Make sure that Todak don't get to walk around that area as comfortably as they should.
Right now, Rafflesia looks like a little bit low. I like the attempt for Todak as well as King Empire. One thing that we do have to bring up is that the EXP laners are more damage-oriented for this game, which I feel like for the flavor of this best of 5, Todak going up against King Empire, having amazing EXP laners by both teams respectively, I think this is a good call. Get them on damage dealers, get them on heroes that can carry or at least disrupt the backline.
I would have expected maybe even like a CC from the side of King Empire, right? To a certain degree. But I think that, you know, being more damage orientated and knowing King Empire, they like to play the numbers. They want to make sure that they are safe, but at the same time get high impact rewards when you are successful in these engagements. Speaking of which, let's see how this lane goes.
Well, level 4 is going to be the priority from both sides. They are going to try and rush this here. Smooth Dato getting in first, Zaim Senpai Momo to follow. The collapse is about to happen as well. Turtle getting resetted here is trying to go for the fight beater. Going for the kite here. They're going to focus him down, but the Pyramis NetherRealm keeps him alive. Susujin finally gets the kill. Actually, it's going to be Fudo that takes first blood. Now Momo next to fall. And King Empire getting to Rafflesia, forced to get out. But that's going to be Turtle in the hands of King Empire unless Zaim Senpai is trying to make a play here. He's got the Ghostbusters. Nope. Not going to happen. Turtle in the hands of King Empire.
Yep, Ghostbuster's not going to be enough there to beat out a Retribution, and more importantly so, the fact that Rafflesia didn't hit 4 on time, and Vitter still had enough HP to make it happen.
Well, the pin on top, Shizo.
How did that shatter not land?
I know, right?
It was just short. That's so sad.
I also have to say, during the, before the turtle take, mistakes coming in from Todak. Momo used his Brave Spider a little bit too early and then got crowd control by Neto, making it so that he doesn't get to the pit fast enough. At that point, I kind of feel like avoid Dato for now and try to go for the jungler.
Well, Zyme Senpoi now getting harassed a little bit, but as of yet, he's going to be fine as King Empire finally winning the early game compared to the game number 2 here, as they are going to try to make an invade here. Rafflesia does scout this out. Do they want to try to force the issue? But seems like objective is going to be the way for King Empire as they set themselves up top.
You saw that, you did, right?
Yeah. All that effort just for one auto attack to steal away the camp.
The freest camp, man. What? You know, no, I'm not gonna talk about it.
Sutsujin is good with the 10s. He's not good with the single digits. If it's 1 or 2 HP off, it's like, hey man, it's not my fault. It's not my fault. But speaking of which, I do think that maybe Todak had an angle there, right? On that very first turtle. Like, Momo could have flickered in with the stun, maybe get something out of Deto, trade, you know, battle spell for battle spell. Maybe that could have been the difference maker there. Let's have a look at the AI winning predictions. It's 66 to King Empire, 4 minutes into this game so far, with 16 seconds left on the clock before the next turtle spawns. I'd be more than happy to see a flicker engage coming out of Vader.
Yeah, I mean, like, King Empire right now with 1.6k goal lead. It's a very sizable lead when it comes to the first 4 minutes of the game. Todak, they can turn this around by having a good fight around the turtle with their kind of draft. I'm almost looking forward to more fights instead of focusing on the objective on the turtle.
I think that would make the most amount of sense here. Smooth is pretty far ahead in his lane so far. Could be a little bit better.
Zime's
out.
They're going to try and force a fight on Zyme. Zyme dropping down very low. Sutsujin getting blocked off from the rotations. Turtle completely resetted, but they do force out the Toys Persons on King Empire. As Todak looking for the juggle. 1 level ahead for Sutsujin. He's got the retreat. Momo looking for the flank here. Smooth still jiggling their way through. Winner now with the Feramis out coming in. Gary steals the turtle. Smooth bobs the run away. Momo zoning the back lines. Finds a pick on Dato. Smooth now needs to get out. Momo thinking about the save, but the wall does not connect. And they will find Wither on the bottom side from Zyme Senpoi instead.
Good wall charge coming in from Rafflesia to cancel out or stop Sutsujin from getting a retribution of his own. Still a little late. Those 2 seconds definitely mattered there. How about the rest of Todak? Now that they've kind of like opened up the map a little bit more and cracked open the tier 1 down on the bot side of the map, we'll see whether or not they're just going to extend the laning phase, right? Because I feel like Shizo, for the longest of times, pretty dead lane against SaSa. I mean, SaSa, yes, is technically a wave ahead of him, but at the same time, you would have expected Roger to be more proactive or at least start the snowball to get a couple of kills.
I know you're talking about the goal lane, but I gotta talk about what Momo has been doing. It looks like the idea is before the turtle fight, make sure that the Faraka armor is gone. That's number 1. Oh, before that, Dato gets spotted.
Oh my goodness, Dato now getting caught on. They're calling in SaSa for help here. Momo getting escorted with the NetherRealm. He's going to be able to get out for now. KGE, they're thinking about forcing the fight. Shizo is here to show himself, but again, they don't have the burst damage here. They need Dato, and they will disengage.
Gideon, I gotta say, I'm gonna talk a little bit about numbers. 3 times, Momo went straight onto Dato. Something happened in the draft where they say, Momo, eyes on Dato. We don't care about anyone else. Don't let Dato play the game.
Yep. I think it's just the intervals here, right? Like, Momo understands if he leaves lane, he wants to bring down that Faraga armor as much as he can from Smooth. Second objective, dive onto people who don't have much counterplay. And in this case, it's going to be Dato, right? He doesn't, unless he has his flicker off of cooldown, that's his only escape mechanic once the Bravest Fighter is out. The anti-CC makes his Fear and the Eternal Guard pretty useless.
And right now we can see Momo arriving in lane, and Todak, they're in prime position to actually start the turtle. Now Todak has a little bit of a lead. 600, not a lot, but still pretty good coming into the 7 minutes here. Rafflesia is finding Victor. Victor needs a good engage here to give a good chance for King Empire to win this one.
Oh, it's actually looking kind of good. Keep your eyes on Momo there. He's looking for Deto, and he's looking for that flank angle. So far, Smooth just melting down Rafflesia.
Oh, it's going to be tough here. Gary now going for the taunt. Looking for the juggle. They're still waiting for the right moment to strike here. Turtle gets reset at Momo. Can't seem to find Dato yet. He hasn't really shown himself, but conceal play from Lacesia. Finally sees it, forces the flicker. Wall charge completely whiffing the mark now as the turtle about to drop the retreat threshold here. He's gonna get pulled back. Suzuki looking for the retreat. Finally walks up, takes it out. Now NetherRealm has been expended. They're gonna try for the collapse. Gary can't seem to get the taunt, but they will focus down on Vitter from Todak as they take one despite losing the turtle.
Holy cow, Vitter exploded there. Didn't even get to see him use his ult effectively as well. That wild charge flicker from Revelation really making the difference here, but at the same time, the bleeding has begun. Shizo finds a trade in towers on the top side while mid lane gets taken out by SaSa. All in all, considering the amount of battle spells that was used, not too bad from King Empire, but not enough to take the lead.
I'm a little bit worried about Todak here. This game is quite even. And I feel like going up against Moskov is not really even, right? Like, even means Moskov is winning. 0-0-0. SaSa has been avoiding every single fight. He's just looking for minions. He's just looking for turrets. And right now, looking at the AI winning prediction, Todak is there, but I don't know how long they're going to be there.
Oh, now here comes the engage. You're dropping everything for a place here. Nether Realm barely a pixel away. Is going to be in a little bit of trouble here as Senpai getting caught out. But he does have the 10 HP to sustain his way through, so he's going to be able to get out of there. King Empire finding the roamer as they try to translate a little bit more down bottom.
And this is exactly the shape of the fight that they want, right? King Empire want to play a traditional front to back, but Todak want to disrupt them and stretch them out as thin as possible to isolate people like Deto or maybe even SaSa to force them to do a super play of their own. 27 seconds left until the next neutral objective is up on the screen, and for the most part, King Empire, with a slight lead on their side, it's pretty much dead even here.
I would say it's a big lead because this time Deto is winning in terms of farm against Senpai, which is a big difference compared to game number 2, Gideon.
Very much so. But we did see Momo just purchase his next item, right? I'm like, so far, consistently we've seen Deto lose out on his battle spell because of Momo, and Momo just uses his ult. He's not even committing with a flicker even.
Right now, Rafflesia, taking a lot of damage.
Ooh, that's a lot. Well, Rafflesia is going to be able to get out, but at the same time, SaSa is going to be able to take this tier 1 up top. Meanwhile, Todak, well, they're going to be focusing themselves on the Lord instead right now.
Well, right now, Shizo finds SaSa, but it looks like SaSa's the one that finds Shizo.
No way, SaSa, you gotta do this. He's gonna go for it as well. No, he's hitting a turret. SaSa in trouble. He's gonna get caught out. Mistakes were made, but Smooth will be there to save the day. But he needs to get out. He's got no immortality. He's got no flicker. He's getting chipped away. Replacer missing the stun here. Senpai Ghostbuster. Last tick. Auto attack will steal the deal. Mistakes were made. 2-for-1 exchange, and now Sutsujin in the Lord pit. They have to juggle this way through as this Lord is going to be the point of interest for both sides. But KGE 3v4, they're dropping everything on Gary, but Gary will fall. It is going to fall, but Momo finds Dato in the back lines. Retri, Dato, what? He's dead, but he still got the Lord. Dato, how? With the Eternal Guard. And now Peter gets out, Sutsujin gets out. Todak, what happened? What?
Man, I thought it couldn't get worse for KGE, but they got the Lord at the very least. They did it. They did it, guys.
Gideon, I feel like I'll eventually be the villain here, man. Like, I'm questioning SaSa on his abilities, like hitting the turret instead of the player. I mean, there's 3 buttons in the basic attack realm, you know, you can choose. And then, how many times have Sutsujin failed to secure the Lord?
Oh, speaking of that, as you doubted, Kasaskar as he comes in with the Sika Spear, runs in front of Shizo, takes him out, goal laner out of the equation, as KGE will continue the assault.
This is the KGE redemption arc, right?
Yeah.
They heard it, they're like, okay, LaFell ain't happy with us, we gotta save ourselves. Wait for the super play. It's going to happen. Keep your eyes on them. SaSa and Bitter, they're the ones who make the difference here, and even Deto.
Oh, speaking of Deto right now, Export dropping the last insanity, but as soon as he play that clutch play coming from Senpai with the Nether Realm, keeps him alive. They have to go for the reset. But again, King Empire, they are going to respect this. They are going to focus on the purple buffs instead. They will back out in this fight. Oh
right
boy.
Now, a lot of questions are coming to my mind. Like, the Valentino worked so well in game number 2. What made them change the direction? But looking at the game for now, 4,000 goldie for King Empire, and Moskov is almost full build. The only item that he doesn't have for now is the Malefic Roar. So he's online. The moment he sees someone, he's going for the kill.
Well, to be fair, I don't even think he needs the Malefic Roar anymore. For the most part, especially like his main targets that he wants to like continuously auto attack. Even Fredrin, not that strong at this point in time, considering that he's mainly doing like DHS damage, right?
To note as well, looks like Momo is going full damage here on the Lapu Lapu. Usually we see Hunter Strike and then the defensive item, but no, he goes for Hunter Strike into a Malefic Roar. and perhaps into a C Halberd.
I think it's definitely going to be a C Halberd here. They need some kind of anti-heal. It just can't be one Dominance Ice to control it. And worse yet, it's on Reflecia. Most people aren't going to hit him, maybe by accident by Moskov. But for the most part, you can avoid it. Todak now on the back foot. 5k lead for the side of King Empire off of that Lord. And as expected, no inhibitors taken down for the time being. At least from Todak's side, they have a bit of room to breathe, but they've got to simulate a situation for me where we see King Empire able to take out that backline. Because so far, it really just boils down to SaSa making the mistake.
I would say is they don't have to, because of how Moskov works. Just by hitting the front line, just by chance you're gonna hit the back line. So I kind of feel like peel for SaSa, let him free hit Gary, free hit Momo, free hit Reflecia. Basically look at Todak like an onion and just peel them one by one by one by one. Because Shizo without Reflecia, without Gary, without Momo, he's not gonna march forward. So I kind of feel like they don't even have to go to the back line. Just deal with the wall in front of you.
I see. I do think that Reflecia is like Wall Charge is by far one of the stronger ultimates on top of the Netherrealm, of course. But for the most part, it's how many people can he actually knock up with it, right? Even if he goes for a priority target like SaSa, that's just a Purify you get out at most. Maybe you target Detto, or I would argue Sutsujin and Vitter, who have been his main targets for the majority of these Lord fights.
Oh, it is going to be tough, right? Like, I feel like majority of these fights has always been trying to find a isolated target, and so far Momo is doing a fantastic job just making sure that Detto gets taken out first. But even then, he's tried a lot of times now.
Yeah, I kind of feel like the idea is definitely for Momo to go to the back line. But now he has to change targets, right? He has to go for SaSa, because SaSa is going to be the one that's going to be destroying the front line. And Gideon, you called it out. SaSa doesn't need a Malefic Roar, so he goes for the Rose Gold Meteor for a little bit more protection.
Yeah, he just doesn't want to get bursted down. For the most part, like, he barely interacts with Shizo. He only finds Shizo towards the end or the second last person, but wait, this is actually a really good position.
Okay.
Wait, is Todak not going to posture for this?
Wait, they're actually going to rush this. Wait, huh? Where? Huh? What? Todak?
I mean, like, Smooth did a good job, right? He made sure that Gary has no avenue to go in. And Todak, they had to deal with the side lanes, so they don't have the numbers. They couldn't fight back.
Unfortunate. A good setup from King Empire Esports. At least this time, they're doing their chores. Not like previous game where they were always late to do their chores and Todak always had control over this Lord. Now we're seeing the reverse. With this Luminous Lord, guaranteed an inhib in the mid.
Oh boy, now Lord's coming in. Todak, they have made a small blunder here. Tried to go for a flank, did not expect the Lord to be taken down that quickly. Now inhibitors will fall. They're going to be dropping everything on Gary. Concealed play from Reflecia. Gets counter out 2-man wall charge, but where's the follow-up? Sutsujin will survive, but the counter play from Detto catches Gary. He needs to get out Netherrealm preemptively, but it misses. Misses Gary. He's gonna fall, and now KGE picks them all one by one as Todak cannot defend. One blunder leading to another, and now KGE saves 2-1, baby. 2-1.
Ooh, a beautiful front to back. Exactly what KGE was looking for. No angles for them to get in. EXP lane difference here. Oh my goodness.
Well, now we definitely got a game. And SaSa is making a name for himself, even though, like, he's the veteran. Now is his time to shine. Be like, he made some mistakes. I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna call him out when he deserves it. But I will also call him out when he's making those plays, and he is making those plays.
Hey man, for SaSa, there are only dope plays and old man has. One or the other. There's nothing in between for the old Kage. He's looking good, but that just means that there's still one more game to be played. KGE currently in match point 2-1 against Todak. We need to see something else different, and like you mentioned, like, the EXP really makes the difference here. Smooth is great at zoning people off. Momo is great at diving. But eventually, one is going to be more effective than the other.
One thing we have to talk about later is the mid as well. This time, Zaim Senpai didn't win mid, right?
Yeah, Zaim Senpai was just completely shut down every single front. Like, he's been playing in a supportive position for a longest time. Yes, he's doing the right things, but there were a lot of instances where I think Zaim Senpai just couldn't get in time. Like, a couple of Nether Realms was on point, was a little bit off the mark by a pixel, couldn't save Rafflesia, couldn't save even the final fight as well, couldn't save his jungler in time as well. And you can't really blame him. Like, he has this mentality that he wants to go forward, but sometimes when he goes back, it's a little bit difficult here. So I feel like not having that additional movement speed on him kind of hurt him a little bit here.
I don't want Zion Senpai to be a good boy. I want him to be a bully, man.
Yeah.
I mean, like, look, game number 2, he made it so that 2 players couldn't play.
That's
this time,
true.
Here's the thing. It could be the hero, or remember when SaSa was taking the first buff.
Yeah.
It was like, just one hit, that's enough, go to your lane. Don't let Zion Senpai did what he did in game number 1. That could also be the difference.
That also could be the difference. But first, let us show you our MVP. Currently sitting backstage. Let's have a look at his face right now, because give it up for this man from KGE. It goes over to Deto, having a bit of a rough early game thanks to Lapu, Mr. Momo himself. But he still manages to clutch up when the time is right. Give it up for our MVP, Deto, with his 4-3 and 4 score. Doesn't break the 5,000 damage mark, but definitely plays a good, a follow-up role when you see Vitor finds these engages.
I don't know about you, but Deto 3 games in a row has been stealing Lords one after another, and for some reason, even after he's dead, his Lord stole the Lord. It's crazy.
I'm the jungler now.
Look at me, Sutsujin.
I don't need retribution, all right?
I am retribution. Lord, we already have one at home. I think, you know, overall, Deto has been receiving a lot of criticism from netizens out there, and I think he does his job well, and it depends on what he gets. I think that sometimes, and especially since these past couple of games, he's been playing Vexana. There's only so many cool things you can do with Vexana, so I don't necessarily blame him.
Dude, that's the thing, alright? Like, when it comes to his play, like, I feel like Deto, every time he drops his spell and everything, if you think about it, for these past 3 games, there are so many Lord steals that is not because of the retribution, but it's because there's this Eternal Guard that doesn't have Curse Helmet or anything, somehow steals the Lord, which I don't understand. How is this possible? It's not once, though. It's like, 1 game, fine, sure, luck. 2 games, sure, whatever, luck. But this is 3 games now, and at more than 4 times. I don't think luck anymore. I think, like, luck is just part of his skill right now. It might be skill.
Can we just take this time to shout out all the other casters watching as well? You know, shout out to Mirko, Reptar. Shout outs to everyone watching, because so far they say this has been very entertaining.
Yeah. Yeah.
MPL MY entertaining, isn't it?
Hey. Some people might say that we're not, but I can't say it. I can't say it. But we definitely are one of the more entertaining regions for this reason, right? We like our 50-50s. We like having to fight with each other and trying to outplay our opponents. That's the whole. We don't need these small leads to turn into miles and turn into yards, right? For the most part, we got to make sure that, at the very least, recognition is given where it is due. Deto specifically.
Yeah, I gotta say, shout outs to Leo, the detonation. That's the one that got the Lord. I mean, like, you know what? You have that one. That was good. That was good. Like, Deto, how? That's the definition of an MVP. I'm not even there, and I still got the Lord. Either I'm too good, or Sutsujin needs to step up.
He is literally the bomb. He is the bomb, man. He's killing it. He's killing it so far, and I think that's something that we need to address for the upcoming draft between KGE and as well as Todak, right? When we're looking at the total damage del, actually pretty manageable. I thought it was by far none, but Deto, highest in terms of damage with 57,000. In second place is only Smooth. So it looks like the zoning out is really paying dividend for Todak.
Personally, I think Todak has got to shift their approach on how they draft this issue here, because now they are 1 game away from being eliminated here. My question is, are they going to bring in Ciku? That's 1.
Yeah.
2, are they going to focus on Deto's hero pool now? Because so far, based on track record, he's only won with both Vexana as well as Novaria. So they took it away Novaria. Do they take away Vexana as well?
Okay, I at least I can say I like KGE's approach compared to Toda. It's like, we know what worked.
Okay.
We're just going to keep using it. While Toda's like, you know what worked in the previous game? Yeah, let's not do that again.
They'll expect it, boys.
Yeah,
we'll throw them off.
Yeah. They will not see this coming. I swear to God. They will not see this coming. And they definitely did it. It's like, well, we did not see that coming. Full damage bill on the Lapu Lapu. That was surprising. Now we're going to take the base.
Todak is the kind of rock, paper, scissors player that does rock, scissors, and paper in that exact order in a best of 3.
Do they bring Ciku in?
Did they bring Ciku in? I
No.
don't
Like,
think so.
Why play rock, paper, scissors when you can just take a gun?
Two things. If we're going to talk about Ciku, right?
Okay.
All
Two
right.
things. Number one, like you said, is Ciku going to play? And then the second thing, what is Ciku going to play?
Rome. Sort Rafflesia out. Like, they were doing good at the end of the season.
I mean, I do agree. Rafflesia needs to do something, man. I mean, like, if he's only good on the Matilda, I mean, okay. Todak said, with Ciku in the lineup, the communication is a little bit clearer.
I agree.
If they couldn't even do a TPT, there's no communication there.
What's a TPT?
When you're doing the TP while spelling out the T.
Oh.
They
Oh yeah, you're right.
They couldn't even do a T.
Because Gary was explaining in his interview as well, like trying to translate because BM is their first language, and then trying to translate it to BI, and then telling it to Rafflesia was like a thing between them, right?
I can't wait to hear the mic check, just so we can hear them go, guys, TPT, 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 and nobody knows what's going on.
TPT.
They're like, TP? Yes,
Or
I'll do it.
TP, okay. Even I got levels communicated there.
That would be fun to hear in the mic check. I think overall, I don't think it's just Revelation. I think they need to address the elephant in the room, and that is this Edith. This Edith has been enabling the team for the side of KGE to specifically pick off Gary, to specifically force out ultimates for everybody, and just kind of like throw as many resources at the wall and blow them up before the fight even begins, right? That's what KGE has been doing multiple times, and it makes the engagement way harder, right? You pop the farmers, guess what? Primal Wrath is chunking you down with this quote-unquote chain lightning.
Yeah, he's got the AoE on the floor as well. Kind of floor is lava situation. You've got Dato who like link up on everybody with those passive. If one dies, explodes onto the Netherrealm. But again, I think the biggest issue here was that Todak, compared to game number 2 here, Zion Saber isn't being able to be in the front like how he played in Valentina. So based on the drafts itself, they chose to play the safety net, which is getting for Aramis. Didn't work out. So this time they might switch back and just get back to Valentina for him.
I don't like to be that guy, but I gotta be that guy, man.
What?
Rafflesia needs to step up. I mean, he's the sandbag. He took the most amount of damage, but Rome is a very crucial role. You can start a fight that enables your team to win, but so far Rafflesia has been very passive. That is not enabling Todak. I see Gary in the front lines. I see Momo in the front lines. Like, I feel like they're missing a key piece, and that key piece is the Langar. Langar is crashing into someone. And I don't see Todak crashing into KGE.
I feel like they're playing at surface level, right? It's not about how we stop our opponent from using retribution. We need to see a translation of total damage taken to impact made in the game. And so far we're not. It's very lopsided to total damage taken more than it is making that big impact for Rafflesia.
I think I get where you're getting at as well here, but I think I'm gonna twist the story a little bit here, because in terms of Rafflesia, I don't think he tried to be passive. He tried to make a lot of plays, but he missed the wall charge a couple of times. Especially he tried to make a attack on Dato. He tried to
cried
make
when
a
I saw that.
on SaSa, which was a little bit unfortunate, right? So again, like you said, wall charge didn't get anything, took too much damage, and then just backed off and died.
Well, let's look at the highlights and maybe we can see a little bit more here, right? Because our MVP, Deto, every single time he walks into these fights, like, Momo is on top of him, and you have to deal with that for quite a long time until we do see Todak actually malfunctioning here a little bit. Oh, the SaSa one. Speaking of malfunctioning, this one was painful.
Yeah, that was...
Should not have happened.
This is also painful in a different kind of way.
Like, okay, died. Lord,
he died.
Okay, he died. Lord is just standing there. What happened? Oh, wait, what? Huh? Both retreat? Wait, what? The Lord got the Lord.
It was just a little bit
Detonation.
Detonation right there.
Shout out to Leo.
Shout out to Leo for that one. That's a good moniker. But the time being, I do think that at least for Todak's side, the Langar method of playing, as you mentioned, isn't there, but at the same time, it feels like some members are hesitant. It's at awkward intervals. Other times, we do see people who want to go in, and the rest who just generally want to back out. We haven't seen them move in together other than the early games where they feel the most confident.
This is bad, but I like Todak the most when they shut their brain off. That's the Malaysian thing. Don't think about it, just do it, and then hope for the best.
But
That's
speaking,
my analysis.
I think Gideon here has pretty much got a little bit of a jet lag right here. He can no longer connect them here with them. But guess what? From you, if you guys want to connect a little bit better in terms of internet and in terms of good gameplays here, you can secure lightning fast 5G connection for your mobile Legends Bang Bang games with Hotlink. So be sure to scan a QR code down below here, and you'll be able to stand a chance to get 20% off MLBB in-game items when you subscribe to Hotlink.
Connect those words better with 5G rather than me stuck on 4G. Man, that was that was the part of a lifetime. That was a good one. That was a good one. I'll take it. I'll take it.
With 5G, you can get the Lord without even being there.
Detonation sponsoring Hotlink, dude. That's his business plan.
Exactly.
He's gonna be big one day.
It's like, get item A because I was able to do this. Right? I outplayed 2 junglers.
Yeah.
Can you even say I out-retreat Gary when I wasn't even there?
Oh, dude.
Dude, that's gotta be the biggest bragging rights, right?
Oh,
How
yeah.
often
Oh,
can you do it at level?
It's good. He is good at what he does, right? Then again, maybe we'll see another hotfix where they're like, oh, adjusted mini lore of Vexana's Eternal Guard damage so he doesn't steal away neutrals.
To be honest, I think Homeboys, once upon a time, they had this objective, right? Each of their role, each person is going to be able to steal the Lord. But I think Dato took it on a different level in this situation, right? He did a near impossible. I stole the Lord between 2 jungles, not once, but every single game. And I also did it while I'm dead.
So next season, Dato to Homeboys?
I mean,
this is my resume.
Check this out.
So now going back into the game, right? I want Zyme Senpai to be the guy that can stop two people in mid, right? The Valentina worked out well. The Faramis was okay as well. Like the Faramis is good on paper, but maybe just not against KGE.
I mean, that's because KGE, their personality is just slow and steady, right? It's very resource-based, war of attrition. Only make a call when you're very 100% sure that it's going to work out. That's their general style. And I think with the Todak Langar style, where it's like, you gotta really take that moment, take the opportunity, take those extra milliseconds to hurt your opponent before they can catch on to what you're doing, right? That's what we haven't been seeing too much from Todak. So maybe it could just be a clash of styles being polar opposites. But I think for this drafting phase, please deny KGE blue side.
Are they going to stick with blue side once again? That's going to be an interesting one here. But again, I'm mesmerized by the overlays and AI here. You know, Benedetta MPL skin. You gotta get it. It's so sick here in the MPL stage playoffs. But again, seems like not happening here, Gideon.
Why?
Not happening. Blue side once again.
Why are they so adamant on sticking onto red side? Are they that afraid of Sutsujin on Fredrin?
Isn't red a good color? You're Chinese.
I'm Chinese. Red is supposed to be a lucky color. I'm not gonna lie. But right now it's looking all blue today.
Ah.
Hey, feng shui is different.
Yeah, the feng shui here is a bit different.
I think you started the day today as well, right? Like people were having Monday blues, but casters were like Thursday blues, man.
Hey, man, Thursday is not a normal day to have an event. I'm gonna throw that out. It's either weekends or Mondays, all right? Nothing in between. Everything in between does not count.
In terms of the bans here, not much has changed.
No, it should be exactly. Well, it should be exactly the same for the most part. I don't think it should change otherwise, unless Todak have a wild strategy coming up.
I think they should just let the Benedetta through and just ban Vexana as well as maybe even banning the Baxia for saying, okay.
Well, they're not listening to you.
All right, sure, whatever, man, guys. Yo, what, 4 games in a row, same opening bans, whatever, man.
Look, the other day, I was talking to Smooth as well. He was playing a different competition. I was like, oh, what is this?
Which jungler has the best retreat timing?
They're just passing it along.
He doesn't want to say. Okay, who?
Wrong.
Gary.
It's
All right.
Wrong. It's Deto. It's Deto. Wrong.
Wrong. It's Deto, bro.
You just lost $1 million. Like, who wants to be a millionaire theme right now? That's the clip for you clippers out there. KGE start things up with the Moskov. Once again, bans exactly the same. Now, quick considerations.
Yes.
Quick considerations. Should they consider going for a Tigreal instead?
Oh, they steal the Vexana.
They're like, okay, Deto, what else you got? What else does he got?
What else?
Maybe he wants the Valen?
right?
Okay, it took them long enough to finally figure out. Like game 4. Okay, Dato, you've been winning on these 2 heroes. What else can you play? I think it's about time to take away the Vexana. Vexana, MVP, man. MVP.
Shout out to Aski. He said if they use a Barat Smith, it's Dato Nas. Well.
Oh my god.
I don't like that one as much.
Yeah, you know
I
what?
don't like that one.
Daytona's
4 out of 10 is a passing grade, right?
4 out of 10.
So that's a 2.
I'll give it a 5 out of 10, okay?
I don't know, because I was thinking of that exact same fun on my way here to MPL. That's why, to me, that's a oneer. That's a oneer.
Yeah,
if I can think of it on my way to work, nah, it can't be that creative. Do you see the Matilda get locked in?
I like the Matilda because you want to deny it away from Rafflesia, where Rafflesia has been shown is like he's good with the Matilda. And now the Arlet pick. I mean, it's a solid pick, and this is the thing about Smooth. He's good at this hero one time, never again.
Never again.
Never again. Good with Benedetta, never again. Good with Tamus, never again.
Oh well, this is going to be a very, very interesting one here. But again, Smooth, I think he does have a very, very big hero pool here when it comes to this kind of situations as well. But at the same time, Xborg, was he doing the right things as Xborg? But I think
yes, he was
doing okay.
melting everybody.
So why stop his heroes? Like, just let him play whatever he wants.
I think for the most part, it's how it works in tandem with the rest of the composition, right? That's where. So they get rid of the Edith now.
Okay.
I like this from the side of KGE because this opens up options for at least Smooth to play some strong divers. Let's see though, Todak, they do get first pick on the second phase. Let's find out what it's going to be.
Personally, I feel like this Matilda might not be played by Vider at all.
What?
Like, it's just a sixth sense thing that maybe Dato is going to be playing the Matilda instead.
Hey, Todak is on the red side, by the way.
I know, but I feel like this might be the case.
Well, let's find out here because it's going to be a Claude lock-in, and it looks like, nah, I'm not playing Roger no more. This hero sucks.
I mean, like... okay, this is his hero, right? She, like, most of the time, Shizo wins with a Claude.
Yes.
I like the joke, by the way. Shizo does well with the Claude, so I think keeping that is good. The thing about Rafflesia, he is always better on like off-meta-ish picks. Like, I'm even thinking just pick up something like a Rafaela. Try to match the speed of Matilda.
That beautiful that you brought it up because I was thinking Florin in this case.
Florin
in this case because now at least they throw Arla into the EXP. He's able to affect the lanes and he can dive really, really hard with the Claude. But KGE respond with their own Farmis and as well as Export. Back to melting their opponents, back to playing as 5.
Okay, you know, King Empire now has a little bit more front lines. I was hoping Dato go for the Matilda, but guess what? He's going to be playing the Faramis here. So, okay, sure. But Todak's side, I think the biggest problem right now is going to be 2 things. 1, how do they catch up with the Matilda's Guiding Wind? 2, how do they chunk away the Nether Realm? And back then, Blazing Duet was a great tool, but considering how Claude has been nerfed so many times, I don't think it's a viable option to deal with both of that right now.
I think this is... Also, I think it's generally interesting, right? Because I think Todak here in the export pick for the side of KGE, it just makes it awkward, right? It makes it really awkward for Arla to go into the EXP lane. It makes it, Arla into the roam position because I'm guessing they were thinking about Rizla, but seems like KGE right on top of that. Deterrent forces him onto the Arla. Once again, I think this is going to be a EXP. How much impact, how much bang for you or your buck can you get out of your EXP lane? That sounds so much worse than it's supposed to be.
It's okay, man. I'm going to save you here by saying, Toda, this is potentially their last game. I like that they're going for comfort, and they're taking away comfort from KG. Taking the Vexana, taking the Claude, and having this floor in here. Something a little bit different for Rafflesia because he's not good at opening the map, but he can back his team up.
All right, this time around, as we are heading into this game, back into the Land of Dawn once more, it's going to be Todak, currently 1 point, but it's game point for KGE, potentially the last bout, or could this go to 2-2? Let's find out as we load right into the game.
Oh, it is going to be an intense one here. Is the do or die for Todak? Will they be able to survive, or will King Empire show them who the real kings are as they go into game number 4? In this case, Dato is going to be backing up Suzujin a little bit here, but again, I feel like Todak is in a very, very difficult spot where they are going to be having their backs pushed against the wall. as they try to deal with Vitor. Vitor now trying to force out a retribution, eventually gets it though.
I feel like if he was going to retreat anyways, he should have retreated much earlier because now SaSa definitely has an advantage in terms of the clearing speed compared to Gary. So SaSa can invade Gary at this point.
Check it out. Vitor is just like, 20% damage increase. How about now, sucker? He's just being annoying. As long as he forces out his retreat, he has done more than enough work.
Yeah, right now, Dedo is actually controlling Zyme Senpoi, not letting Zyme Senpoi onto the minions, and now Rafflesia has to come and back him up. So Dedo is doing quite well with the... oh, okay, I don't want to jinx it. I'm sorry.
Say it one more time.
No. I'm done.
We're holding it back for now. Vitor, he's going to be running around being the pocket medic for everybody, especially if they're taking a bad trade in their lanes, while still trying to find any advantages whatsoever to give to their opponents. For the most part, as you can see, Shizo is doing a phenomenal job, especially 1v1 against SaSa in this lane so far, but on the opposite side, I can't say the same for Momo.
Yeah, and seeing how this is happening here, considering that there's been a lot of intricacies when it comes to trading here as well here, I feel like right now, Todak, they are playing this story in the sense where knowing that Claude has the... Oh, wait, hold that thought. What happened? First blood on middle. Wait a minute. That shouldn't happen.
I mean, I feel like Gary understands that the mid lane is losing, so he has to add a little bit more resource there. Usually we see them going to the EXP, but this time it's like, you know what, Zyme Senpoi, you be my guy, I'm gonna gank your lane.
But it does come at a cost, though. It does mean that Sutsujin does hit his level 5 on a time. Wait, no Ferraga armor. 50-50.
This is not good. This is going to be a 50-50 from both sides here. Flash comes in with the Nether Realm. They still secure the turtle for King Empire, but they will lose Smooth in the process here. They're able to get Sutsujin and Dado out. That's a big win for King Empire, but Todak, they still get another kill.
Nicely done by Gary. I would have said nicely done by Momo, but Sutsujin got his retribution at the same time as Gary. It's just like Gary was just a little quicker on the trigger by milliseconds. And now SaSa, he's losing out.
Yeah.
He can't breathe against Shizo.
Dude, like I said, this is Shizo's hero, man. His face looks like Claude. Get him on this hero, and he can do wonders for you. You just gotta believe.
Yeah.
And the team believes in him. So be like a team and believe in his Claude.
I think this is why the reason why they got the Florine, right? Like, Claude has been nerfed so many times to the point that a lot of pro Claudes, quote-unquote, has struggled to actually carry the game to the later stage game. But with the deal, it is going to help him a little bit more in terms of scaling for this game. In this case, he is one level ahead of SaSa, and that's actually huge for Todak.
The truth is Claude the one receiving the nerfs, or is it just every other marksman in the meta just getting way better? I definitely think that, yeah, the nerfs do come into play, but for the most part, Claude is always going to be relevant in these types of games.
But right now, looking at the rotation here, Toda, they want Shizo to win a little bit more. They're going to invest a lot in this goal lane, but looks like the minion is not where they want it.
Oh my god, SaSa?
No.
He actually stole the crab?
Yeah, he stole it.
What?
It's like, thanks for the leash, guys. I'm gonna take that for myself.
Small victories. It's all about these small victories. And ideally, by the time this turtle spawns, we see Sutsujin still a full level ahead of Gary. But after losing out on that turtle, it might be a bit difficult to achieve. For the time being, at the very least, let's take a look at that mid lane, right? Because Deto, again, previously was trying to deny Zyme Senpoi.
No.
Now it's the other way around every single time Rafflesia, or even if Gary shows up into his lane.
Well, as of yet, Shizo now blazing duet down middle lane here. He's going to shove the creep waves. Turtle going to be the POI right now. Sutsujin looking for the plays. Dato doesn't have Purify. Needs to be a little bit careful here when to go for the Nether Realm. Gary now starting things for the taunt here. Now the full drop comes in. They'll take one. Vitor is out. And now Nether Realm already being bled out as well. Sutsujin with the toys Bason. He's going to go for the retreat. He doesn't get it. Needs to get out. Gary secures it, but the Appraisal's round will destroy him as King Empire loses 2 more members.
Personally, for me, I kind of feel like it's not worth it for Sutsujin to stay there. Even if it does secure the turtle, there's a high chance that he's going to get taken down. So, I don't know, I kind of feel like at that point, you try to get one member of Toda because their engage was clean. Gary jumps in, Energy Eruption, gets them all together, and then Zyme Senpoi drops a ward on top of them. The Eternal Guard was big there.
Yeah, the Eternal Guard was pretty gigantic. At the same time, I do respect Sutsujin for actually attempting. He was the same level. I think that he had clean 50-50 chance against Todak's side, especially since Momo a little late to the fight, unfortunately. A good stun from Zyme Senpai is all they really need. And I think that's the major problem here.
Oh no, SaSa, he might be dead here. Okay, Gliding Wing comes in, circling Eagle cancel Shizo. That's huge, but he's going to be able to get out for now. So King Empire, a little bit focused on towards the gold lane now. Both SaSa and Shizo going to be the most important players to be standing out here from both Todak and King Empire.
That was a good 1v2. Right now, King Empire, they're moving as a team, Momo!
Oh my goodness, final stash comes in, Interlude card, one-shot SaSa, NetherRealm not able to save him at all, and Zyme Senpai does it again for Todak, the oppressor. Give him a hero that can shut down people, and he will do it every single time. And now Sutsujin needs to make a run for it as well, getting mowed apart. Appraisal's Rock comes in, drops a lot of HP coming in as well. But King Empire, they're going to be able to hold on, but they've lost SaSa and Todak now, looking to find more picks.
Yep, slow wave being set up on the bottom side of the map. Top side going to get hard shoved in. They're trying to create some space, or at the very least try and take away this tier 2, but KGE refuses to let their structure go down. Todak, they back off, they don't mind, but at the very least, they know that the bottom side jungle is healthy and ripe with wealth to steal away from KGE.
Let me just say as well, Fredrin, his energy eruption has been nerfed, but Gary made it look like a non-factor. So far, he's been controlling the front lines very, very well. Gary has been performing extremely well with the Fredrin, where we see in other regions constantly getting banned out, but Gary has been getting it for free every single game.
I think a lot of people are confident in the counter picks, right? The Akais, the Barats of this world, sorry, the Akais, the Barats, all do very, even, wait, I feel like I'm missing one tank jungler out of the, oh sorry, the Boxio, of course. Natural counters to this Fredrin, but I think at the end of the day, like the Fredrin generally just scales better than a majority of them, right? So it makes sense why it gets picked up for the side of Todak. I think that KGE, considering that they are the ones blue side banning Harith, it does come with a couple of costs and benefits.
Yeah, as of yet here, SaSa going to be taking a little bit too much damage here. Dato can't seem to start the fight. Gary getting a nice taunt onto Sutsujin, but again, I don't think King Empire can find more if they don't go all in. The heals from Northlisa is starting to get a little bit annoying here, considering King Empire is trying to peel them off, but Gary will be able to wants to start this off for now, but tier 2 gonna be the point of interest. Shizo does a lot of damage here. They are gonna scare him off. Shinzujin tries to re-engage, but the rest of the KGE not ready to commit to this as they back off.
Toda really wants this turret, huh? I have to say, I haven't seen Momo for a very long time.
Yeah, he's been soaking up that mid lane for a while. I mean, he could have like pushed on the opposite side of the map to be fair, but I guess he doesn't want to be ganked. But I mean, Todak, they need to spread King Empire apart.
Oh my goodness, Vader taking a little bit too much damage here. Dato pulls them back, this is huge, but why are they diving? They're trying to do as well. Toys Musa comes in, but he able to get out. NetherRealm connects on 4, but they're taking too much damage. And now Shizo waits for the right moment. He goes for the Blazing Duet. He cuts the backline. He finds SaSa. He finds Vader. Now he's looking for Sutsujin, but it's not being able to. Meanwhile, Momo 1v1 against Smooth. Smooth very low, but he will live to tell as Todak with a huge collapse on King Empire.
It's looking good so far. Mid-tier 1s will start to fall. Let's see what Todak does in the meantime, right? You definitely get somebody to start onto the Lord as soon as possible. But their Taurus, that bot side is pushing in. They should be able to clear this fast enough.
I gotta say, so many low HPs coming in from King Empire. I like that Toda has the discipline to not chase after that, because the Lord was up. If they died in that moment, then it's gonna be disastrous for Toda. So in this game, like I said, I prefer them just charging headstrong, but I'd like to see this.
Oh no, Vader getting popped off here. He could not open up the map. Todak finds a very, very big pick, and now the opening comes in. Sutsujin getting CC'd in. Do they want to continue this? They're trying to go for the taunt. Abrasive's Draft will scare him off, but tier 2 going to be the point of interest. But Shizo, just one skill. Dato dropping almost half HP. What do they do now? Like, what can KGE do at this point?
I mean, they take their time. KGE just needs the wave clear. They can play for high ground for a little bit, especially if they have their inhibitors still alive. And I think that's the most important thing. They need somebody to run up top side, and it's going to be Smooth who's going to stall out this Lord.
So Zajin getting dragged back in here. He somehow gets out. NetherRealm already popped off. The Eternal Guardian will be saved from side Zime standpoint, but eventually falls. The Lord on top also going to be cleared off by King Empire. Tier 3 gone. Spear connecting on Momo, but King Empire 9k behind. Can't seem to find an opening against Todak right now.
It's too difficult. And I think that Todak right now, Gary, he's extremely warmed up. He is ready. He is now making proactive decisions to punish King Empire rather than just waiting for things to fall into his lap.
Another wave comes in. Gary going for the taunt. He's under turret here. Nice pin from SaSa. Where's the follow-up? They're trying to make the play. Gary mowing down real low, but the final slash from Momo trying to set things out. The Blazing Duet not connecting. KGE, they somehow manage to survive, but they lose another turret again as Todak cracks open 2 lanes.
I think this is a checkmate angle from Todak's side. It's really hard to lose from this position. 2 open inhibitors for the side of King Empire Esports with a 10k deficit in Todak's favor. How do they recover from this?
Looking at the goal here, man, Shizo is 3,000 ahead of SaSa. Talking about comfort hero, this is huge comfort. And I got to talk about the items as well, because Gary having the brute force breastplate as well as the Oracle kind of offsets the nerfs that he just got. And the fact that he has a flooring with him, the Oracle is providing a lot for him. So he is able to solo tank everything coming in from King Empire because the healing is enormous. The cooldown is there so that he can control everyone. He can heal by himself, but having Rafflesia, this is the angle that Gideon, you and me were talking about. Take something like a Rafaela, take something like a Florian, because that seems to be more his style. He's not an engager, so might as well just support your teammates from the back.
Yep, and I think, you know, Momo and Zime Simpoi finding these like really crucial picks has been what's keeping King Empire Esports in check. Like Tsutsujin, he can't walk up anymore. Gary is hyper confident. If he has to use Retribution, oh, that's perfect. Means that we get a free Luminous Lord.
Yeah, now with the Lord coming in, the Spear connecting. Oh, gets blocked by Zime Simpoi. Doesn't want to make an attempt. Todak secures the Lord, but again, now Todak with this huge lead. What can King Empire do now? Like, damage-wise, what do you think?
When you were saying, like, Vexana do it, I was thinking of Vexana with the body of a Padang. just taunting the Moscow, like, do it, do it, do it, just do it. Try me. I'll drop down my Lord. But looking at the damage here, Shizo is the highest damage, man. Highest damage, and in terms of the farm, he is leaving SaSa in the dust. Yeah. I feel like they've been saving this draft for an all-or-nothing situation, because we got to remember, this is potentially the last game for Toda. So if they win this one, from a best of 5, went to a best of 3, and then goes down to a best of 1.
Yeah, now with the Lord crashing in as well, SaSa going for the full play. Gary trying to kite move as much as he can. Lord gets chunked down pretty quickly by SaSa, so that's huge. But the inhibitor top side is gone. Smooth losing the Firaga armor, but Zime Senpai! He finds 3! He destroys them all! They're all dead! Faramis respawns, but it doesn't matter. Too much damage. Todak taking it to game 5. We've got the full series here for the first day of MPL MY playoffs. Do or die for either KGE or Todak.
The equalizer that Todak was looking for, bringing us to a 5th match for our very best of 5 series here at the play-ins. This is just for an opportunity to qualify for the playoffs right now. These teams at elimination point.
I gotta say, this game is won by the draft, specifically for Todak. They did 2 things right. Get Shizo on his hero, get Rafflesia on his hero, and deny the Vexana on Dedo. So the draft for this game, props to the coach. He made the right decisions.
Yeah, it took them a while, but eventually they kind of put Dato in a very, very awkward spot. And guess what? I really like how they've been playing this year, but what really saddens me is that both Faramis games, have lost their respective matches here.
Farmers win rate is
0 in this series.
It's not looking good. It's really not looking good, and I think a lot of it there's just so many ways to actually manage the Nether Realm right now. And we haven't been seeing too often that a Farmers gets too far ahead in the lane, because his laning phase is now technically, I would say, a little bit weaker once you get the supports involved with Concussive Blast, especially smart Edith ban coming in from Todak's side, just to make sure that it's not a deterrent anymore.
It's KG. KG is the one that
they banned it themselves. Yeah, it's weird, right?
Because they took the Matilda.
Yeah,
you're right. You're right.
So it's like KG trying to take it away from Rafflesia, but Rafflesia has a different hero, the Florin.
Well, with that being said, let's have a look backstage to check out our MVP of this game. Give it up for Todak's one and only. Oh, who could it be? Is it Gary? Is it Momo? Give it up for Momo once again, finding some really good final slashes onto that back line, catching people at almost max range when he flickers final slashes.
Yeah, I think out of all the games here, whenever Momo plays an Arla, he is trying to make a lot of plays, right? Like game 1, arguably, sure, whatever, you know, he's just warming up the game. But after that, every time he makes a play, there is going to be somebody that gets caught out. So it's understandable that why he is going to be the MVP here. He's going to be the tempo breaker, and this time he's playing a tank Arla instead of a damage Arla.
Yeah, I kind of feel like with how he's been playing, it makes sense because he's just setting up for the team. Like, again, the final slashes are impressive. But the thing that we also have to keep in mind is that he only died one time. Despite being the one to set things up, he's not putting himself in so much danger that he's basically feeding, right? So in this game, Todak is always put in a situation that everything seems planned and everything seems free. Gary goes in, clumps people together, Eternal Guard goes down, someone tries to run away, Momo says no, sweeps them back in, and then kill them all one at a time together. So I feel like the coordination is supremely clean.
Yeah, I think that's the thing about the composition, right, that Todak actually have as well here. One thing we realize here is like almost every single game, Vexana has been a huge factor between these teams. And even this final fight, like, oh, we dropped the ultimate here. Great, you've got Nether Realm, you've got Gliding Wind, but what happens if those bleed out? And then if you can't get out, what you can do? Because you have this final slash that just sweeps him back into the Lord Pit, into the Eternal Guardian, who just does so much damage here. And I wouldn't be surprised to see Zyme Senpai later on giving top damage in this game.
Guys, I don't know how to feel about this. Momo's the only one that died, but Momo's the one that has the MVP.
Yep.
I don't know how to feel about this. Maybe that just shows KD is not important. If you die, you get the MVP.
That's why martyrs are always remembered. Everybody remembers Joan of Arc. All of them happens to be martyrs, right? You die, you get honored. That's just the way it's going to be, especially when you have 10 assists under your belt. Looking at you, Revelation. Maybe you should have died, and maybe you got the MVP. But I think for the most part of it, it really just comes down to KGE playing very linearly, right? A lot of their plays can be telegraphed. A lot of their win conditions are very obvious. I think they need to start investing in a secondary win condition at this point of time rather than doubling down on just putting eggs all into one basket in one particular style.
Yeah, I think that's the thing about KGE, right? They have been playing something that is comfort to a certain degree. Right now, suddenly switching to a playstyle that doesn't work is actually hurting them here. And we talked about why they brought in the Matilda, right? It's supposed to be powered farm by Sutsujin or allow Sutsujin to get a little bit more oppressive. But again, every single game, Sutsujin is just doing his own thing. Like, he hasn't been the guy that needs to start the fights. It's always been smooth opening up the fights, which I feel like there was a huge disconnect between the players themselves for KG for this match in particular.
SaSa was not been put in a good situation here. Only 20,000 damage on a Moskov, and Shizu doing 58,000 damage. Like, to put into perspective, SaSa's damage is only a little bit higher than Rafflesia.
It's hard. You know, that's why once you give
It's hard. It's hard to out damage Ori.
So the reason why I say it's hard this game is that Todak, they shifted their focus and give the deal onto the Shizu rather early. So to be honest, I feel like Claude shouldn't be winning the lane, but because of this early deal by this Florin, it allows him to head-to-head and out-trade Moskov most of the time in the sense of just poking and pushing, right? Like, you have a skill where SaSa needs to auto-attack. And then in team fights, he gets focused down first.
I can't even say that with chess, right? Because
Let's talk about the total damage taken then.
Yeah, because when we look at the total damage taken, right, most of the time, a majority average that we're seeing so far, other than Sutsujin being the major outlier and Smooth, it's going to be around 50,000, right? Because there's not a lot of counterplay once you get hit by that first initial final slash. You're going to get followed up on by everybody from the side of Todak. The only person who doesn't have CC is Shizo, technically.
Although one other thing is that I just remembered in scrims, I heard coming in from a lot of players, especially coming in from the Philippines, funny enough, is that if you see a Moskov, deal with it with the Claude. The Claude can outplay the Moskov. So this is not just Shizo's good on the hero, but perhaps there's an interaction between a Claude as well as a Moskov that the Claude has an advantage of.
You outrange him with your Art of Thievery.
Yeah.
So and you also have a blazing duet that does a lot of damage in the early stage of the game.
I mean, that too, but
if it's one person who's taking damage, though.
Because the only way you see SaSa actually winning this lane is if he somehow is able to like land a pin onto Shizo. And even then, right, there's a good chance that he doesn't 100% win that.
Exactly.
Unless we see him go real crazy and be like, I'm going to take Inspire. No matter what, I'm going to try and win this lane.
I think we have to talk about the point that both Dato and Vitor can't really play the game because of the fact that both of them actually went for Flickers instead of Purify, considering that how much stuns that Todak bring to the table, right? We've got the Terrify from Zion Senpai, we've got the Eternal God, we've got Gary's Taunt, we've got Momo, Final Stash. One of this, if he catches Dato, he is going to be late to actually drop the NetherRealm on time. And there were a couple instances where Dato was swept into a situation where by the time he gets to pop it off, somebody's dead or out of position or slightly a pixel off towards the NetherRealm circle.
Well, look at that. If you don't allow these two to play, you win.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's a large part of it, right? Because again, it's just controlling the shape of the fights, and when Smooth is in control of shaping that fight, a majority of the time it comes out well. But once he's off of it, and more importantly so, when he gets like one shot like that, losing that Faraga armor, which is again one of your biggest strengths is the X-Borg, then it can get a little bit more different. I think that KGE, they need to start taking risks in lane. They need to start considering like, hey, how do we get Sutsujin involved in influencing the lanes? Because so far it feels like either Sutsujin is hovering around the lane for too long or is very farm oriented.
Yeah, honestly, looking at his draft here, I'm also still considering here that we haven't seen the CC and we haven't seen the Angela as well, right? I kind of feel like the Angela is a pretty strong contender in the lineup for either KGE or Toda. I wonder if game number 5 we will see it, because imagining going up against a Claude, if you have a CC with Vengeance as well as an Angela, the Claude won't be able to deal out free damage.
That's a good shout here. We'll keep that in mind for the upcoming game. I think that might be a line of play that KGE might actually do. Let's look at our Hall of Famers here. Rich Guy and Carry going over to Shizo. Sandbag going over to Sutsujin. And Best Wingman once again on Raffalacia. No surprises here. I think that for the most part, now that at least from KGE side, they see Shizo, he can play the Claude. It's clear that he can do that. Does this open up different options?
I think when it comes to options right now here, I feel like Todak has a little bit more luxury in terms of adaptations here, because think about this, right? They had 3 to 4 games to 3 games to adapt to, what was KGE playing all along? Guess what? Dato playing Vexana 3 games in a row has caused them so much problems. But now, from KGE side, now with only this game lost, they only have one chance to prove how do we fix this for Dato? Because I'm pretty sure Todak has figured out, like, hey, if Dato doesn't have both Novaria or Vexana, he's going to be in a little bit of trouble here. They tried for Aramis, didn't really work out. Whereas for Zyme Senpai, he's proven himself that he can play multiple majors with no problem, except for the Faramis.
I think they're looking for a deterrent. I think that's what KGE needs to do. If they can find a deterrent to force... at the very least, force the Vexana away, or at least deny the Farmist from the side of Todak, then maybe they have some kind of leeway in the draft. I think so far that's what's missing from KGE.
Right now we're going to look at the highlights here, and the thing that I want everyone to focus on is how easy it is for Todak when it comes to the team fight. It's like A, B, C. Okay, Gary goes in, and then dropping the Eternal God, wait for a little bit, final slash, and then clean house. And it's been the same thing over and over again, where at this point it's probably just muscle memory. It's like, okay, Gary, have you done it? Okay, Gary goes in, and then someone goes in.
Yeah.
Like A, B, C, D, A, B, C, D. Sometimes they change D, E, F, but it's all the same pattern. So Todak, I feel like this is one of those drafts that is very comfortable for them. That they can autopilot and it will still look good.
Yeah, this is what I'm talking about in all these instances when Todak actually took the fight, right? Like even in prior to this middle fight as well, they find an opportunity, they get a stun on Dato. Dato was half a second late with the NetherRealm. Someone gets died. Gets a big final stash, pulls out maybe half of the heroes away from NetherRealm and isolate here. Dato was put in a situation where, what do I do? Who do I save? How do I save? Because eventually he doesn't have those mobilities to actually catch up to other people here. And in this case, I feel like Todak was able to figure out and punish that you guys got no Purify. That's all. Simple.
Well, with the wombo combos that they do have, I feel like they could easily just break Purifies like on cooldown every single time. And I think, you know, Todak have been doing that since game number 1 up until game number 4 that we just witnessed. At this point, I've been mentioning it very, very often. I don't think it's going to happen, but I'm down for a surprise. Are they going to change sides?
Throughout the entire game, one thing that I do have to say, what Todak did that has success is to shut down Dato. I feel like for KGE, now this is a bit of a curveball. Shut down Rafflesia.
Shut down Rafflesia.
Yeah.
Interesting. But then we did see him play the floor, which I would say is like, for the most part, you're kind of, I wouldn't say giving up, but like slowing down on the early to mid.
Do you know how to deal with a Florin, right? So the Florin wants to stay in the back, in the back lines, right? Trying to avoid damage. If you use something like a Lilia that avoids everything in the front, go straight on to the Florin and then deal with the Florin first, you're done. It doesn't have to be the mid. It could be the jungler, it could be the EXP, but basically deal with the Florin first and then everything else will be easier.
All right. Keep that in mind, right? That's the next plan for the upcoming game. But do not miss the Snapdragon Pro Series Open Final week number 3 because you can again support Todak as well as Team Hawk and also hope for Monster Vicious and JP Niners to continue their journey. It's a Swiss format, so it's pretty brutal in comparison to the MOI playoffs, which they did not qualify for.
MP hasn't lost a single game yet.
They haven't, in a matter of fact.
They have not lost a single game.
Yeah, you know, it was really surprising to see MV, you know, actually making it towards the next stage here for the Open Finals as well, which I think none of us actually expected here, considering that they beat Bigatron Beta 2-0.
Again, they've beaten some big names, so please go and check out the Snapdragon Pro Series. Check out what's going on there. Many different Tier 2s and Tier 1 teams are going to be involved from all over Southeast Asia. With that being said, we have a little bit of an interview here that I'm getting the words from Zipper. Now, let's throw it over to Rose. Who are you talking to?
Terima kasih kepada caster-caster kita. Hello semua, nama saya Rose. Dan sekarang, saya dengan Todak Legion, Champion MAL musim pertama. Alright, okay. Kita start dulu dengan Zaid. Hai Zaid, sihat?
Hai, sihat. Alhamdulillah.
Alright, Zaid. So, I rasa kita semua nak tanya, apa perasaan jadi the first ever champion untuk MAL Malaysia?
Rasa happy gila sebab dapat juara MAL Season 1. Dia ibarat korang champion MPL Season 1. Dia akan jadi sejarah nanti.
Oh. Okay, untuk rival pula. Now, kita tahu that rival ni pernah main atas pentas MPL. Sekarang main dekat MAL dan dapat champion. Tapi sebenarnya kan, apa yang biggest difference ataupun apa yang beza main MPL dengan MAL? Pressure lain tak?
Pressure sebab kalau MPL fans lagi ramai dari MAL.
You lagi suka main online ke offline?
Offline.
Kenapa?
Sebab main depan fans lagi semangat.
Ya ke? Nak dengar sikit fans Todak? Patutlah kan diorang rasa semangat. Alright, last question. Let's give it to Formaze. Dulu Formaze ni player tapi sekarang dah jadi coach. So, sebagai coach kan, apa yang you rasa Todak buat silap tadi di game pertama dengan game ketiga that cost them the game?
Agak gementar jugalah sebab tadi kalau kita buat mistake sikit pun dorang dah boleh menang game tu. So, just be careful je lah untuk next game.
Okay, dengar tu Todak. Be careful next game. So, Formaze, as your ex-teammates up on stage, apa yang you nak cakap dekat dorang sebelum game seterusnya bermula? Match point dah sekarang.
Okay, untuk teammate yang tengah main sekarang, all the best. Focus next game. And don't be overconfident. Kita bantai dorang.
Wow, you rasa boleh tak dapatkan game ni dan main seterusnya jumpa SRG?
Boleh sangat lah.
Boleh sangat?
Boleh sangat.
Predict score?
Predict score 2-1. 3-2.
Tak, bukan predict score tu. In game. Tadi berapa Tak,
Dua sama,
tadi
dua
tak,
sama.
bukan. Like in-game kills tadi berapa?
kills tadi.
1-14
Oh, diorang ada kill tadi?
1-12. Diorang dapat 12, seorang lagi dapat 1. You rasa kills untuk game ni?
Paling bagi satu lagi lah dekat diorang. At least diorang happy sikit walaupun kalah.
Okey lah. So, kita dah dengar dah daripada Todak Legend. Tapi, which team will be advancing further to the upper bracket to meet Selangor Red Giants tomorrow? This last game will decide it. And with that, mari kita masuk game kelima untuk Best of 5 series ni. Casters, silakan.
I'm having fun.
Thanks, Rose. We're having fun here at the desk while you're taking care of the interviews. We're refreshed, and now for this final game here between both of these teams. One will move on to the playoffs, and the other one will go home. Let's see whether the play-ins is as brutal as they say as we jump into the drafting phase in just a bit, and hopefully we get to see some surprises from KGE, because I think the onus is on them, to be fair.
Yeah. Remember last season where every single game went every single game?
Yes.
And then only the grand finals where it's like 4-0 or something.
Yes.
Will this be the same?
Nah.
Will this be 5 games, 5 games, 5 games, best of 7, 4 games?
Oh my god. Wait, that would be even funnier.
No, sorry. That was 2 seasons ago. The last season, the very last season, we actually went 7 games.
Yes, we did go all 7 games. As we go into the drafting phase, I would be worried if that were to happen, because that would mean that one of these teams would be in the upper bracket, get knocked down to the lower bracket, win in the lower bracket with the maximum amount of games, just to lose an entire clean sweep in the grand finals.
Can we negotiate a pay raise? Okay, probably not. You know what? It's okay. Let's jump into the draft where, again, KGE, blue side.
I hate
Okay, every game has been like this, but this time we do have a little bit of adaptations here, because this time King Empire, they actually banned Arlott first phase instead. A little bit of difference here. So what snuck through? Well, okay.
Dude,
AG.
they keep going for this Moscow. Just
Come on.
stop banning the Harith. Let Todak do it.
Like this.
Vexana, Fredrin?
Yeah, first pick, man. Like, should have first pick Vexana if you want to play comfort against KGE.
I mean, that's if you want to play around Deto. Deto has apparently a huge hero pool, and so far we've only been able to see 2 heroes.
That really stood out.
not even 2 heroes that really stood out. 2 heroes he's played thus far in this game. Fredrin Vex, as expected. RIKG, it's up to you. Are you going to play the exact same thing, or are you going to change things up?
Hey, Barats again. You Yes.
All right. Smooth is like, all right. You know what? Enough funny business. Roar.
I think this is huge for KGE, right? Because if you think about the games that KGE won, Smooth was able to kind of suppress the opponents every single time. First game was with the Tamus here, and the game that we won was Export. And think about this, even in the last game, they lost with the Export. I feel like in KGE's defense, there was nothing really much he could have done to actually make space for the team, in particular for Dato or even Susuji to do anything here. But with a Yu Zhong, you're guaranteed space every single time. And now, with no double dragons, because of the Vexana pick, Valentina is secured for KGE.
Yep, and so far, that's under the assumption that it doesn't get banned. We're already complete with the very first pick phase.
Isn't this good though? Now that KGE already picked up their EXP laner, just ban all the mid laners, right?
Oh,
Balin,
no.
ban out Paramis, maybe even ban out Lydia, you know. So it's like, oh, you got your EXP laner, great. Now, Deto, my man, my guy.
Play the Faramis again, bro.
My dude with the huge hero pool. You're gonna get targeted, no?
Let him get targeted. Worst comes to worst, he plays Nana.
Well,
Hey,
actually,
actually,
Nana is not bad.
Nana's not bad.
Considering how hard he's being dived every single time, Nana is just great.
I'm telling you, that's what's gonna happen, right? If they get rid of the Farmis on their side, and KGE probably at this point, what else is there to get rid of? EXP laners, right? So get rid of the early game forcers.
What is super good against Yuzong? Because I feel like Yuzong every single lane is just a skill matchup, right? Nothing truly wins against a Yuzong.
Yeah.
Dirov wins a Yuzong. It's pretty good.
No, honestly, there's a lot of clips. Level 1, Yuzong beats a Dirov. You just clear the lane
level
faster.
1.
You get level 2, and then with the Petrify, then you just win it out. Trust me, searching on YouTube, there's compilations. Man.
There's many ways to play it. There's a lot of counterplay when you have Yuzong, right? In comparison to some other heroes where you just basically have to give up the lane regardless. Yuzong can actually fight for it, though the conditions may be a bit tight. We do see the Angela. It's not pure mage bans.
Matilda is open.
Yeah. Both sides ignoring it though.
No, I mean like Todak could take it, no?
I mean, Todak definitely can.
Malaysia has been doing well on it, especially played on Matilda though.
I mean like Matilda and Claude. How are you gonna catch this Claude with the Matilda as well?
Okay.
Cho.
Cho, yeah.
Single target lockdown. Maybe even like you know what? Let's take it further. Yeah, suppressions at the Kaja. Start adding on the Franco as well. We haven't seen Franco in a long time. That's also fun. I do think that the Kaja probably would be the safest, but there's no real enabler here, right?
The only reason is that I kind of feel like Kaja is difficult here because the moment you catch someone, Eternal Guard will stop you, or the Energy Eruption will stop you.
Yep.
So I like the Kaja idea, but it's difficult to execute against what Todak already has.
To be fair, it's all hard to execute.
Yeah, even with the Purify on it, it's not gonna good, right? It kind of defeats the purpose of him having the flicker jump engagement, right? So I don't think Kaja is gonna be good for here. But I'm more curious on what Dato is gonna be playing here because as of now, oh no,
wow,
he actually went for it. Wow.
See, this is what I'm talking about.
Crazy.
Right? When you don't reveal the enabler, it's hard to make a hard guess on what the extra duo is. We knew that they wanted some kind of like way to kind of break this comp apart, right? It's something to forcefully get rid of these Purifies to open up that opportunity. And I think Kaja kind of suited well. And what does her passive do? Shred down people's MR. You need something with high burst. Nana comes into mind. I would argue the Valentina, but it's already gotten banned.
But yeah, you called it. You called both the Nana as well as the Kaja.
I
helped with the Kaja, but still, you know, it's you, buddy.
Don't worry. You're gonna have.
I have an assist. You got to kill.
Yeah.
I like it, but I think it's really crazy coming from PG.
Isn't that crazy? I don't think it's that crazy.
Like it's just putting all your eggs on
one
Smooth,
basket,
able to actually cut the back lines, or trusting Peter to get the biggest catch of his life. This is so risky. But if he gets it, he pays off. If he doesn't, it's a disaster.
I mean, I see Vader, high-fiving SaSa, and they're still the fact that they made contact. I would assume they're still on good terms.
Yeah, I mean, like here's the thing: picking up the Terizla to deny any good pickoffs coming in from the Kaja is honestly still risky, right? Because you're picking this Terizla because it's good against the Kaja. But it's one of those heroes where you can't always reliably go to the back line. You can't always go for SaSa on this Moskov. So if you don't catch him, he's bound to become a problem.
Yep. Let's see how much of a problem it's going to be. We've seen the lane matchups. We have a rough idea of how this game is actually going to progress. With both teams in a position, look at one to team fight, the other to pick them off slowly. At the end of the day, the most important part is scaling as we jump right into the land of Dawn. Elimination match, tournament lives on the line. It's Todak up against their opponents, KGE, in this best of 5.
Yeah, and now, without further ado, let's see how things are going to be happening here, especially where now KGE made a little bit more adaptations. Hopefully, it is going to be fine for them. Same can be said for Todak, but this time, Malaysia is going to be the ones that annoy Sutsujin instead of Vader this game.
This is the loophole. Extra damage received in the jungle, not going to mean anything if no one hits me.
Exactly. That's the beautiful part of the game.
Wait a minute. Bottom lane, Smooth taking a little bit too much damage though. And
it's okay. As long as he doesn't get hit by the first skill from Momo right here.
Okay, he's
now
fine.
He's fine.
He's fine.
Nothing to worry about, right? Just lost his Petrify early. Means that he's not going to have as much lane control as he wants to. It's the only way to really turn the tides in that lane at the very least when it comes down to the life lead. But at the very least, Sutsujin, he's a level ahead of Gary.
Something to note here is that SaSa pick up the tenacity here, really thinking that he's going to get ganked or in a team fight he's going to get targeted a lot, which makes sense.
Definitely makes sense. I think that, man, the counter engage is going to be really, really rough, right? What are some pre-preparations that Todak has to do to make sure that this is successful, right? I think a lot of it just comes down to battle spells. How do we force it out of him?
Yeah, speaking of which here, Suzuki once again getting focused down this time. He's taking a little bit too much damage. So Toys Persona comes in, but Vader, can he get out? Yes, he will. That's going to be Flicker out. So that's going to be 2 minutes with no Flicker for this first turtle fight.
A little bit sad, but still, not like it isn't recoverable. I think that, especially for KGE, it's a bit of an advantage for them, assuming that they hit the level 4s on time. If they don't, if one person is missing the level 4, I think they call it off.
I would say that the timing is a little bit off because it was before 2 minutes and they tried to get something in the jungle, and that's where we see the 20% extra damage really comes in because King Empire, they were chunked down quite a lot, so a little bit of misplay there. I understand what they're trying to do. They're getting extra farm onto Sutsujin, but that was pretty risky.
You think they could have waited right outside the jungle? Waited until it's 2 minutes and then walked in?
Oh, that thought for now because they're trying to make a play right here. Eternal Guardians comes in. First blood force move. He's shredding through all his armor here and he's not even dead. Divine Judgment will catch onto Momo in the midst of chaos. And guess what? The trust on Smooth has paid off for King Empire. And the dunk, the alley-oop, is gotta be Veter to get the kill.
That's why the Yuzong is battable, man. That's why you don't give Smooth a Yuzong.
My god, Gary could not move. He couldn't cast a single ability. He was just stuck in place for a total of like 6 seconds worth of stuns. Where Flanger might be the next fall here, but still, he manages to survive. King Empire, they've got something cooking here, and I think that Todak need to give respect to it.
Yeah, so far, Smooth has been surviving his lane, which is in a way winning, going up against getting ganked like 1 or twice. And the thing is, he has big impact when it comes to the turtle. Todak, they have to take note of this because turtle, if you don't secure it, fine. But what will happen when it comes to the ward, right? So after this, they gotta micromanage what Smooth is doing. And that's gonna be a problem because you gotta look at Smooth. But then when you look at Smooth, you might miss Victor, you might miss SaSa.
Yeah, this case, top side though. They are going to try to babysit a gold lane this time. They're sending up 4 on top. But King Empire, once again, you're not making unnecessary moves here. They're waiting for the next turtle, I guess. They just don't commit to the fight right now.
Yeah, this lane is pretty much lost from Momo at this stage of the game, right? Full level behind Smooth. Down in gold as well. Losing out on the EXP because of these stupid river crabs. Nothing seems to be going right, but doesn't mean that Momo can't make that impact, right? We're seeing the Vixana as well as Gary rotate down. Again, they want to get a preemptive gank onto Smooth before this Turtle or Lord comes up.
Yeah, but Smooth is just like, I'm not having it. You know who I am. I'm Lord Smooth. I'm built to take pressure.
This is disgusting. He's intentionally freezing the lane as well just because he knows something is up. Nicely done coming from Smooth. And again, now he will have the Black Dragon to join the fight here, but Todak, they have to make a play. So Sujin scouts this out. It confirms Smooth's suspicions. And it's going to be able to get out to this. Now the Lord Dance comes in, but Sujin, you got to make it work here. Retri on you. Circling you comes in. Here comes they drop everything. Smooth goes in. Catches 2. Sujin secures the Retri and SaSa gets the kill as they continue their assault. Smooth now finding one, but Sujin steals the kill away as King Empire completely engulfs Todak in the turtle pit.
All right, here's the wrap time, right? King Empire with this 3.4k lead, but more importantly, their huge EXP and jungle lead is gigantic, right? That's going to be, what, 2 levels for Sutsujin, 2 levels for Smooth as well. That side of the map is completely compromised. These neutral objectives are hard to take, and worst yet, when all is lost, Sutsujin just has the bigger retribution.
It looks like Smooth is fuming, man. Because like for the past 4 games, I keep getting dunked on. It's like, okay, you guys have to understand, Smooth is a quiet guy. He's a nice guy. He's the kind of guy that wouldn't hurt a butterfly, right? But then you just know, I feel like going back and then the coach is like, hey, Smooth, how are you feeling? And then he just looks him in the eyes like, just give me Yuzong. Let me be 3rd pick. Don't let me be 4th pick. Let me do my thing.
Well, in this case, you know, you talk about him being quiet here. In this game, he's an absolute monster right now. And he's going to be a force to be reckoned with.
I can't imagine Smooth calling for a tech pause. It's like, excuse me, Marshall, a tech pause. Why? I snapped my phone in half. This game has not gone well for me, but I snapped it in half.
All while just maintaining a smile. You know, like, very innocent. Like, oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that.
Yeah.
I'll pay for it. You know, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, Cedric. Also, I did it with one hand as well, just like you, sir. For the most part, nothing's going to be happening here as King Empire slowly just rotating around, looking for an angle to get underneath the chin of Todak to eventually choke him out. Put him in a rear naked chokehold. Even a Kimura if they can find it.
Well, it is finally a best of 1 series, the full reset, right? Do or die. You can see both teams a little bit hesitant on jumping the gun. Gary also playing a little bit more defensively. Sujin, half on the turtle. King Empire looking for the jump reader. He sees, he doesn't see Shizo, he doesn't go for it, but Black Dragon being used to zone him off to secure the turtle. And once again, King Empire, they take a major objective. Conceal, comes in, looking for the pull, but no! Shizo gets out to safety. Finally pops the Purify. He will be able to survive, and King Empire misses the jump. Todak able to get out.
She's
just
the
like
dodge.
that.
Dude. And Divine Judgment, dude.
That was actually
that was cool.
So he dropped the BMI. He knew he was gonna do it. He quit before he sees Vader actually go and preemptively flicker. He pops that Purify, so he's untargetable by that CC, and quickly takes his BMI to sneak out of there to create just enough distance so that the animation can't even go through, even if it wanted to.
That's the thing, right? From my perspective, Shizo didn't even pop it, and he still got out first.
I mean,
so
I wish
weird.
I had a hand cam for
Here's,
that.
here's the thing, right? We've seen this a couple of times.
Uh-huh.
Moonton told us nothing can beat suppression. And then you have players like this that says, who decided that?
But speaking of deciding here, Vader, a little bit of a ballsy here. You know, he doesn't have Divine Judgment, but Todak is afraid that he might have it, so they don't really want to take the risk right now, and it's scary.
No need to. They have the 5k lead about to turn 6, and they get a free tier 1 if they wanted, but looks like they're going to back away. I thought they'd be more aggressive about this. There we go.
Okay.
That's what we wanted to see. Just run them down.
Okay, you know, they force a flicker out of nothing in the first kill, and the spear now, sending up top, not going to be connecting. So KG can take this as slow as they can once more.
Yeah, we'll only see them go for that 2x multiplier once that Lord is in place, but until then, they're just waiting to pick off Todak one by one. Todak not making any proactive plays themselves, knowing that it can be a little difficult, but they are forgetting to do some of their chores.
Right now, King Empire is 7,000 gold ahead, and this is one of the more disciplined games coming in from both teams because it's 9 minutes in and it's only 4-0.
Yep.
Toda is not finding areas where they can exploit King Empire because for now, Victor has not really had a successful Divine Judgment, but it could be said that he's really trying to use it defensively instead of offensively. So if anyone oversteps their welcome, then he's going to pull someone in.
Oh, Black Dragon being used to zone out the members of Todak. They were securely snipe not available, but now he makes an attempt. He's going to pay with his life. Smooth, can he get out? No, he doesn't even die! He catches the setup! He turns in favor for King Empire! 2 down, Zion Senpai Gary taken out. King Empire. Smooth!
Wow.
Wow!
Great comms.
He's never going to get that Yuzong again, man. Never going to get that Yuzong again.
Now there's another one to add to the list. Used to be Paquito and Benedetta, now it's Yuzong and Benedetta. He's never going to be able to touch him again. Jeez, this team, King Empire, as of right now, are looking phenomenal, right? It feels like they can do no wrong in this game.
It's just crazy to think he just got it one time, and then they're like, why did we let this through?
Oh boy, not looking good for Todak fans with the Lord coming in. Smooth, not having the... He still has the Black Dragon actually, but he's nowhere near to contest this. As Todak will be able to defend this for now. Tier 1 still stands surprisingly on top though for Todak.
Well, they're going to take their time. They're going to take all the outer tier turrets and then probably use the Black Dragon form to maybe fight for one inhibitor. Really depends on how big the wave is. Considering that the wave is pretty small right now, don't think it's going to happen. And they've already used their first set of Lord Empowered minions. Second one, don't think it's going to make too much of a difference unless Todak walks out.
One good thing about this Lord take here coming in from King Empire, the thing is they didn't get inhibitors, but they got everything from the top lane. And I feel like that's a big swing in gold. Now King Empire is on the verge of getting 10,000. Toda is having a rough time here. Shizo wants to deal damage, but he still has not completed his Trinity items. Only having the Demon Hunter Sword as well as the Golden Staff. The Corrosion Scythe is not there yet, so the damage is not going to be there just yet.
I mean, speaking of damage, apparently not even the gold is there, right? Like SaSa maybe 2.6, but Smooth at 2.9.
Whoa!
What?
3,000!
3,000!
3,000! What the heck?
It's over 3,000!
I hope he gets MVP and we get to see his GPM.
Well, speaking of which here, Suzujin going to be starting the fight right now. They pop the Eternal Guardian and Zion Senpai losing his edge here. He's getting a little bit desperate coming from Todak, as there seems to be no windows of opportunity for Todak to actually punish any of this. They've not gotten a single kill, and King Empire, think about this, 6 kills and Smooth was in all 6 of them.
I'm saying, like, even in the games that they lost, Smooth has looked phenomenal. He deserves the MVP. But either ways, right now, King Empire, they're closing all possible routes for Todak to go in. Surprisingly enough, Zion Senpai is doing quite a lot of damage, 20,000 damage dealt. But this is just him being him, man. He always deals the most amount of damage, but there's no opportunities to go in. This is the biggest, I would say this is the biggest weakness of the new generation of Todak compared to before, where previously, it's not, you don't have to worry about one person want to go in. Everyone wants to go in. But now Todak, no one really wants to go in.
Yeah, last time the previous Todak guard usually uses their death timers as a means to an end, right?
Yeah.
Having overly long engaged fights, extremely messy, but they're always together. But unfortunately, not this time. Looks like Todak has taken a more reserved routes, especially for the next generation, like you mentioned. But at the same time, they're up against King Empire. Previously having members from Team SMG and even Zyme Senpai being part of that squad just goes to show how much influence these players have.
Yeah, they just understand each other on the micro level and also their habits, right? And now seeing that Smooth is 13 minutes in, 14 levels, and as an XP laner, I don't know what Todak can do.
We got to talk about the stakes here. If Todak loses this,
it's over.
They're not going to MSC.
It's the first time they miss it.
They miss MSC. They missed the previous M series, like being the first team. Number 3 in the regular season. First team to get knocked out.
Damn.
That's not good for the Todak brand.
Well, speaking of which here, can they defend as King Empire does a lot of chip damage from SaSa down middle, but again, Todak playing this very safe. The bigger picture here is going to be the Lord crashing in as he slowly walks in here. Tier 3 will explode. Black Dragon already expended, cutting the back lines and looking for the push. Bitter tries to go for a flicker play, thinking about it, but still has the flicker. Divine Judgment. They're slowly mowing down all the inhibitors. Crystal down towards half HP. Todak, they will be able to hold on, but the King Empire, they're not risking it. Why?
I feel like it's a good reason why. Dude, there's so much at stake here, man. You don't want to make a mistake where Todak could possibly just end mid.
Yeah, that's true, but also because the big ultimates are gone, right? No Divine Judgment, no Black Dragon form, no reason to actually expand it, no way to enable them. Smooth, like before he left, used that Furious Dive to get the heck out of there. So at the very least, we know that King Empire, they weren't given the opportunity to actually jump in and find that engage, and that's basically just due to Todak being passive, right? However, the checkmate angle is still in play, 12k ahead, but Todak, they're catching up quick.
Well, they've got the ultimate here, round 2, take 2. Black Dragon comes in, no minions again. Not sure what exactly is going on through KBGE's mind here. Makes a second attempt. Black Dragon form down for now. Vader still going for the Divine Judgment. Pulls one. They connect on Momo, but he's able to get out. So no value for King Empire. Todak still holding on for their dear lives as the Crystal, 70% health, but it buys enough time as they try to push back KGE.
I'm pretty sure that was a mistake in terms of communication as well, because it looked like Victor really wanted the target. I'm pretty sure Terizla was not his target, and King Empire, I feel like if the communication was there saying, I'm gonna go in, burst them down, even if they chose the wrong target, it would have bursted them down. So I feel like the lack of commitment in that fight there shows that it wasn't communicated well, that Victor wanted to make a play.
Yeah. If not, you would have expected to see Smooth like jump in with the Petrify as well. If they're already willing to commit the Divine Judgment as well as a Flicker nonetheless, then I think everybody shouldn't be looking to commit. Now, without the Divine Judgment, but more importantly, without that Flicker, Todak can anticipate when Victor actually tries to close that distance. That's why we're seeing such a long Lord Dance here. And it's not like King Empire needs to do anything. They've got 3 naturally pushing waves.
Yeah, and seeing how KGE is doing this right now, all they gotta do is just wait things out, right? They don't necessarily need to rush here. And SaSa, he's gonna risk himself to try and clear off top here. He's not even in this fight. Todak looking to make the jump here. Lord down towards half HP. They might be sniped here. KGE, they need to secure this. Suzujin, can he win the retreat battle? Dato again! He steals the Lord with the Nana this time. Smooth now collapsing on the back lines. Now he's gonna try and run them off here, but SaSa with the spear from behind, looking for the flag. Todak, they've lost from Flacia, but they still keep their lives. They need to reset quick. The Lord already marching down the middle lane. KGE looking to take away the title, take away their dreams as Todak now, Momo tries everything to stop them. He will lose his life. The Lord knocking on the crystal. Momo will fall. SaSa focusing the crystal. KGE has done it. The King Empire, the true kings of MPL MY, telling Todak goodbye.
GG, well played to King Empire. They qualified through the play-ins. Welcome to the playoffs here at day number 1. But we also have to say goodbye to Todak. They put up one hell of a fight in this best of 5. GG, well played to them as well, as they have been eliminated.
Congratulations to KGE, but I gotta say, it's gonna get tougher after this, man. Selangor Red Giants, they're waiting. Speaking of waiting, Rose is waiting for them on stage, so let's go over to Rose. What does she have to say to the players?
Perlawanan ini adalah perlawanan terakhir untuk pasukan Todak di MPL Malaysia musim ke-13. So, guys, first of all, I would like to ask the audience dekat Stadium MBSJ to give Todak a round of applause. Dan kita akan bagi Todak peluang untuk bagi dorang punya final bow in 3, 2, 1. Once again, everybody give it up for Todak. Dan kita harap kita akan jumpa dorang lebih kuat musim depan. And of course, pasukan yang akan jumpa Selangor Red Giants di upper bracket esok. Guys, give it up for King Empire Esports. All right, I'm getting goosebumps. The crowd is hyped and the stage is overwhelmed with emotions. First of all, everybody okay?
Okay.
Sangat okay. Let's start with Smooth dulu. Smooth, tadi game yang sangat-sangat sengit, but you guys came out on top. Apa yang Smooth rasa you guys dah fix sebab you guys start kalah dengan Todak? Todak kalahkan korang 2-0. Sekarang adakah you rasa KGE dah dapat balas dendam and you guys are super ready untuk membalaskan dendam dekat SRG esok?
Kita orang just slow-slow fokus one game at a time. Kita orang punya comeback tu bolehlah dapat sikit sebab kita orang dah fix satu persatu masalah kita orang.
I see. Okay, thank you. Can we please pass it to Deto?
Hello?
Hi, Deto.
Hello.
Oh, he looks alive. Okay, Deto. First of all, very amazing play with that Nana. Now, a lot of people always cakap kan, Deto ni hanya bisa Nova je. So, sebenarnya tadi kita nampak Nana. Kenapa Deto pilih Nana untuk perlawanan ni?
Sebab mau.
Sebab mau je?
Mau.
Lepas tu coach bagi? So, maksud tu coach percayalah Deto?
Percaya.
So tomorrow you'll be going up against the Mage Prodigy once again in the mid lane. How do you think this will play out after you guys meet them in the regular season? Do you know how they play already?
Kita bakal coba yang terbaik lah buat kalahin mereka lah.
I see. Okay, SRG akan cuba yang terbaik and since dorang menang game ni, dorang akan pergi ke upper bracket dan if let's say lah dorang kalah esok, dorang ada lagi satu nyawa di lower bracket. So KGE can take a breather sikit, tak macam game tadi. Alright, so I nak tanya, Stadium MBSJ, korang rasa siapa yang layak jadi MVP untuk perlawanan ini? Alright, MVP kita dah ready. So, mari kita tengok MVP in 3, 2, 1. MVP jatuh kepada Jeng. Legenda. Hi SaSa.
Hello.
Okay, SaSa, how are you? First of all, how are you feeling? Just now was a...
Now very excited and then very happy because we win against Todak.
Okay, now just now was a very intense game for you guys because we know lah kan that if you guys are now only 1 life, now you guys got 2 life again. Okay, so I want to ask, what did KGE do during the 2 weeks break? How come suddenly KGE come back? Suddenly keluar gol pula?
Because we find our problem because we have low stake and then we try to find our problem and then we fix it
and now become good already.
So now you feel like the problem has been fixed. The problem has been fixed.
Almost.
Almost. Okay, can we please pass it to Sujin? Hi.
Hi.
Okay. Diorang semua nampak penat tapi kita faham best of 5 kan. Okay, Sujin tadi main game best of 5, kita tahu penat dia, tapi you rasa KGE ada momentum tak kalau KGE masuk Grand Finals best of 7? Yakin boleh perform tak team?
Yakin.
Yakin?
Yakin.
Okay, can we please pass it to Viter for the last question? Viter. Victor, sorry. Sorry, it's too English. Okay, Victor. This is your first time entering playoffs. Your first match was last week 6, kan? Minggu ke-6.
Bahasa Melayu aja kan, nggak paham bahasa Inggris.
Oh, okay, nggak apa-apa. So, kali pertama Victor main di minggu ke-6. Sekarang masuk playoff, keluar dari zon merah, esok jumpa SRG. Victor, how are you feeling? Dan apa perasaan awak? Dan ready ke tak jumpa SRG esok?
Kalau perasaan saya sebenarnya di playoff ini saya main nothing tulus saja kak. Buat lawan SRG besok all in aja, do the best. Coba do the best.
Alright. Okay, Victor, apa yang Victor nak cakap dekat fans Battalions yang datang dan sokong korang hari ini?
Buat fans King Empire, terima kasih udah datang hari ini. Terima kasih juga udah dukung kami. Semoga besok bisa kasih yang terbaik lagi.
Alright, thank you very much to King Empire Esports. You guys may now go celebrate your victory. Wow. Perlawanan pertama di MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 Playoffs. Hari pertama Best of 5 yang sangat-sangat sengit. An amazing 3 berbalas 2. But that's not it for today sebab kita ada satu lagi perlawanan selepas ni. Before that, kita akan throw it back to the casters for them to dissect apa yang jadi di game kelima dalam Best of 5 series ni. Casters, silakan.
Thanks again, Rose. Give it up for the MVP of the match. It's going to be SaSa on form today with his Roger and as well as Moskov. 10, 2, and 11 his final KDA score. Looking mighty fine, boys. What can I say? He's looking great.
I mean, 2 deaths in 3 games. That's wowzers.
It's crazy, man. Like, on top of it all, I know Lafel was like, oh no, he's bad. He made a little bit of mistakes here. But guess what? Old but gold, baby. Sometimes experience and game sense and instincts is what gets you powered through here. And so far in that particular game, he's been playing out of his mind here. His timings has been spot on. And think about this, right? SaSa has never played a single Moskov before any other season. And this season, he was able to adapt. Like what?
Enough against SRG.
Oh yeah, that's a tough one.
I mean, like
that's
before you build him up that much.
I know, right?
Right. Let me just bring you back to reality.
I know, right? Gotta humble down a little bit.
Yeah, this game. Let me just say, this is impressive coming in from KGE. I did not expect that clean of a game going up against Todak. 9-0. Shizo didn't get any part of this game at all. He didn't die. He didn't get a kill. He didn't get assists.
He was, man. I think he was doing okay in lane against SaSa. I think he was doing very well in lane, as a matter of fact, but things just snowballed out of control so fast. This has been, overall a very low kill count game.
I think when it comes to game 1 to 3, it all comes down to King Empire and Todak trying to figure out each other's playstyle, right? But game 4, game 5, it felt like just straight up, my draft beats you, I'm just gonna win you by draft. And game 4, think about this. KG couldn't do anything because everything they do is getting countered by Todak. And now this game, just one Yuzhong, game over.
Oh yeah, that Yuzhong coming in from Smooth, that was disgusting, man. Like, one of the best Yuzhong influences that I've seen in all of MPL's games, right? I mean, like, we've seen strong Yuzhong plays, but his Yuzhong basically dictate the entire game. Everyone else just like, hey, you guys can just clear the minion and then just push. I can handle the rest. Like, even you, Gideon, like, I'm not blaming you for this because even I was weirded out. Like, he Black Dragon formed, and then we're like, okay, they already got the lore, they might as well just back off. But Smooth is just like, no, I'm already on top of 2 people, might as well commit. Yeah. And then we thought he was going to die.
I thought he was going to die. I was like, wait, oh, okay.
And then they got kills?
And we're like, wait a minute. He sustained through that thing.
See, this is why it begs the question: does Smooth come up with these ideas himself, or is SaSa just like secretly behind him, puppeting him, or like ratatouilleing him, pulling his hair a little bit, just like get him in the right position?
I feel like it's Smooth. I feel like at this point it's just Smooth. Like he himself has a darker side to his character. One that he doesn't show the public. If you give him the mic, you wouldn't expect it. But behind the scenes, he pulls SaSa to the side. He's like, who do you think you are?
You know who I am?
Do you see my Yuzong? Do they ban your heroes or they ban my heroes?
We ban your hero, SaSa. You think you're good at Harith? Blue side ban. I think that you know, Smooth overall phenomenal player as he is good at communicating with the rest of his team at the very least, right? The fact that the Spear of Destruction landed right on time when he decides to go on the Furious Dive with the Petrify to set it all up for him to get SaSa in that fight. A lot of things just went well for KGE. And the only way I'm using this as a litmus test.
Sure.
If Sutsujin is 2 levels ahead of his of the enemy jungler, that's how you know that KGE is playing well as a team.
Yeah.
That's how you know that Deto was skilled the Lord. Secured the Lord, yeah.
That's the thing. I don't know how Deto gets it every single time. With like instead of a Vexana, with a Nana, he still somehow stole the Lord, like, or the turtle. It was like, how? Like, why? How? Shouldn't he be like
okay.
retry, easy retry?
Remember the situation where Smooth pulled SaSa aside? Now SaSa and Smooth is pulling Sutsujin aside. It's like, yo, we imported you. You're here to do this one thing.
Retry for Deto to secure it.
You have one job. I mean, to be fair, it's a hard job to do. To be fair, it's a very hard.
It's a difficult job to do until Deto goes up to Sutsujin. It's just like, you listen here, buddy.
It's not that hard.
Him aside. It's one big chain of people bullying each other.
This is KGE style. They pull someone to the side. It's like, yo, who do you think you are?
Hey, think about it, right? This is a King's Empire. All 5 of them are kings here. They all have their own egos. They have to sit at a round table and have like discussions before passing through emotion, man.
It's like okay, get in. Having these conversations, like, you know, it's like, hey SaSa, how you doing? And then when no one's here, it's like, yo SaSa, how you doing?
He picks him up and pushes him against the locker. It's just like, give me your lunch money.
Yeah, everyone's voice just becomes deep. It's like, yo, where's the divine judgment?
As soon as SaSa leaves, Smooth gets pushed up against the locker by Sutsujin. He's just like, where's my black dragon form? Now let's go into our little highlights here. Official gaming phone brought to you by the Republic of Gamers. Throughout this match, right, I would have expected a lot more fights to actually occur towards Todak. To be fair, I do think that they were expecting a lot of fights, but I was expecting Todak to cut the resources off from Smooth, right? Start attacking the enemy jungle from their side, pull Smooth to help their jungler Sutsujin, and then look to collapse on him during that mid rotation. Like, I was expecting moves like that from Todak, but we didn't get to see any.
You know, seeing that play just now, like when Smooth went in for the die, he should have technically died. It was SaSa who went in, saved the day, and got a stun off the 2 men, and then allowed Smooth to actually survive that fight, which is insane.
I mean, like, he attacked the turret when he should have been attacking the person, but at least we can say one thing. His Spear of Destruction has been on point. Like, if we're going to talk about anything, is that his use of the Moskov, the ult, has been on point. It's very destructive.
Yep, definitely has hit more people with the Spirit of Destruction when played on SaSa rather than than his opponent Jizo. But with that being said, that concludes our very first best of 5. We now have KGE up against SRG for tomorrow, and that's going to be another best of 5. Every game here is a best of 5. Our next game, though, RSG versus Team Hawk. Winner takes on the Homeboys tomorrow.
One thing to note, the SRG KGE game, like starting it up a bracket here, they have an extra life. So even if KGE lost, they have another chance. So because of this win, KGE will be playing the minimum until Saturday.
That's pretty much it, the reason why they have these play-ins, right? They have to fight for their chance to have a second life later on. So I think that's a sigh of relief for KGE to adapt here. So even if SRG wins them, they can still find ways to improve if they go down low bracket. But again, what am I talking about? Like, who wants to lose in this game? Like, you want to win every single one to be called the champion, right? In this case, King Empire, they're one step closer, but still, it wasn't an easy battle for them, to be honest.
No, it really hasn't. That's why, you know, MPL MY playoffs specifically is a dangerous time to be putting your guest coins on the line, because you never really know who's going to be coming out alive. And better yet, guessing the score of the matches, especially in the best of 5, has never been easy. More so now. But coming up next, we have RSG up against Team Hawk. Boys, what do you think? What are your thoughts about it?
Actually, before that, I wanted to bring back to the interview.
Oh.
Now that I remembered it. Remember Rose asking for me? It's like, so what do you think is the kill score going to be? And then for me, it's like, oh, we're going to give him at least 1 kill. Just to, you know, make them feel good about themselves.
Yeah.
And then ended up they did not have a single kill.
Yeah, that was 9 kills too much.
That backfired.
That did not age well.
That did not
as
age
he wanted. Formaze, man, maybe he needs to become a caster one day. He's already got the curse. With that being said, keep in mind, RSG versus Team Hawk for our upcoming match. We are going to go on a short break in just a little bit. So final words for this, to wrap this all up between KGE and as well as Todak.
To be honest here, 3rd place can beat 6th place. I don't know, anything can happen.
No. 6th place beat
6th place beat 3rd place.
Yeah.
All right, yeah, my bad. And now,
Numbers is difficult.
4 versus 5. Who's going to be the better one? Is it going to be 4 or is it going to be 5? I don't know.
It's placement, not the amount of people. If 5 people going up against 4, that's it. But yeah.
Well,
let's go to a break.
It looks like we're going to go into a break. With that being said, we'll catch you guys back right after these messages for more Mobile Legends action. We'll see you then.
Nice. Go slow ini. Ya, ya. Fedrin di gua. Gua tak sampai. Aman itu, bisa mati dia itu. Hati-hati dia itu. Nice banget. Mati gua. Ada barudak. Sini. Lep. Flicker siapa? Itu. Moskow mati. Orang. Nice. Lan. Udah barudak. Lo. Turretnya free guys, turretnya bisa di-hit itu. Bisa di-hit. Nice. Gua mati. Apa. Nice guys. Hero. Don't bisa get skill ya. Go. I have now. They coming in. Hey, go. I want man. Itu blinker. Nice. Agak mundur. Gas. Fokus mundur guys. Roger. Nice. Take my dash. 2 seconds. Nice. Go back. Nice. Fight. Hero. Tidak. Mid. Paramilati. Ayo bolting. Yeah, we have Florida guys. Teaming guys. Wow! Mama! Raiden. Mati udah, gak ada talip. Let's.
Berminat untuk mengetahui info lanjut mengenai prestasi pemain dan jadi sebahagian daripada MPL Malaysia? Layari laman rasmi MPL Malaysia sekarang. Ayo kita bersama menaikkan mutu MLBB di Malaysia. Jangan terlepas kemas kini Liga Academy rasmi MLBB Malaysia, MAL Malaysia. Ikuti semua platform rasmi kami. Ayo sokong MAL Malaysia musim pertama. Ikuti semua platform rasmi. Semua peminat dan penyokong dijemput ke arena MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 di Serdang. Anda berpeluang berjumpa dengan pemain kegemaran anda, kumpul tanda tangan eksklusif dan sertai kempen Fan of the Season.
Interested in knowing more about player performance and be a part of MPL Malaysia? Visit the website of MPL Malaysia's #1 Esports League for the latest news and league updates. Don't miss out on updates from the official MLBB Malaysia Academy League, MAL Malaysia. Follow all our official platforms. All fans are invited to the MPL Malaysia Season 13 Arena in Serdang. You will get a chance to meet your favorite players, get exclusive autographs, and join the Fan of the Season campaign.
Versus satu Skylar can you do it? Dan Albert di sana ternyata harus hilang. Fight as long gets instantly shot down by the Blazing Duet, as well as the Electro final blow. This is going to be easy cleanup for Todak as most of the apat yun, pero nasipa din siya yung ninakaw na sipa. Buhay pa rin ang 41! Backline already, and they're running for the lines, gunning it. David trying to drag the members of RSG right underneath the turret. It's not enough though. Gray coming all the way in, he cleans it all the way up. Just no way for him to run. Just
kita kata ada satu warrior weapon di Malaysia membuat pergerakan dari Liga tuh lalu benar-benar slow. Rafanya sudah tumbang.
Nikmati jago 5G untuk gaming sepantas kilat dengan Hotlink Prepaid 5G. Internet 5G tanpa had dengan kelajuan 5G tanpa batas untuk layan gaming tanpa gangguan. Nikmati latensi rangkaian 5G terunggul dan gameplay termantap sepanjang malam. Semuanya hanya RM32 sebulan dengan 20% cashback. Dapatkan sekarang.
Yo, kenapa tergesa-gesa? Tak boleh tunggu kejap ke? Sama-sama. Bertahanlah. Awak nak mati kat sini ke? Kalau saya hilang kawan, bunuh saya tanpa lupa. Itu tugas saya.
Mestilah.
Confirm mantap, confirm lah Nescafe.
Kami akan bantai Barakuda.
paling tak boleh lupa time minta maaf?
I have no idea with that. Maybe
Masih ingat banyak ah.
Nak cerita buruk ke nak cerita baik
Betul adalah macam konflik sikit, macam saya bergaduh dengan mak saya kan, nak masuk e-sport. Sampaikan saya kenal rumah.
Aku ada terbaca lah orang cakap, ni dah rasti teruk lah, dah boleh pergi kerja kilang lah. tapi ya, aku okey je sebenarnya. Yang video aku viral nangis-nangis apa semua tu, itu bukan sebab aku kecewa dengan kecaman orang apa semua, tak ada. Kecaman netizen semua aku tak kisah pun. Semua tu like aku disappointed dengan aku punya performance je. Dengan apa yang aku bagi, apa yang hard work yang aku put. Tapi end up performance aku macam tu lah. Sebab aku tahu orang-orang yang komen apa semua, diorang tak tahu pun apa yang terjadi. Diorang nampak daripada luar, diorang tak tahu apa yang dalam. Macam ibarat kita tengok bola, dia ni passing tu betul lah. Kita bukan tahu, kita bukan join training pun. Kenapa Harry Maguire main setiap minggu? Kita tak tahu pun dalam training dia macam mana.
Pergaduhan yang paling risau, perit dan pedih lah kan. Kita tak ada cakap apa-apa, cuma waktu tu MPL Season 6 di mana Todak tak ada kalah lagi best of 3. Waktu tu pressure dia sangat besar sebab orang semua mengharapkan kita menang daripada regular season sampai habis. And waktu tu masing-masing pelik gameplay dia. Pelik gila kan. Macam timing tak kena. Pakai hero pun pelik-pelik. And dengan pressure apa semua pun bengang. Mental, ketuk meja, kata kita main apa benda ni kan. Waktu tu nak play off dah. Tak silap pun lagi 2 hari dah nak play off season 6. Kalau korang main macam ni, better aku pergi main dengan parti-parti Indo joki apa semua kan. Lagi bagus daripada aku main dengan korang kan. Biasalah kan, kita bekerja as a team, as a kumpulan kan. So kalau tak gaduh tu bukan team lah maksudnya kan. So bila habis tu dah macam biasa je lah. Basically kita orang gaduh macam tu je. Dia tak ada lebih-lebih sebab try to be professional lah. Try to not take it personal sebab in the end of the day kita nak kena bermain dengan orang tu juga kan.
The M3 lah for me seriously is so hard for me. The M3. Until now I still cannot forget about it. Just like we scream, we rustic. I think for the 2 days already, almost 12 game like that. And then I score to Zaim, I score to everyone, and then we almost want to fight like that. But after that, I still think I'm correct like that, but I didn't say sorry to Zaim and semua like that. I feel so bad. Until now, like that. I cannot forget. I think this one moment also.
Have you ever made someone cry?
I think a lot this one. Actually, it's a lot. I feel that so bad on this. Every season I think quite because of me, because of pressure. I pressure him a lot to cover me to become a best rider. My bad, sorry. I tank.
Saya adalah minta maaf dengan ibu saya sampai saya melutut. Sampai saya melutut dah saya minta maaf dengan dia sebab ya kan ibu kita kan nak yang terbaik untuk kita kan. Tapi mungkin sebab dia tak nampak lagi lah masa tu game tu macam boleh buat duit. Dia fikir macam masa tu game tu hanya main untuk hiburan, macam bermasa. Tapi bila saya start yang ni yang sebelum ni saya start tier 2 tu, saya dah start macam menang tournament. Dan tu dengan RTZ kan. Saya menang tournament dapat duit. Dan tu baru dia dah macam dia dah start support so slow lah. Dia start support. Kira dia macam penyemangat saya lah untuk teruskan dalam e-sport lah.
Untuk yang memaafkan orang yang dengki dengan EJ. Dengki tu maksudnya dia sampai buat sesuatu, sampai menutup perut nasi EJ sendiri. Tapi EJ tetap memaafkan orang tu. Itu yang paling besar.
Bagi saya banyaklah salah dengan Airi sebab masa kat RSG season 10 saya banyak marah dia buat dia nangis lah sebab saya tak suka sikap dia. Dan sebab saya terasalah sampai sekarang benda yang saya buat tu salah, tapi saya mungkin ego tak minta maaf dan sekarang baru saya rasalah saya sebagai senior saya tak sepatutnya buat macam tu lah kat dia masa kat RSG. Dan saya terharu sebab masa tak ada orang ingat saya, ambil saya, dia yang cari saya dan try saya untuk ke tim hak. Yalah, saya banyak buat salah kat dia tapi dia masih ingat saya dan saya nak berterima kasih lah dekat Iris sebab bagi saya peluang lagi untuk ke pro scene ni.
Actually, after the game, I will apologize to them. Just like, because I thinking just like I want to win only. Because for my positive, everything is I want to win. I want to improve myself. I want to improve the tank. But I never care about the people feeling anything like that. So, 我可能不太善于怎样去道歉，但是我会用我的行动证明我的道歉方式是对的。
Aku tak rasa semua orang boleh macam aku untuk minta maaf sebab bagi aku kalau kita minta maaf ni kita dah lepas satu tanggungjawab. Aku dah rasa satu kepuasan. Macam even benda tu bukan salah aku, especially salah aku akan minta maaf. Sebab aku tahu kebanyakan manusia ni dia tak nak minta maaf. So aku minta maaf. Sebab benda tu simple lah, dua perkataan minta maaf tapi tak semua orang boleh buat.
I think even Ducky himself is very vocal about this. They wanted to lose, actually. They wanted to eventually lose against a team because...
Pro players put in so much time that I've seen videos that Keyboy's hand is shaking and everything like that. Like he's moving his head like very frantically, you know, that kind of motion.
You know, like I think sometimes we get very caught up in the, you know, Indonesian pride, Malaysian pride, North America pride, Philippines pride, when the reality is like the org just wants to win. You know, that's like the org. It's more of like Team Hawk pride, RSG pride. You know, that's where the management is coming from. It's like I think last year we saw the rise of just MLBB globally.
Oh yeah.
We saw the downfall of NA.
No, don't put it that way.
My bad. We're just on equal terms with Malaysia now.
Hey, come on. Okay. Power Gazer. Masa untuk tamatkan semua ni. Jangan. Saya kena.
Awak tak mampu berlawan. Macam manalah pelayanan agaknya.
Awak patutnya bunuh saya.
Ya, tapi ini hari bertuah awak.
This will sting. You have my word.
Berminat untuk mengetahui info lanjut mengenai prestasi pemain dan jadi sebahagian daripada MPL Malaysia? Layari laman rasmi MPL Malaysia sekarang. Ayo kita bersama menaikkan mutu MLBB di Malaysia. Jangan terlepas kemas kini Liga Academy rasmi MLBB Malaysia, MAL Malaysia.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Hey, hey, hey. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star.
gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Hey.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rock star. Yeah.
Rock star?
Hey. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win. On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to be the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star.
MPL Malaysia Season 13 is powered by Moonton. Enjoy a superior 5G network and lightning-fast gaming experience only with our official mobile internet hotlink. A big shout out to ROG Phone 8, the official gaming phone, for keeping our players at the top of their game. Grind on with Nescafe to keep your gaming spirit going. Thank you to all of our sponsors and partners for your support in MPL Malaysia Season 13. Welcome back. Day one here at the MPL MY. Season 13 continues here on the English broadcast. We've already seen one team make it through the play-ins and another team bowing out of the tournament overall after having an impressive regular season, but all is up in the air here at the playoffs. My name is Gideon Q. This is Icy Baby 1-2, and as well as LaFell here at the desk to accompany me for this upcoming game. It's going to be Team Hop up against RSG, and well, knowing both of their backgrounds here, personally for me, I mean, it should be a pretty easy RSG win. They did win the last time, so convert it?
I don't know, man. RSG's my boys, right? I want them to win, but at the same time, Team Hawk, I'm pretty sure they understand where they stand right now, right? Over 500 days where Team Hawk couldn't get a victory over RSG. I'm pretty sure if at any time they want to get a win, it's today.
Yeah, and at the same time as well, I feel like there is so much to actually talk about here. There's so much backstory that's happening between both these two teams here. But of course, before we talk about the teams here, we have to talk about the device that they're using on stage here. And of course, they are dominating the MLBBs with spectacular gameplay via ROG Phone 8, the king of performance, your ultimate gaming phone. So with this phone, they're able to play at the top level gameplay. And so far, personally, you're an RSG guy. I like Iris's gameplay because he has been very, very flashy. And without this phone, he can't do it at all.
I mean, this is pre RSG when Iris was part of the lineup, or post RSG once he's Team Hawk.
Now with Hawk.
Now with Hawk. Okay, impressive. But one thing that connects us all together is the Republic of Gamers. So thank you once again for being the official phone sponsor, making sure that our professional players and maybe some of us who are lucky enough to have an ROG 8 to be playing in our tip-top form. Speaking of consistency, just like the ROG Phone 8, I think we have to talk about the consistency of both Team Hawk as well as RSG. I felt like for a majority of those 6 weeks in the regular season, we didn't see some real identity, just that. Standout players, yes, but no real identity.
The thing about Team Hawk is that we have to look at the roster that they're bringing in today, right? Is it Lexiel playing or...
that's a good point.
Right? Is Lexiel playing or is it Maima that's playing? That's number one. Number two, we've been looking at the Snapdragon Pro Series, and unfortunately, they haven't been playing well, right? Team Hawk hasn't been really doing well.
Yeah, it could have been better, right? It definitely could have been better in other tournament performances, but first, we're going to be shouting out the Exorcist skins. Now, the first two was already out, and we were very happy to see Yutong come into play, but now, it's Granger, and as well as Hayabusa. Once more, the Exorcist series returns, bringing forth an extraordinary dub of Exorcists, each distinct in their essence. One burdened by great evil, former yearns for the light, while the other, an Exorcist possessing the ability to seal tainted power in his body. Amidst this intricate web, the question lingers, how shall they forge their own destinies?
Yeah, and
that's a cool story.
I didn't realize they had so much more. I may have underestimated how much more there actually was.
Yes.
To be honest, when we talk about the skins as well here, like Hayabusa was something that I feel like should be making a comeback into this game here, considering that they've improved a lot of the jungle into this current meta itself, right? Like tank jungler is still kind of popular in first series, but again, it's the two teams we're talking about. But I'm very surprised that I've not seen a single Hayabusa again. Maybe one or... No, I don't think we saw a single Hayabusa game in just the entire regular season as well.
I don't think so.
I feel like Hayabusa would really, really stand out in this current patch alongside with Julian in this particular patch.
Well, maybe if they got the same buffs as they did with the Gushin, max health and speed damage, right? Turn that for Hayabusa's passive. Maybe that's what it takes to really put him back in the position that he used to be in.
Well, either ways, do you want to see the players?
I do want to see the players.
Do you want to see the players?
Yep.
I think at this point, we might as well just invite both of them up on stage because we want to see who's playing for today.
RSG MY.
Still a strong contender for the title, the Malaysian Raiders are looking to chase their second trophy after 6 seasons. With their strongest lineup deployed, they are poised to continue their momentum into the playoffs. Presenting the impressive RSG Malaysia!
Team Hawk.
From glory to setback, and now back on the rise, they clinch the trophy in their debut season, but faltered after. Now, they're ready to chase their dream once more. With this run, possibly their last shot is none other than Yibambi Team Hawk! Now introducing both the coach as well as the analyst for both teams, as well as head of League Ops, Cedric, who will ensure fair play and professional integrity of the match. Coming in for RSG's coach Sora, and for Team Hawk, it's Coach Wright. And the analyst for this game is going to be Matt Dales. So no reaction?
With introductions to both of these teams already, who are you supporting? Is it going to be Prime RSG we've all been hearing about throughout the entirety of the regular season, or is it going to be Yi Bambi for Team Hack this time round?
I support Beehive, Coach Behave instead, if he's going to be playing here.
No.
Let's not talk about the past. Behave is not with us anymore.
Yeah,
I mean, he's still alive. It's not an MPL Malaysia.
Phrasing.
Dude, I mean, look, I'm the kind of guy that speaks first, thinks about it later, okay?
Yeah.
He's still alive, don't worry.
He's still around, don't worry, he's still around. But with that being said, let's have a quick look here. Because first off, the true nemesis. Did you know that it's been 586 days since Team Hawk last defeated RSG? That's been more than a year. This is since Season 10.
Dude.
Feeling old now, bro?
No, you think this is impressive? I've known people that have been single way longer than this.
What?
Shout outs to everyone that's been single more than 586 days.
Yeah, what about kids from 1 year old to 10 years old? That's definitely more than that,
They
right?
don't count.
Hey,
in Malay, we say kena balik dulu. What does it mean? They have to be mature first?
Okay. They have to hit puberty.
It's like, yes. You have to hit the age where you can get circumcised first, then it counts.
Yes, it's a cultural thing. Don't question it. But that being said, right, again, I brought this up before, but the consistency of both of these teams have been a little up and down. Some have been a little bit more impressive than most, and I think that Team Hawk has definitely showed that their hero pool is a little bit more implemental in this current meta compared to previously. But even for RSG, it kind of depends on whether your boy in the mid lane does well.
Let's talk about the rocks of each team, right? Izanami has been good for RSG, and Iris has been very good for Team Hawk. It's just that everyone else has to make sure that they're on the same level.
Well, speaking about everybody else here, right? We're going to focus on Iris and as well as RIPPO first. Let's do match band for band here and compare the stats.
Before that, shout outs to RIPPO. Congratulations, he just got married. Shout outs to you. Sorry, can't make it to your wedding. We got stuff going on that.
I definitely think that's one of those things you say to his face rather than on broadcast.
Yeah, you don't say.
Are you going to send him the clip later?
Yeah.
Okay.
No. You know what? DJ Y, send the clip to RIPPO.
Wow.
I apologize. We can't make it to his wedding.
Shout out to you, RIPPO, in case you end up actually seeing this. But coming back to the stats, so far it looks like Iris has got him beat, right? To be fair, RIPPO hasn't been playing too many games. Yeah, he previously was Kaiser. RIPPO has only gotten, what, 2 full series, 1.5 series. Like in total amount of games, it's like what, 2 games?
No, I would say that RIPPO is 3 games.
3 games.
3 games down of everyone else. Like for 3 games, Kaiser's playing, the rest RIPPO.
Yeah,
playing.
the rest all RIPPO playing as well. Yeah, and let's talk a little bit more on the rosters here for RSG because I'm more curious on Team Hawk later on here. But now introducing the rosters here, we have Izanami, RIPPO, Loleo, Vinogo, and Stone to start things off for RSG MY.
So now this is a time where we can talk about pillars. IGL going over to Storm, it looks like his engagement calls have been very on point, but really it feels like if Izanami doesn't do well, the whole team doesn't do well.
Yeah, and the reason why I say Izanami is the pillar, and even though Storm is the in-game leader, but we don't know what kind of Storm is playing because it really depends on what Sora gives him, right? Because we've seen him on Engagers and we've seen him on Enchanters, and he can definitely play both. But because he's playing so many styles, you don't really have one solid style of Storm that can dominate any kind of gameplay.
I mean, that sounds like a really good idea, especially when you're up against Team Hawk, who seem a little bit more methodical about these types of things, right? Especially when it comes down to the draft. In-game leader going over the Sakin, but let's also introduce Noir, Maima, Iris, and as well as Janice. Now, speaking of these pillars, Iris was a big standout for you, Mr. Terrence Icy Baby 1-2.
Icy Baby 12.
Icy Baby 12. And I think that he's definitely grown as a player.
You know, I agree. Like, I feel like the biggest difference between Team Hawk as well as RSG MY is that on the micro aspect of gameplay here for Team Hawk, Iris really stands out the most. But in terms of overall macro, RIPPO really does it a little bit better compared to Iris. But, of course, I think earlier today as well, you guys also brought out that Team Hawk in the recent tournament as well hasn't been doing well. And personally, I feel there's nothing really wrong with Maima, Iris, and Noir. I feel like Janice has had a very, very big hit here, especially in the most recent tournament. His retribution hasn't been on point, and he has been suppressed really, really hard as a jungler, especially in this new patch. So I hope that he's found his way, because right now it's playoffs time and it's do or die for them.
I mean, if I can put something in regards to the coaches, right? there's philosophy for Sora as well as Coach Wright, where Coach Wright, he's been on record by saying that he loves to implement unorthodox picks. That's why we've seen, especially in the jungle, a lot of weird picks coming up. And Sora, he's a team fight kind of guy. Whenever he coaches any team, the team fight is going to be cleaner than before he came into the team.
Oh, so this is like selecting a little legend in Magic Chess itself. This is like a general overall idea that you have in mind before you get into the game. Okay, that adds up, right? But let's talk to the keys about the keys to victory, right? RSG, improve early game laning and rotations. Boy, we've definitely seen some throws for the first 8 minutes of the game sometimes. After that, Team Hawk must weather the storm by disrupting RSG's mid-trio, and finally, always have a late-game insurance policy, something we've seen both RSG and Team Hawk not have.
Risky for RSG. Lolio's the kind of guy that plays the goalie like an EXP.
Yeah.
So he can deal the damage, but sometimes he takes too much damage.
Well, so far, when it comes to Lolios, he's the guy that will actually try to start the fight or set up a play rather than waiting for your teammates to actually start a play, right? So I think in this season itself, RSG MY has kind of lost that late game that they have been known for in their identity from previously. But whereas Team Hawk, I think Saken is a very, very good player. But of course, now let's take a look at what RSG has to say about this upcoming match.
Yang korang expect yang kita orang akan lebih perform dekat regular season disebabkan kita orang baru menang Kohai, especially bila kita orang menang against SRG dekat Kohai iaitu 4-3. Tapi disebabkan kita orang terlampau selesa dan kita orang tak fokus untuk improve lebih jauh, disebabkan itulah kita orang momentum kita orang drop. So semua orang tahu kita orang ada kekangan, kita ada dalam worst situation dekat early seasons, tapi kita orang dapat bangkit dekat late season. Kita orang cuba untuk perform lebih baik dekat late season and kita orang still dapat berjaya lah untuk buktikan dekat orang yang even kita orang early season drop, kita orang still boleh bounce back to the late season, and I think that if we keep our momentum, we will achieve more win in playoff.
Kami nak buktikan kepada semua orang yang kami masih lagi boleh melawan dekat turnamen internasional dan bagi fight lah dekat situ. Kepada Lexia dan Iris, jomlah kita enjoy perlawanan playoff nanti. Kita akan lihat siapa yang akan menang pertandingan itu.
Untuk tim H, lagi-lagi untuk Maima lah, walaupun Maima baru masuk ke tim H, jangan anggap kuat sangat lah, sebab kita orang akan tabrak korang juga.
I like the tone that RIPPO went in. He's like, I'm just gonna tell you guys straight up, you know, like I love you guys. Don't think you guys are that strong because we're gonna hit you anyways.
I think that's a much better statement compared to last season where didn't make
it. Congrats. They got married as well.
Nice.
Oh,
look at it.
Yeah,
look at these boys. All
Min
going
and
into
Felsa.
Min and Felsa.
Everyone's getting married.
That's the meta. That's what we've been noticing. It's been the meta for a lot of these pro players, and it's great to see them from turning
I just got
boys to
married.
men. You got married as well.
Congratulations
Wait,
to you. Yeah, he got married earlier.
Karakuri
You
also
were there.
got married.
Yeah, Karakuri also just got married. Mars is getting married soon.
Mars is getting. This is a meta. This is a BM meta.
Milo as well.
Yeah.
And
Chamilo just got
Sunfrost
married
as well.
Sunfrost just got engaged.
Yeah. Everyone's getting married.
Oh man. Two different worlds as we're getting right into
It's your turn,
drafting.
Gideon.
Hey, let's not go there. Drafting phase.
Hey, you know what?
Get locked in.
Take your time.
If you guys don't see me tomorrow, you know exactly why. 7 more seconds as we try to get into this game. It's time to draft here. This is Tournament Lives. Can they qualify for the playoffs right here, right now, as we go straight into the drafting phase?
Now, seeing how the draft is coming in here, I'm a little bit more worried for how Team Hawk is going to be playing, right? Like, when it comes to new rosters, it takes time to build a little bit of chemistry. And the best part is we were able to take a sneak peek on how Team Hawk drafts earlier this week before the patches as well. So I think RSG MY has a very, very clear indication on how they want to shut down here. May it be Genesis Hero or going to be shutting down on Saken's playstyle. But so far, knowing Saken, he's been leaning on his Nathan a little bit more. So I'm really surprised that RSG MY did not ban this.
They want the low yi.
Oh,
Want that low yi.
for Izanami?
Yeah, for Izanami, man.
Okay, one thing that I do have to say, he's my boy.
He's your boy.
But he can't use Louis.
God, man, he really is your boy, I guess.
No, because every single time they let him use Louis, it's like, okay, 1D, his name. We're gonna trust you with this, right? It's like, I got you. Bet. Every single time he used diversions, they die. He's like, we can do this, we can do this, we can do this, and then it's like, and then when dies, like, sorry guys.
I thought this was a rank game experience. I thought you were going on a duel with your boy, and
Like,
he's just throwing.
They're like, you gotta try to shot call. I was like, you know what? You want me to shot call? Bet. We also always die. It's like, why do you call for the fight? It's like, oh, I thought we got it.
Oh, this girl came all the way from Indonesia to come and watch MPL MY. That's sick. Hey, welcome. Welcome.
I respect that. I respect that a lot. Welcome to MPL MY. Now the first picks are already in. It's going to be Moscow.
Our foot is better, by the way.
All right. I don't want to start a war just yet. It's only the first day. This is like a day 3.
But like I don't mind starting a war with Singapore, but Indonesia, debatable.
I'm friends with the Indonesians, okay?
Okay.
Yo, Mirko.
Share a room with him, by the way.
Mirko. Nasi lemak kita orang lagi sedap.
Wait, you have nasi lemak there?
Hey man, let's not turn this into a bigger thing than it needs to be, because Yu Zong as well as Lo Yi just got locked in from the side of Team Hawk. 2 big power picks for the side of Team Hawk, in a matter of fact, in this brand new meta.
Yeah, honestly, this Lee is going to be big for Team Hawk. Maima is good when it comes to the macro plays. Like, he is one of the players that makes sure that he's always in a position that he doesn't get caught. And I feel like using a Luid, which is a lane bully, is going to be a very important part of how he plays the game. Deal enough damage without getting caught. Having the Yuzong as well already does a lot of mobility for Team Hawk.
I think based on what we've seen so far here, I really want to see how Storm is going to be playing here. Like, though they want to start things off with the Grok or even the Guinevere from him here, but at the same time, or even the Arlott to a certain degree, but no, they don't really pick Storm's hero here. They are going to go for the Fredrin as well as the Farsa instead. Okay.
So they're giving up. Well, no, I can't say that just yet, right? It's less about the Roger, more so they went for the Farsa this early on, knowing that there is a Yuzong pick, knowing that Lo Yi is going to show up in that lane.
He has cojones.
He's got that's
like,
for sure.
Yeah. It's like, oh, you got a Yuzong? I know what counters you. A Farsa. That's a lot of cojones.
Okay. But Team Hawk, they double down on Sakeng securing the Natan for this game. So no marksman bans for this upcoming game. It's going to be a battle for roamers as well as XP leaders.
I think so far,
for RSG,
these are just all strong power picks from the side of Team Hawk, right? I do think the Moskov into the Natan matchup is a little more Moskov favored because of the length of that Pierce. But generally, I think that RSG are going to forego the early phase of this game, maybe. Considering they haven't even picked up their EXP as well, that's something that Team Hawk could eventually set up for. But at the worst of all is that RSG, they could be playing a mid to late game composition, and if Team Hawk are, on fire today, this could be a very early game 1.
Let me just tell you guys, it might not be Moskov against Natan.
Oh?
It might be Farsa against Natan.
Oh.
Meaning, like, they will go in the lane, like Moskov and Natan on the lane, but the problem isn't going to be the Moskov, it's going to be the Farsa, because the Farsa, we got to remember, if the Natan gets caught, like, already using the entropy, that Farsa is going to hit like a truck, especially because the meta right now is to rush Holy Crystal, third item. Holy Crystal and Lightning Transient on a Farsa, that Natan is not going to survive for a very long time.
Man, it must be... That's got to be a lot of decisions that need to be made by a previous marksman player like Lolio's playing Farsa and the goal. I'm kidding, but I think that is the right idea to burst down your opponents, but it takes a really long time to get to that third item. Like, Holy Crystal ain't cheap.
Yeah, and again, third item means that you have to be snowballing in the early stage of the game for Turtle 1 and Turtle 2, right? First and second Turtle at least, maybe even a third Turtle to actually get to that stage. But I feel like Team Hawk, their biggest strength right now is having this Lo Yi on Maima, right? Like, every single time the divergence is up, there's 2 things he can do. 1, check bushes with the ultimate, or 2, just get a very, very hard drop on either the gold lane XP or whatever rotations that he wants to, which puts RSG in a spot where, what do I do?
I think finding that flank angle is going to be option number 1 rather than TPing right into their faces, right? Because I think RSG, they just want to play a traditional front to back. The fact that they're getting rid of the Minotaur, getting rid of the Florid, they want to ensure that these backliners aren't as safe as they think they are. So that way, maybe RSG could be looking for a flanker, but they know for a fact that that Farsa is definitely going to fall into range of that backline of Team Hawk.
Yeah, seeing Team Hawk right now, I think banning off Storm's comfort heroes is going to be the way to go, right? Like, I'm surprised the Grok is going to be let through, but Team Hawk, they prioritize on the Edith instead. So this is going to be a Edith roam coming in from Noir. Nothing super out of order. It's comfort picks coming for Team Hawk, but RSG MY, what is Storm going to play?
Here's the thing. We only see 4 picks for Team Hawk, but I'm actually favoring the draft here.
Yeah, I like
everything looks very solid, especially when it comes to the junglers. There's a lot that's still open. You can pick up the Akai, you can pick up the Barats, you can pick up the Baxia. So Team Hawk, they want to see everything else. Now that they've seen the export, now they have a better chance at understanding what kind of jungler that they want. Maybe they can go a little bit of damage if they want. Something like an Alpha, maybe?
Possibly. I think the Alpha
probably
might
not.
be
Probably
a little...
still about Rats, but just saying.
Yeah, that's the thing. The Alpha might be a little hard. It does require Alpha to walk into the range of the Feather Airstrike before he can get the Spear of Alpha off to cancel it out. Moskov can push him away. I think this is going to be an Akai angle.
Yeah, I feel like Akai is the safest here.
It's the safest. It's a lot of disruption. It can potentially punish this Grok if he loses his power of nature. You don't take too much damage from X-Borg. You can kind of like weave in and out of the fight, which is the most important thing. But no, they go for the damage option.
Okay.
I mean, I'm the Atlas for a reason, man.
That's true. That's true. Looks like Janice has been doing a lot of homework in these past 2 weeks to prepare for the playoffs. Alpha, this will be interesting because that means they can only move forward.
Well, seeing how this is happening as well here, I feel like Team Hawk is in a prime position to abuse the fact that Alpha, once level 4, level 8, he's going to be unkillable unless they have early endurances.
Yeah, I feel like the only thing that Team Hawk, they have a very clear window where they can attack non-stop. Because at one point, especially at level 12, the cooldown for the Spear of Alpha is non-existent. And then the moment that Natan gets the Holy Crystal, it's going to be much faster than the Farsa. So the mid-game for Team Hawk is so strong. Like, it's ugly how strong it is.
Yes. Well, let's see how they're going to be doing this here, because now it is going to be a do or die for both these teams. Game 1 of this best of 5 series here in MBSJ. This is going to be Team Hawk going up against RSG Malaysia for the title.
All right, let's see how they're going to play this out. Because again, these early resources are extremely limited, but it's kind of up for Team Hawk to just be the more proactive one, to look for that early snowball. And even for Stoem, faking it out, making it real difficult for Noir to pinpoint where exactly they started. He's already seen that orange buff, so he knows.
Yeah, the thing is, Storm is able to slow the mid lane. Not really slow the jungle, but able to slow down the mid lane. Lolio so far is doing a little bit of damage onto Saken. And honestly, I agree with Gideon when it comes to the early stages of the game. It is going to be the Moskov game. The Moskov will do well against the Natan.
That lane is over already. Saken already uses Purify, and now Lolios is a freeze underneath the turret. That lane is done for Saken.
That was going to be a difficult one for him, considering that now I was expecting more aggression coming from Storm, but knowing that there is the new patch coming in, so I'm guessing he's waiting after the 2-minute mark before he starts invading like he usually does as a Grok.
Yeah, I kind of feel like what he did is, again, he acts like he's trying to slow down the jungler so that whenever the mid as well as the roam comes over, he backs off. He's trying to slow down the mid duo, kind of what we saw in previous series, to make sure that Izanami has a better time farming up. Once Izanami gets level 4, then we can start to see Izanami moving around with Storm as well. For now, Storm just wants to slow down the mid trio, giving space for RIPPO, but more importantly, giving space to Loliel.
And Loliel's is taking full advantage of it. Saken able to find an effective trade back, evening out his score in that lane. So now that he's stabilized, all happening within 1.5 levels, now it's time for level 4, very first turtle, and we're expecting that Team Hawk should be able to get at least 1 kill off of that neutral fight.
Yeah, hold on, diversion coming in. Vinogo doesn't see this coming.
Oh, from behind, they find Vinogo. Here he comes. Petrify comes in. Chain combo all the way through. Even a feathered airstrike as well. That's going to be first blood in the hands of Team Hawk. But again, the insanity comes in. They will find Maima for their punishment here. Big wall charge coming in, but no retribution for Vinogo. Means Team Hawk secures it. And now Iris finds another one. Yu Jong to win the fights for Team Hawk.
Unfortunate indeed, but at least RIPPO didn't go down as well. That lane is definitely skewed, but at least it evens out. However, the people who did die, which in this case is going to be Maima, as well as Stoam, they should be able to recover in that lane. Maima, he's going to be a little slow on this push, right? It's 2 versus 1 for the most part when it comes down to that mid push. We haven't seen a big lane gang coming in from their mid laner just yet from the side of Team Hawk.
I feel like just now is a big wake-up call for RSG MY because for a second, they totally forgot what the lead does. And then after that, I'm pretty sure every single time they want to secure an objective, they got to double check. In fact, triple check every single push to make sure no funny business is going on.
Oh no, I've seen this happen as well. Noir focusing on Izanami, and at the same time, Lolios gets bursted down by Janus. Izanami will survive, but they've lost the gold laner here for RSG MY.
Good stuff from the side of Team Hawk, and I hope that they're actually going to utilize this tempo. They should be able to get full gold plating here for the side of Sakin, so he's going to be pretty topped up fairly fast, but at the same time, Janus now completing that War Axe, his clear speed has now been increased.
Yeah, the thing is, like I said, Team Hawk, non-stop aggression, but Maima.
No, hold that thought. Maima getting bursted down very quickly here. Janus tried to save a little bit more, but unfortunately misses the combo. Meanwhile, RSG MY, they're finally getting a little bit momentum to actually scale back to this game now.
Right now, it looks like they are able to secure the crab, but again, Team Hawk with this kind of draft, they are basically playing off of their ult cooldowns, right? The moment Maima has the diversion, he can go in because you're just waiting for the Louis, not really waiting for an Alpha. Alpha is always online. He's just like, you tell me to go, I'll go. You tell me to jump, I'll just ask how high.
How many more of those opportunities are they going to find for him? At this point, right, to get a setup like that, do you think Maima should ever be rotating through the river, or at this point, might as well just use the oil?
Well, bottom lane here, Divergent sending them bound bottom here. Sakin immediately gets a kill on Lolios. Nicely done here coming from Team Hawk. Meanwhile, middle lane, Turtle going to be up for opens. Now they're going to be trying to buy a little bit more time here with the Black Dragon so the rest of the team from Team Hawk can come into the fight. Storm almost losing his life here. Iris in the Elder form, but he's going to get bursted down. Mistakes were made. Storm with the big wall charge.
Oh!
Janus wins the trade. Vinogo gets bursted down. Team Hawk trades him off. And Sakin, he gets a solo kill on Lolios again. What?
Yep, this is looking great for the side of Team Hawk, winning on every single front. Yes, Iris gave up his life, but they still were able to find 2 kills back, one of which he didn't affect at all, and the other with the help of their jungler Janus, landing a good Spear of Alpha in time. For the most part, we've seen how these ganks have been pulled off, and it feels like RSG MY just a little unattentative.
Right now, RSG MY, they got to stop the bleeding somehow because 4,000 gold in 5 minutes, that's a lot. That is
too much.
That is a 1 item difference, right? And then looking at the gold difference here, roughly double of almost everyone. No, mostly just Sakin and Lolio. So they got to stop the bleeding somehow. And it's very difficult to do knowing that Maima could be at anywhere, at any part of the map, and then the Alpha, even just by himself, can dish out the damage. But at this point, because Sakin has won and he has over 2,000 gold over Lolio, he can start joining these fights because he already has... Dude, 2 items.
Yep.
2 items.
2 items 6 minutes into the game. 6 minutes, 10 seconds.
Oh, hold that thought for now. Divergent coming in. Okay. They didn't take it. They didn't take it. So Team Hawk, they have Janus here. Janus, he is going to hurt a little bit here. All he needs is just like at least catch 2 men with that ultimate. Someone is going to die. Feather Airstrike already expended. What? Okay.
Oh, no, it's okay. Because like I said, stop the bleeding. Don't put yourself in harm's way.
Yep. And the best way to do that, Feathered Airstrike, right? Truly puts you out of harm's way unless you're willing to commit for it. And I think that Team Hawk, at this point, just slowing down Vinogo's economy, right? Janus already a full level ahead of Vinogo. Can make it into 2 levels if he wants to, but there's just nothing to farm as of right now. And there's still plenty of tier 1s. That mid-tier 1 really annoying Team Hawk.
And right now, for Team Hawk, they should be a free turtle. Because I find it very difficult for RSG MY to actually get a steal here. But if they do, it's very impressive.
Oh, they have to do something now. Divergent down bottom. Conceal play. Looking for the catch. Noir missing the flicker. Black Dragon going to be zoning them off. They secure the turtle. But all those flashy moves only for a turtle. And RSG MY not committing.
Is there any consideration to actually go for the next time the Lord or the Turtle spawns to actually TP into the lane itself, right? Lane bush, and then after that go conceal to try for this flank.
For RSG or for Team Hawk?
For Team Hawk.
Oh, for Team Hawk, they could make any play right now. But to be fair, they kind of don't have to because they're at a point where they can force things out without really relying on it.
Oh, hold that thought because Storm now from behind with the wall charge. He's going to try and stop Janus here. They do find Vinogo instead, getting completely bursted down. And RSG MY not even retaliating this fight. And somehow Team Hawk is just snowballing even harder now. 5.6k, almost 6k. And RSG MY can't seem to do anything in this stage.
The thing is, you can't front-to-front team fight against Team Hawk. They have a Louis, they have an Alpha. And they even have an Atan with the second skill. He can jumble you up. So there's really no way for you to start a fight from the front. They got to find flank angles at this point. And with this kind of draft, it's actually not easy for you to find those flank angles.
It's really not. I think the only way they take a front to back is if Maima, Noir, and Janus just all happen to be in one spot, right? They're all lined up together. They all get hit by the initial engage coming in from Stoem, and then maybe something could happen. But at this point of time, a 6.6k lead is pretty significant, right? For RSG MY members, it means that Izanami is going to be very, very late on that Holy Crystal.
Yep, Divergent comes in, does scout out the members, but again, not committing to the play. And because of this, RSG MY, they saw that. They were like so afraid, and that split second backing off means that it's secure tier 2 up top.
Right now, honestly, with the draft that RSG MY have, this is a very difficult position to be in, man. Like, you don't have a lot of outs for this one. The only thing is, maybe Loliel gets 3 items, gets a good Spear of Destruction onto Saken or Maima, and then he can try to 1v5, but it's easier said than done, because for him to get to those kind of items, it's not gonna be good. And Saken now having the Holy Crystal, the front line is not gonna be a front line.
Yeah, they're gonna melt so quick unless Saken makes like a significant mistake. Oh,
Noir now going for the flicker play, and Iris from under as well going for the black. They're gonna zone them off, and guess what? Objective is key, and Team Hawk secures the lot because of this play. But Divergent up top here. Well, looks like they're going for efficient farming for Saken.
Yeah, just managing the wave because at this point, you don't have to really do anything fancy, right? 7,000 gold lead. Saken already hit his power spike. Don't need to make any risky moves.
Yeah.
You don't have to take fights that you don't have to take because at this point, it's on RSG MY. It's not on Team Hawk, right? Team Hawk can just walk, attack, and then RSG MY, they're the one that has to respond.
That's a good point here. Let's see what are the main conditions, right? Feathered Airstrike, Wild Charge. Those are the big ultimates that we're waiting to see.
Well, in this case, are they going to be able to set this up though? With the Lord collapsing really soon, Team Hawk, they will have the Black Dragon soon up on Iris. And once that's up, RSG MY has to find a way to stop this.
I think this should be like a guaranteed inhibitor, right? Like they've got the resources to fight for it if necessary.
Yep, concealed play comes in. Janus, you know, they do bait out the Feathered Airstrike for now, but the Lord is still standing relatively healthy. Saken looking for the play. Oh, Noir tries to go for dive as well. Same goes for Janus. They try to go to collapse. Logo getting bursted down. Eventually gets taken down by Maima. They take the tier 1 and they get a free B 5-man alive for Hawk, and RSG MY got hit and got ran over.
If I was RSG MY, I would think of game number 2. Because I feel like you really got to look at the draft. As much as I love Izanami on a Farsa, going up against, using a Farsa against a Yuzong that you've already seen, I don't know, man. It doesn't feel good.
It really doesn't. It really, really doesn't. Like, this is a difficult game for RSG MY in so many factors. The areas of which they are strongest at, they weren't able to make it last. And Team Hawk, so far, has been outplaying them from laning to even these team fights. The snowball lead doesn't seem to be going anytime soon unless we see a huge mistake from the side of Team Hawk. And I don't see that happening. Like, Saken, nothing really threatens him unless we see him, like, get caught up by 3 people in a single wild charge. Or maybe Vinogo is able to catch 3. One or the other. And even then, that's under the assumption that Izanami has enough damage to one-shot him in that first rotation.
You know, this is a very sad situation for RSG MY fans and even themselves right now, because Team Hawk right now, look at Saken's item. This is an item where we normally see Saken kind of into the later stage of game, but for him to get it this early, I don't know if they can even tank his damage right now.
I mean, can't, right?
But Nogo and Stome only have 1 item. Only have 1 completed item in 12 minutes.
To take their time here. For the most part, I do want to see Saken do it again, just like blow through him.
Is that a instant replay for that?
Nah.
No.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah, don't think too much about it.
Let's just have fun.
Yeah, just have a good time.
Yeah, have a good time. This is an amazing game. So, Okay, so right now Team Hot, they still have a lead, 5k gold lead. But at this point, everyone's topped off, right?
Yeah.
Because at this point, I'm pretty sure Storm and Vinogo have at least 3 items. So now they're a little bit tanky. And now we see that Team Hot, they're not as confident as they were in the early stages of the game. Now, we don't see a lot of uber aggressive movements coming in from them.
I mean, to be fair, Team Hawk is not known for like being uber aggressive. They know how to chase down kills. They generally have a shape of the fight that they have in mind before they go in. But the big problem now is that they've been punished for their hesitancy. You gave us so many opportunities to actually hold out our high ground defense, and now you're going to have to pay the price.
Yeah, and on top of it all, they bought enough time to get immortalities up on RIPPO, as well as I think Izanami has one, Vinogo has one as well, so that's going to be a little bit of a big problem here. Team Hawk drops it out here, made a little bit of mistake. Fighter airstrike comes in, Izanami forced to cancel immediately because of the Black Dragon. Iris still looking to try and peel against RSG MY, but no value at all. But Luleo's from the sides, he's going to get caught up. Purify comes in, it's again. No! The wall charge from Storm stops them all, and now Team Hawk, they're losing too much health. They need to run 1 HP survival, and same can be said for RIPPO. And they trade at a narrowly near-death experience. No one is dying. Now, even with the divergence, they're trying to kill RIPPO. No one has died. Everyone almost dying here. 5 men alive for all 2 teams. Wow.
What a fine line. What a fine line that was in RSG. They're not done with it just yet, right? Even concealing back to regain the position lost against Team Hawk, especially with the Lord already up. What a fight that was.
And it looks like he's going to continue because the Lord is restarting because no one died. Okay. And now they got RIPPO.
Take 2, no battle spells up on Immortality, on Lolios, but RIPPO now going to be dived on. Iris looking for the finish, going to get a kill. But from the back lines as well, Lolios finds Maima, but no, actually Maima survived, and he's going to make a run for it. He actually diverged out of there. But now the Lord comes in, Saken secures the Lord. And interesting now, Lolio is stranded. 4v1, can he survive? No, he cannot. Saken gets the kill. Team Hawk, they will survive. And guess what? What an outplay from Maima.
Excuse me, what happened?
Yeah, I mean, Lolios almost made the super play of a lifetime there.
Maima diverged into the into RSG MY's purple buff.
Dude, I mean, like, Maima, like, I think he used all of his luck in that one play.
Yeah, he did. He really did, because Team Hawk are now running down with the Lord to close out this game. No more third chances.
Well, Storm now losing his life fairly quickly. Lolio's 20 seconds on the sidelines. Vinogo trying to clear off the minions, but it's not good enough. Team Hawk takes Game 1 with a series of jabs, but eventually Team Hawk, that has been dominating, will be the ones to be ahead in this game.
Nicely done by Team Hawk here. What a game this was. Draft definitely looking weird from the side of RSG, but they still hold on for as long as they possibly could until they could not.
I mean, with a quote-unquote bad draft, they did that well. I feel like Team Hot, they gotta be careful, man, because if RG comes in with a more better draft coming in for game number 2, they should be worried, because I feel like Izanami was still deathless in that game. And if you guys missed the game just now, let me just say, it's hard to explain what RG did to delay that game that far.
I think they just tried to outplay it, right? That's what it felt like they did. They're like, okay, we got a couple of bad matchups, but if we just dodge the abilities, guys, if we just outplay the team fight, we'll win.
The comms, like, it's not that hard. Just kill Saken. Just kill Maima.
Just dodge the stun.
The thing is, they did it. They killed Saken one time. I believe they killed Maima, and then there were multiple attempts to get Maima. It's just that, how do you survive that? A full onslaught by a Moskov, and you're still able to diverge in somewhere else.
To be fair, I think he got real lucky there. He got real lucky. 1 HP before he was about to die. A single auto attack, even if it was mid-animation, he would have still died when the projectile connects.
You know what wasn't lucky?
What wasn't lucky?
Vinogo was all alone inside the Lord Pit. Lost the retry battle against Natan. Something about the junglers today.
Something about the junglers.
It is a little bit unfortunate for all these players here. Like, it seems like it might be playoff nerves, or it could be jitters here. It might be the crowd, but it seems like there has been a lot of individual misplays coming in here for just today in particular. And that game, I feel like one of the most sickest play is that I did not expect Team Hawk to pull in the Alpha. And what do you guys think about Alpha? Do you think he's going to be the MVP this match?
Well, as an MVP, might be a little bit hard. We'll talk about it in a little bit, unless.
Oh, it's not them. It's not Min or Man.
It's not them. It's Zaken coming out from Team Hawk, having a big game here. He did blunder. He did blunder a couple of times, but still able to recover very, very well. That early to mid, disgusting.
Dude, he completed his 3 items so fast. And the thing is, the items aren't cheap, man.
No.
It's not cheap.
They're so expensive.
Yeah, it's so expensive, and he managed to get things done. And he has the Weapon Master as well. So if you think Holy Crystal by itself is pretty strong, try Holy Crystal with a Weapon Master.
Yeah, that's gotta hurt. Like, it's the additional 15% extra battle power. Is it 15%? 20% if I'm not mistaken here. But again, a lot of damage being done from Zaken, and seeing how he has played so far, this is so a comfort here from Team Hawk. I think I've talked about this throughout the entire the start of the draft as well. Is RSG MY gonna respect this and just ban it off right from the get-go?
I feel like there's a lot of disrespect when you pick a Farsa when you see Yuzong. So I think it's like, it's not even a question anymore.
I would agree with that statement. I would definitely agree. I thought that RSG was setting up for like a Loyi on Izanami. You told us otherwise. It was kind of a weird way to actually initiate these bans. And I think that RSG, honestly, 6-11, a considerably low kill count for an MPL MY game.
I mean, like, again, a lot of members from Team Hawk could take this Farsa down, but Farsa was not taken down. So respect where respect is due. Even though you're putting your hero against a bad matchup, I still believe that Izanami still dealt significant damage without dying.
Yeah, I think that's the thing about Izanami, right? Like, he's always using those Feather Airstrike preemptively, trying to bait out the early Black Dragon, right? Like, and a majority of time coming for RSG MY is that they have to deal with Iris coming to the fight. And because of all this Tai Chi fighting, or in this case, wishing and washing here, balancing each other, trying to juke each other spells most of the time, eventually came down to a situation where who has enough ammunition to continue the fight.
Well, here's the thing. I feel bad for people that did not watch what was the transition point for RSG to defend their base and deal a lot of damage onto Team Hawk. Like, with one team fight, they went all the way to the inhibitor. If they won one more fight, if Loyal killed Maima, if Vinogo secured the Lord, this could have been RSG's game. Like, even though Team Hawk dominated the early and the mid, but late game, RSG definitely had a chance.
They definitely did, right? And I think a lot of it just comes down to how impactful was the WoW charge, specifically from Stoem. His timings on this can be disgusting, not giving even players like Zaken an opportunity to get out in time, getting locked very, very soon. And even when the Purify is gone, that's when he's the most susceptible. And I think that Stoem, he's hyper aware of everything that's going on the battlefield and in the middle of team fights.
Yeah, and seeing how Storm's been playing here, I feel like this doesn't feel like the usual Storm we've played. I feel like this patch has definitely affected his usual playstyle. He's trying to get a little bit more aggressive here, but his wall charge has been really, really on point. But I think there were a couple of blunders where I think you mentioned this as well. Like, Zaken does hit a very, very early power spike, but I'm really surprised on how Team Hawk is just so afraid to actually risk it all when he could have just one-shotted. And I think he did a damage check on Storm, which melted in like 2 to 3 seconds down the bottom fight.
I mean, Zaken was definitely on this Natan, stat checking both Lolios and as well as Storm, but I can definitely understand, like, the hesitancy, right? Because especially once we got closer towards the 11-minute mark of the game, that's when Team Hawk recognizes that if we lose like 3, maybe even 4 people, that's basically just giving away our entire lead that we've developed for the past 8 minutes over to RSG to equalize. And I think, you know, that definitely played a factor. And even closing towards the end of that game when they were looking to close, you could just see that Team Hawk was kind of done with this game. Even Zaken was just beelining into the crystal with or without the minions.
I mean, despite RSG having a bad game, I feel like Lolial and Izanami still doing quite a lot of damage here, right? Despite everything, like, you don't have enough space to do this, you don't have enough space to do that. Lolial starting the game with 0-3 and 0. I feel like it's still respectable. It's still a good damage with what they've got.
Yeah, it all comes down to who is going to be caught out by Lolios, right? And again, I talked about this as well. Like, Lolios is going to be that guy that sets up and starts the fight.
I mean, like, here's the thing. it's damage on the right targets as well.
Yeah.
It's not damage just dealing damage to the front lines. They went straight to the back. Loyal got Maima quite a few times, and they got Saken as well. So it's the quality of the damage is still good. But we still have to say, the draft is a big factor. RSG cannot come in with this kind of lineup and hoping for the best against Louis, against a Natan, against an Edith. There's so much powerhouses that you're giving to Team Hawk.
I agree. I definitely agree with that. And considering that there's like a good amount of research that goes into this, right? If RSG is taking away the Moskov, is it because nobody else is just that good on the Moskov, or are they more afraid that Saken gets his hands on it? And personally, for me, I think they just have a lot of faith in Loliel.
Yeah. I mean, like, he got the backline with the Spear of Destruction.
Oh, yeah.
So I think it's legit. Loliel on the Moskov is legit. It's just that everything else has to step up.
Yeah, and speaking of stepping up here, Vinogo getting completely shut down every single time he runs up to this place, right? Like, normally you would see like a hero like Baxia or even an Akai to a certain degree, or even occasionally a Martis once upon a time when we talk about Frederick matchups. But for this matchup, him going up with Janus, I think there were multiple instances where Vinogo couldn't even sustain the burst coming from both Maima and Janus before he could proper praises round or anything. Like, I don't know, like Janus just shoves him out of the wave, few combos in, 2 damage. Vinogo's so low to the point that, what do I do?
You know what came to my mind? That has nothing to do with what we've been talking about.
What?
Completely nothing. Isn't it ironic that Moonton is trying to buff the assassins to make them more relevant in the meta? And now even Nolan is open, no one's picking up the Nolan.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Good point.
Right? So like before this, Nolan could go into the jungle and punish someone. But now even he can do that. So in a way, even Nolan was nerfed.
Yeah, to a certain degree, yes.
Yeah.
I can definitely agree with that sentiment.
I think especially for the first 2 minutes, right? Yeah.
Well, I definitely think that a couple of changes could have been made to make that that stage of the game a little bit better. But for the most part, I think based off of what we're seeing on these stats, for the true damage makes sense. Vinogo is basically left on an island. I feel like for a majority of this game, Vinogo is told, hey, you're going to try and contest for Retribution. The rest of us are going to be looking for that fight. And that's why we don't get to see Vinogo get the extra help and support to burst down neutrals.
Yeah, but the thing is, as a frontline, you can't deal with an Edith, you can't deal with a Louis, you can't deal with an Alpha, Natan with Holy Crystal. Like, there's only so much a Frederick can do.
Oh, yeah.
Do you see value in him? You should, but not against this kind of lineup.
Yeah. Can we talk about how Janus has got 72,000 healing here? Like, is he been sustaining throughout all these fights against Vinogo, or he's been going back or what? Because I feel like he's been having too much spellwhelm out of nowhere.
When it's inbuilt, it's natural. It's all natural. Let's look at the Hall of Famers here. It's going to be Rich Guy and the Carry going over to Saken once again. And Sandbag going over to Storm. Best wingman going to be Noir. Because so far, man, Noir, he is generous on that ult button. He just goes right into it, especially on Edith as well. I thought he would have held on to his ult a little bit longer, but no. Starts it off. That's how you know exactly when Team Hawk is going to try and burst down a Lord or Eternal.
Do you want to know why?
Why?
He's putting the fear of God into RSG. Because Edith is the protector of the gods, okay?
Okay.
So he's like, I know I'm not going to do anything. I'm just going to ult in front of you, stare you down, and ask you, what's up?
You up?
What you gonna do? I'm Edith.
Walk past
waka
me?
waka.
What? Yeah, no, that's
that's what
voice
you
lines,
say.
yes.
Yeah, that's one of the voice lines. I'm Edith, waka waka.
I'm here for some waka waka, man.
Now, let's talk a little bit more on the heat maps here for Saken and how he's been rotating thus far in all these maps here. And let's talk through some sense here. What happened in this? Like kills, assists, what's going on? Analysts?
I mean, look, if you look at the KDA map and you wait for it to loop back one more time, you can see exactly when they start getting rid of heroes,
okay,
assists, kills, and even the turrets, right? In that order. This is from...
Look at how fast it is, too.
I mean, we're comprehensive. We're, compressing 21 minutes worth of gameplay. Well, technically, if we round it up 22, into, like, what? The 3-second segment here that we're seeing. For the most part, right? A lot of these kills happening towards the second side of the map because he's gold.
Yeah, he's just like, come up to me. I'm gonna bam bam chicka bam you all the way.
He's not even the one taking out the turrets on the opposite side of the map.
Yeah.
He's been starting off a lot of interesting fights as well. I think one of the most important one here, I think it was that moment where you can see the green shield right below the turtle pit here, where they actually did a damage hack on Storm, right? Like it's like 2 seconds, boom, he's dead. So ever since that happened, SaSa was like super confident to just go in and like, if he doesn't die, he's gonna destroy everyone here. And yeah, so
yeah, I mean his damage is coming from a different dimension.
Yeah, I agree, and I think we're getting a little bit distracted here. I think we're gonna talk to Chip.
Huh?
Yeah, okay, never mind, forget it.
I'm just distracted by the KDA map,
dude.
I'm trying to figure out what's going on.
I mean,
I'm not prepared for this today.
I'm distracted by Picasso, man.
Hey, man. What?
Oh wait, sorry.
I'm about to...
Is it not Picasso?
Hey, man. This guy was depressed. Van Gogh has...
Oh, Van Gogh. All right.
He's going to have a word with you. He's going to have a word with you, brother, man. A starry night. Now, let's look at the official highlights here, brought to you by our official gaming phone, Republic of Gamers. Now, there's not much to be said about this. It's a pretty straightforward game so far. I'm just waiting to see what this upcoming like adapted draft from the side of RSG MY is going to look like.
The only thing that we can take away from the highlights is that Team Hawk is all about go, 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 and go. Not stopping. The moment your ult is up, we're going in. The moment the ult is up, going in. I'm talking about Maima on that Louis, by the way. Which I kind of feel like, you're talking about a Natan, I kind of feel like you can't let this Louis go.
Yeah.
I kind of feel like, looking at the early stage of the game, Lolia was having a good time against the Natan. So he can win. So the matchup is good. And Izanami can kill Natan as well. The one that they have a bit trouble of is the Louis. I kind of feel like you can't let the Louis go.
Yeah.
I think to top of that as well here is also the fact that when it comes to the mindsets on what RSG MY was trying to approach those fights, right? Like normally when a Hearts Guard is dropped, you kind of want to, there's two things you can do. Run away, wait for the Hearts Guard, and then re-engage the fight. Whereas from the side of RSG MY, they have a couple of things they need to worry about. Primal Wrath, Entropy, as well as the Black Dragon form. So if you wait for the Primal Wrath, all Team Hawk did was kind of like you said, right? What was Noir doing? He popped on Primal Wrath. Oh wait, you know what? He's not getting any value. Let's wait for that. And that pretty much buys time for the Alpha to kind of clear us off jungle. By the time the Primal Wrath is finished here comes the Black Dragon. Here comes the Entropy. So I guess it comes down to what RSG MY has to do in terms of comms on how they want to take the fight. And I feel like there's just so many ways that Team Hawk could have just won that fight. And in this case, I think RSG MY just overthink what they needed to do. And I agree with Lafel. What was with the Farsa pick?
Well, I think it's less about thinking about it and more so of just don't die. You know, very simple communication. Just don't die.
Don't die.
Don't
Not
get
that hard.
Yeah, don't give a double kill. Make sure we end up with a Savage at some point in the game. Doesn't matter when. We crack the crystal and we win. GG, well played.
Yeah,
you know?
if they attack you, dodge.
Exactly.
Dodge.
Right?
Yeah.
Yep, just do
It's
the
not that
Matrix
hard.
thing. Just do the Matrix thing, dodge the bullets in slow motion, ideally.
Natan shoot left, you go to the right?
Yeah.
Wait,
what?
Actually, no, I feel like if you reverse it, then you're going towards the damage, but...
Okay. Usually Natan drops his Entropy behind so that on the first skill, you can get 2 stacks instead. Because if you put it on the side, you can't. But anyways, we have a very, very interesting session right now. Because here at MPSJ, we have a very, very lively crowd. And apparently, we have something installed for you guys because we are going to be throwing it over to our host, Widrose, as she is going to be telling you guys what's up.
Hello semua, selamat kembali. And of course, you guys are tuning in live to the first day of our MPL Malaysia playoffs. And of course, we have a code for you guys to redeem in-game. Alright guys, sekarang kita berada di match kedua untuk hari pertama playoffs kita. Mana kita tadi dah nampak KGE akan further their journey in MPL MY and Todak unfortunately has to go home. Untuk perlawanan ini, benda sama akan jadi. Satu pasukan akan continue journey esok lawan Homeboys dan satu pasukan akan say bye-bye to this playoffs. But bukan tu sahaja. Actually, we have a special guest. Ni guest yang import juga. So, we have a special guest from the Philippines. Apa kata kita tengok siapa special guest kita? Hi. Hello. Okay, so please introduce yourself and why are you in Malaysia?
Hi, I'm RSG Lexi, the Philippines manager for RSG PH. So I'm just here in Malaysia to experience how MPL Malaysia is and to of course support my boys.
Okay, so Dini, I panggil dia Ate Lexi actually because I've met her quite a few times in international tournaments. Okay, Ate Lexi, I want to ask, you said you came here to experience MPL MY. Now, I think one good question is, what's the difference with MPL MY and MPL Philippines?
I think MPL MY is much more like community-based. They have this set of players, community na nagda-drums on the side. Kasi in PH, usually we have pero little lang. But compared to MY, sobrang laki ng fan base din nila. Yan.
Okay, dia cakap actually dia suka yang orang yang main drums dengan chant dekat belakang ni. Dia cakap dekat Philippines, dorang pun ada tapi dorang ada macam limit. Ada satu drum je boleh kalau untuk satu pasukan. Lepas tu tak kuat sangat. Dan dia cakap kita punya support dekat pasukan-pasukan yang tengah main tu memang on top lah. Memang dia cakap padu. So guys, korang agree tak MPL MY actually support system kita very very good? Yes, yes. Okay, so Ate Lexi, aside from MPL, okay, let's talk about RSG. You're the manager for RSG Philippines. So, of course, you see how your boys play, you see how they train, how they communicate. And I'm pretty sure your time in MPL MY, you can see how RSG MY side does it. What's the difference actually? And what contributes to bigger success in RSG Philippines?
I think the difference is that in RSG MY, we have multicultural, so they have Filipino players also. But for PH, pure Filipino, so they speak purely Tagalog. So here, I was surprised na they can all speak in English, not pure Filipino din or pure Bahasa. Ganun.
Oh, so you think that communication is actually one of the bigger factors as well?
Yes.
And are you impressed that Vinogo and Stome can communicate easily in English and maybe potentially Bahasa Melayu?
Actually, I was surprised that they were communicating din ng English, just konting Melayu din.
Oh, maksud tu Stome dengan si Vinogo ni dah slow by slow, bit by bit tengah belajar Bahasa Melayu untuk make communications so much easier. Okay, Ate, in your opinion, now that RSG MY is not looking too safe from elimination, okay? What do you think they're actually lacking? Because RSG Philippines finished number 3 this season. So what do you think they could actually improve on from RSG MY side?
In Filipino, we say gigil. Yung gigil ba? Yung eagerness to win.
I see. So untuk orang yang tak tahu, gigil ni dia macam lebih kurang geram. Dia cakap RSG Philippines dorang geram sangat. Dorang geram nak menang. Tapi dia rasa untuk RSG MY geram tu agak kurang. Okay, so ano sa tingin mo, what do you think that the Malaysian players or the Malaysian community as a whole, ecosystem as a whole, can learn from the Philippines? Because we know that Philippines has been technically getting the championship over and over again. What's something that we lack actually?
I think in the Philippines, Filipinos are generally competitive. That's why we always want to push ourselves and reach for the top.
Okay, so maksud tu players kita kena jadi lebih competitive untuk, provide better results. Okay, Ate, before I send you off and before we enter the second game of this series, what do you want to say to the RSG MY boys up on stage right now? Because if they lose this match, it's about to be match point for Team Hawk.
For the RSG boys up there, I just want you to play with confidence and I know you can do it.
All right, maraming salamat Ate Lexi. Thank you so much. All right guys, apa kata let's throw it to the casters untuk start game kedua dalam best of 5 series ni. Casters, silakan.
Thanks, Rose. And those were some quick words from the manager of RSG PH. And I've had a conversation before. She is one of the biggest fans for RSG. You can hear her in the crowd, especially if her boys are playing.
Cool. Yeah, I did hear her just now, unfortunately, because I would like to hear her if RSG takes game 2, though.
If they take game 2, I mean...
I kind of feel like they will.
They might. They should. Technically, it was a draft issue.
Yeah, it was a draft issue because we got confirmation that Izanami has the highest average damage per minute. You don't get to that level if you're not doing something right.
I mean, how much damage per minute do you need to carry 4 other people in your team? Because so far, that's not what I'm seeing right now.
I feel the pain in your voice.
Uh-huh.
Those rank games haven't been treating you well.
Look, rank games are one thing, but seeing the rest of RSG MY play the way that they are doing right now really just comes down to is like, yes, just arm your players. We just need our players to have the right tools for the job.
It's easy, just don't die, get a few kills, and then eventually just destroy this thing called the base.
Well,
Right?
sometimes
It's like step A, step B, step C. It's just like, what's so hard about it?
Well,
man.
that's the thing, right? If everybody could be a pro player, I think that step would be the reason why they become a champion, man.
It's
I'm
like-
pretty sure there's more than that.
Honestly, it's like digging your own grave with
What
just
if Coach
spoons.
Ducky tells that to his players?
Dig your own grave with spoons?
No. Just don't die. and then the players like, why? Oh my goodness.
Yes, Ducky. I will not die this round.
It's like, this is the words of wisdom from my coach. Just dodge.
Dodge everything microly, huh? Not macroly, huh? Yeah. Okay, then like micro gameplay and macro
It's like-
gameplay doesn't exist.
If you see a Kaja coming to you, just don't get ult.
The famous words of Coach Ducky when he was giving his famous words of advice. The flap easy when he was taking over the jungle position. Get good.
Yeah, just get good.
Get good. That's it. 2 words, simple one-liners. That's all we need.
We saw Sora's girlfriend just there, giving support.
Do your coolest pose. Well, he's in the suit and he's standing like that. I think that's gotta be the coolest pose so far.
He's in a suit. That's cool enough of a pose.
Yeah.
For
Guys in suits are just different, you know. Guys in suits are just built different.
I don't know how I want to approach this. Let's not get started. Let's not get
Oh
started.
wait, you're wearing
Everyone-
a suit. You're cool.
Everyone wears suit. Average damage per minute ranking, Izanami is number 1 and Munji is number 2. Innocent is number 3. Izanami better than Innocent? Question mark.
Big question mark here. The last time we saw the average. Wait, no, that we're talking about KDA at the very.
Yeah,
end
this is
last
damage per minute.
This is damage per minute. We have Moon in second place. I'm rather surprised. Oh, to be fair, he did play a lot of Novaria.
Yes,
Innocent.
yes.
We don't need it. We don't need to go there. Lima and Lolios.
Oh my goodness.
Lolios, I can kind of understand because he proactively trades, but Maima having an average DPM of that high, considering they only came like halfway through the season.
Not even halfway, like towards the third.
I think it's a little bit.
That's like a weekend difference.
Like the third quarter.
Yeah,
right. Like
probably
like
there.
as in the 3 out of 4.
Yeah.
It might be a little bit inflated because of the overall matches that's been played, right? So now game 2, let's talk a little bit more on what adaptations need to be done
And
here,
Louis.
because I feel like, yeah, I agree, Loyi needs to be banned. Drafts need to be a little bit better, and communications. Was there issues between communications of RSG MY?
They need to speak more Tagalog. I mean, the Filipinos keep doing it.
That's
Isn't
true.
that what Lexi said?
They're missing out the gigilness.
Yeah, you need the gigil.
I really hope we're saying
You
it
need
right.
the gigil.
We could be butchering this and be saying it
No,
entirely
gigil is in
different word.
Malay as well.
Yeah,
Right?
but Gigil in Malay is what's Gigil? Shivering?
Shivering.
Yeah, shivering.
We
in
just
Malay.
need to gigil a bit more.
Yeah, shivering with excitement.
Okay, okay.
That's as good as I could get there.
Shivering so much that you're avoiding the damage.
You gotta be quaking.
Gotta
like
touch
the Flash.
everything. All right.
Like the Flash, you're just like shivering so much, and then you can pass through walls.
I don't like the hand
Face
gestures.
food.
I don't like that hand gesture at all. If you guys could only see it. As we are looking at the draft, Team Hawk has decided to go on blue side with RSG MY on the red side. 2 bans for each side. Third one coming in from Hawk, and it's going to be the Yuzong getting that out of there as quickly as possible. They're also banning out the Valentina as well as the Matilda. Matilda I get, but the Valentina does give indication that they want to open up Farmis.
Yeah.
I think this is a situation where they might be able to pick the chips up for themselves, right? Like RSG MY have 2 choices. Let the chips rule, give Team Hawk the chips, and then deny the Nathan away for Team Hawk. And I feel like RSG MY, do they want to take that gamble? Considering that Saken has a very, very good track record with Nathan, but aside from that, he hasn't had a good game so far. But nope, not taking it. Team Hawk, first pick Nathan.
Or Louis.
Or Loyi, but yeah, true. I think Loyi though.
Do it.
They have to. Maima has had a good game with it.
Where's Coach Wright? I want to see his like anticipation of like, you lock in Loyi now. We don't need the extra time. We got make him nervous.
You listen to me, boy. As long as Louis is up,
Yeah.
you pick it up.
You listen to me.
Don't give me lip.
Except it's just Maima telling Coach Wright. She's just like, Coach Wright, look at me, give it to me.
Yeah.
Give it. Finally lock it in. The Loyi here, the extra time used to deliberate.
Now you can use the far side. The Yuzong has been banned out.
It's
let
still
the
too
draft,
early.
I feel like the draft needs to go out a little bit longer. There's other things to worry about. Rock, is the number 1 contender of one of the more annoying
Faramis.
supports. Faramis. also something to take into consideration here.
They might consider just taking the Arlet away as well, which is something that RSG MY has banned it against Iris. Again, I think it comes down to what RIPPO wants to deal with Iris in terms of this matchup, right? But for me personally, I feel like right now they have to deny Nathan away from SaSa. He's just too good on that hero.
I think just holding on to the Arlet is totally fine within the first rotation. What they pair it up, maybe a Fredrin? No.
Oh,
go for the Moskov into the Fredrin. They say, hey, you can take whatever you want. We're not even going to flex pick.
I think this is the same opening, right? Coming from RSG MY from game 1?
Yes. They pick up the Fredrin and the Farsa as the second pick. So
Yeah,
now Team Hawk, they probably should... Hey, Panda! Panda's back for Team Hawk.
Post like your favorite hero. All right, let's see. What's
Franco.
That? Oh, Franco. Okay, that's cool. That's so cool.
That could have been a Minzatar for like half a second there. That could have been. That could have been. But now we see that Team Hawk going to be locking in the Baratzen as well as the Natan. Thoughts about the Baratzen now that they can't in-will. We say like he can't do it, but it's advised not to within the first 2 minutes of the game.
Oh, and this time RSG, they're picking up the Novaria. So the only thing that I'm worried about for RSG is just that their damage is going to be a little bit lacking when it comes to the early game. Like, they have enough to do what they need to do, but not enough to get kills. So they're kind of playing for the mid game instead of the early game. So they just have to be a little bit careful there, and then it's all good.
Yeah, I think it comes down to whether or not who is going to be the setup for RSG MY and how is Novaria going to be able to contribute after this setup for
Team Hawk should ban
Moskov,
Minotaur,
right? So, yeah, I think Minotaur is pretty good shout here. But at the same time, let's talk about comforts here, right? Comforts for Storm are Grok, Arlet, Guinevere. So I think Team Hawk is just going to shut things down with this, you know, taking with Arlet.
I don't know. I kind of feel like the Astral Echo with the Minuan Fury.
Yeah, it hurts as well. It's annoying.
It's so the hitbox is so big.
It's so big. I'm leaning more inclined to lean into LaFell's opinion only because they got rid of the Arlet, right? If they're getting rid of the Arlet, they're thinking about like big team fight impact ultimates, and I think, you know, Minotaur also falls in that line, in that category. I would also argue Minotaur. Look, I don't know, man.
Oh my! I was talking about Team Hawk.
I don't know, man. Look, I don't put it past me. Don't put it past me. But I think that RSG wants Team Hawk to be like, hey, maybe consider banning something else. We're taking one for the team. We're taking one for, you know, us as a community. What about you now? Do they return the favor?
Why do I have a feeling that either all
Just
this
ban Grok?
team might pick the floor in this game?
I feel like Florian for RSG is a little bit wasted.
Yeah, but on
A
Team
lot
Hawk,
wasted actually.
on this Baratz, this isn't too bad though.
I think he would have preferred Rafa in that case, right? Just
Yeah,
to
maybe
a
it's
little
Rafa.
quicker.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Now RSG is pick up the Grok.
Okay.
Okay.
Do they go for a Grok?
I mean,
like it's comfort.
And then Team Hawk will pick up something like a Cho. Because that's Noir's hero.
Noir's signature, right? Yeah.
I think
Cho or Kaja, I guess.
I think it's Kaja. I think it's gonna lean more into Kaja just because of the distribution of damage here. Like the Grok expected from the side of RSG, but even if they don't get it, right? Are there any other things that we have to consider? Maybe EXP matchups could be a potential Paquito. Don't think it'll work that well, especially against Baratz and Loyi. Benedetta, if he still plays it.
Benedetta roll? Really?
No, EXP.
Okay, EXP, right? For RIPPO.
Paquito
is still open though.
I don't know, Uranus, like, jeez.
Okay,
Ooh,
Lapu.
the Lapu, really bringing it back to the classics.
Yeah, I mean, like, this is to target the Natan as well as having crowd control immunity will help out a lot going up against the Wu Yi. So the Lapu Lapu does make sense.
Yeah. I like what I'm seeing coming from RSG MY. They're still hovering for Storm to kind of be the playmaker for this, but I feel like Team Hawk has a very, very strong opening compared to RSG, just because of the fact that, hey, we've got Baratz, works well with a lot of these things, and again, like you said, Rafaela, really good. Florin is also pretty good as well for Team Hawk, if they decide to go for the Enchanter style, but Noir playing the Cho isn't too bad. But seems like they're going to go for the Ruby as a Ruby roam and is double downing on the Alpha this game. So Sustains is the way to go.
Interesting. Interesting. So they wanted somebody who could technically peel very, very well without having to sacrifice an EXP laner who gives up that control. I felt like Ruby could have done both, to be fair, but I think that the Baratz is a little better in this case. stronger wave clear, allowing Ruby to kind of roam around the map as much as she wants to do whatever she
Wow.
wants.
Wow.
Oh.
Talking about a risky pick, man. I mean,
That's so bold, dude.
With the Astral Echo, it's going to be easier to hit Abyssal Arrows, but
Still a very high risk, high reward game.
very high risk, high reward. RSG's been taking those risks, man. Game number 1, now game number 2. I don't know, like, this is the playoffs. Whoever loses doesn't get to advance.
Yeah, they don't. And I think this will be interesting, right? They needed something with CC. They needed something to make sure they keep Team Hawk on their toes. And I think the Selena pick kind of checks those boxes, but in a strange way. But it is time here. This is it. One of these teams are going to be moving on while the other gets left behind. It's the play-in stage here at day number 1. Let's see who's going to be on top. Is it going to be Team Hawk? Or is it going to be their opponents, RSG MY?
Well, it is going to be a tough one here. Again, do or die situation here. By the end of the series, one team will be eliminated and one will advance into the playoffs. In this case, Team Hawk, game 1 again, doubling down on this alpha for Janice. And interesting enough, Ira is going to be playing the Barat's XP. So this is something I think Team Hawk has done it in the earlier weeks of regular season though.
Yes, they have.
I think even the later weeks, they've done this as well.
Well, I mean, they've done so pretty often. And I think a lot of it just boils down to the last time, a lot of their problems just came down to when they chose to fight. And I think a lot of those options were missed, opportunities were missed, as a matter of fact. But now, they have to slow things down, right? You're not expecting too much from this squad right now, but later on, and especially if an Abyssal Arrow connects from Stoem, then that could be the difference maker.
One thing that we have to note is that Stoem is originally a mid laner, and he transitioned into the roam position. So now that I think about it, it does make sense for him to use mage damage dealers even in the roam position. Looking at his emblem setup as well, Rupture for both the Selena as well as the Novaria. So the early game, there's still potential for damage.
Yeah, but at the same time as well, let's take a look at the battle spells from Hawk. They do not have a single Purify, so it's all flickers here. So if Stoem gets a sick arrow, well, especially in the early stage game, someone's gonna die.
Oh, we'll see. We'll see about that, right? I think he's going to need 2 full combos to start one-shotting some of the squishier targets like Maimon as well as Saken. Maybe even less, kind of depends on how far ahead he is. But like you mentioned, if they get hit by an Abyssal Arrow, there's not a lot of counterplay from the side of Team Hawk. They just have to stand their ground and tank it.
Interesting here that both mid laners are not getting the level 4 EXP by going towards the EXP. As I say that, Maimon now arrives. A little bit late, but he's still going to get it.
Okay, they get those level 4 Stoem. No, not going to be getting in the level 4 at all. It is a Roamer Noir. Very close to it as well. Astro Echo comes in. Divergent right in the faces of RSG MY. They secured the turtle, but RSG MY now not making a response at all. And top side, Lulio losing out the 1v1 against Saken.
Okay, to be fair, earlier he wasn't losing it, right? He was taking advantage of his level 3 before Saken hits his level 4. As soon as Saken hits level 4, he goes for the all-in against Loliels, forcing him out of lane. A little bit sad, but at the very least, Saken, he's still maintaining that control.
Stoem?
He's fine.
He's fine. I like that RSG did not go for a fight there because, again, that draft is not about the early game. Even though they have a Selena, they need to scale up a little bit because the Selena doesn't need farm, but everyone else does. So if they force a fight, then it's probably going to be GG. It's going to be the same as what happened in game number 1.
Well, speaking of fights here, Janice popping it out, kind of doing a little bit of damage check on the no-go. The no-go backs out for now, but bottom lane though, RIPPO still trading 50-50s with Iris, but I don't think we are going to see a lot of action coming from this game from Team Hawk.
For RSG MY especially, because look at RIPPO. He's not taking any chances. He's just staying by his turret. It's like, I don't need to fight you. You're the one that needs to fight me. So RSG MY, they understand. Don't put yourself in a dangerous situation. Let it be a nothing game for the first 5 to 6 minutes of the game.
That'll be the most comforting for them. So many things need to go right. At the same time, we are seeing that at least for RSG MY, it doesn't mean that they're not going to probe for information, right? A lot of their members walking alongside No Man's Land in this river just to kind of generally figure out where the Team Hawk motions are going to be. They know he started on...
Okay. Oh! Astro Echo comes in. They're all caught. They need to get out now. RSG MY trying to salvage this here. Noir with the counterplay. I'm offended. Flickers out as well. And the entropy also the connecting as well. But Noir, he took the arrow and Izanami missed the snipe. So Team Hawk, they will be able to get away from the aggression here as RSG MY now having a little bit more confidence for this next upcoming play.
I mean, they traded 2 flickers for 1, so inevitably RSG MY walking away the victors here in terms of raw resources.
Yeah, I completely agree. Not getting a kill there is totally fine. And now Maima is getting chunked down. Izanami as well as Stone opening up the vision so much. This is how they're countering the lead.
Arrow connects on Noir. He needs to get out. Daytona's Welcome comes in, saves the day. RIPPO gets chain stunned with the Alpha. Instantly gets destroyed here. Lord, the turtle available. Echo connects on tree, but Nogo still deciding on how he wants to do this. Rush this or not. They don't really have a lot of work with here. RSG MY, they need to connect a lot. Maima, big damage onto Izanami. Noir trying to stall him again. Now the second out from Janus. Retribattle comes in, but Nogo. Chain stun once more. RSG MY left him to rot and die as Team Hawk fights another.
It was a good attempt, but nothing much they can really do from that point onwards. A lot of EXP ended up getting lost here, but Team Hawk's not done with this punishment just yet.
Okay, RIPPO now going to be going for the Chips's race. He's looking for the kill. He gets one. He clears the minion to 1v3. He'll be able to kill one, but he will lose his life as Team Hawk looking to break this tier 1 down bottom. RSG MY cannot do anything about this.
Yep, they definitely lose that tower off of that, but at least RIPPO finds one. Unfortunately, he only finds Noir, the 2 main members still alive and continuing to push their lead even further. 2.4k developed. Nah.
Oh, they saw him. They saw him. My mind is get out. Okay, he's fine. He's fine. Entropy comes in for counterplay. Echo also used as well. Sakin needs to run. Now, great spam here through the wall from Maima to kind of damage check onto his RSG MY, but they're grouping out of 4. Team Hawk Noir looking for the play, but RSG MY says, nope, we've shown too long. We've stayed too long. Let's back off.
It's unfortunate, but RIPPO has been making fundamental mistakes. Like, I don't know why he overextended in the turtle fight, especially in regards to the drop. They shouldn't be fighting. So I don't know why he was in that position. And the moment he sees 3 people on his lane, and there's gonna be another minion wave coming up, I don't know. I kind of feel like it was a bad idea to go for that.
Oh, Divergent comes in. Team Hawk taking a little bit of damage here. Maima forced to back out in this situation. Meanwhile, let's talk about the levels here. Janus, level 11 as to Vinogo, 3 levels apart right now.
I mean, this is looking more and more like the previous game, right? That Team Hawk was dominating in the earlier sectors of the game, but RSG MY might be able to make a single comeback here.
Well, right now RSG, their draft is definitely geared towards the mid as well as late game, so losing by 2,000 gold hurts, but doesn't hurt that much.
Oh, Iris now. Daytona's welcome to block the arrows here. He's going to be able to turn the tides on Vinogo. He will eventually fall, but he will take Vinogo first. No, he actually flickered out. Janus will be the ones to fall. Loleo finally finishes him off. Now here comes a stun onto Noir. Can he get out? No, he cannot. It's up to Loleo to save the day. They get 3 out of nowhere. RSG MY. As soon as you think they're out, Loleos makes it a comeback for the team once more for RSG MY.
I'm pretty sure Iris should not have recalled there.
Okay, the stop. No, the stop is Izanami. Now arrow. No, he connected. What? Maima might be dead. Oh no, he missed. He missed. Oh, so close.
Dude, no, that's so unlucky. All the good intentions wasted.
Oh boy, this is so close here. It's frustrating now. Team Hawk not going to be able to dodge the arrow with the Daytona's welcome. This time they will respect RSG MY. Loleo starting to pop off a little too much. RSG MY now securing turtle for the team.
That's a Demon Hunter sword purchase coming in from Lolio's. That Trinity build is coming on quickly, a lot sooner than expected. Whether or not Sakin can actually handle that damage, completely different question. But here comes the diversion in case somebody shows up.
Okay.
Well, Lolio's there. I'm pretty sure he doesn't know who's there.
Oh my god.
Oh, Lolio's. Okay, here he comes. Comes in. Sakin able to get out. Doesn't have to purify, but again, Very, very close calls coming in. Vinogo also looking to try and intercept this arrow. Okay.
Oh man,
Okay.
Man, Maima ended up missing the yin yang reaction. Had that connected onto Lolios, I think he would have died there for sure. 78 more seconds until the next upcoming Lord gets spawned. But for the most part, the map seems pretty much in RSG MY's control. I mean, a lot of missing tier 1s from the side of Team Hawk, but it's slowly leaning back into RSG MY's favor.
Yeah, definitely. Right now, looking at the items here, enchant talisman for both the Selena as well as the Novaria, making sure that they can spam a lot of skills. This is how they're controlling the map, really, by knowing information without really being there. The map is never dark for RGMY, so that's why the Louis is a little bit not as
the arrow connecting on the top side. Noir needs to make a run for it as well. No-Go needs the taunt. Can he get it? No. He's not going to commit. Great setups coming from Leos, but unfortunately needs to back out. But Noir, you're recalling right in front of bases here. Might be in trouble. Izanami? Is he going to go for a snipe? Nope, he is not. So he is going to disengage. RSGMY in the driver's seat now, which I'm really surprised with just one play. Now they're going to be the aggressors here.
Well, there's a number of things we need to see from RSGMY. Number one, how exactly do they develop their lead? That's number one. Number two is whether or not they're able to close out the game a lot better than Team Hawk, because Team Hawk, they waited for such a long time before they found the ample opportunity to close it out.
RSGMY, they're playing the vision very, very well. Like, we were questioning on the Selena pick, but not only are the arrows hitting, but the missile trap is giving them valuable information. Something that Team Hawk did in game number 1 is that they have a lot of surprise elements. RSGMY did not see the engage coming, but now they see it coming from a mile away. And Team Hawk, they're having a difficult time actually moving forward, because every single time they're moving forward, they're getting poked out quite a lot. So the front line of RSGMY is actually having a better time because they're having a lot of backup coming in from their roamer as well.
Oh, wait. Back lines here. Lolios, he makes an attempt on Saket here. He's going to get caught out. He might be bursted down, but eventually stopped by Iris here. Lolios finally gets found by Maima to get the kill. But again, it's only 1-for-1. They're dropping down very low. RIPPO and Vinogo trying to force a fight, but Iris at the last moment flickers out of there. And RSGMY, they lose Lolios for absolutely nothing. Oh no, Maima. Divergent. He's out. He's safe. He's oh wait, he doesn't have a Divergent. He's gonna try and go for a 1v1. He's all by himself. Finally pops it. Here comes the arrow. He might die before he gets out. Storm with the snipe. RSGMY finds a play. Now Noir as well. I'm offended. Catches RIPPO. Needs to get out. Astro Echo comes there. But the Lord is still healthy. Do they want to force a fight? Lolio with the spear. Now the arrow as well. Can they get out? Yes, they can. Lord dropping down half HP. Team Hawk. They're looking for the jump. How do they do this?
They're not finding these angles just yet. RSG, they can't just take this freely.
Oh no. They have to wait for this juggle. Arrow comes in, connects on one. Vinogo, 2-man taunt. Where's the follow-up? They get the snipe. They're so low. A Presence Drop comes in. RIPPO goes in for the dive. They get one. And now Team Hawk, they lost 2. Both the tanky heroes. And now Janus, so low, the jungler. As Team Hawk cannot do this 3v5, but No-Go still has the retribution. Divergent comes in, but it's not going to do him any good. RSGMY finds the big pick.
These pokes have been extremely effective. Izanami just slowly chunking them down while these fights have been dragged out longer than it should be.
Arrow, wait, what? Lolios, what? He's going to try for it as well. He's taking a little bit too much damage, but Arrow connects on Saken. He made a mistake. He thought he could one-shot Lolios, and he is going to get killed for his greed. The bait and push effect.
Couldn't get worse than that, right? Couldn't get worse. Couldn't get worse. I mean, the whole team decides not to take Purifier, and I think now, at least for Saken, might regret it just a little bit.
Well, at this point, it's a little bit too late, right? The lead coming in from RSGMY isn't that huge, but the way that they're using this lead is huge. Iris now has the Radiant Armor, so he can tank it a little bit. But the thing is, the damage dealt ranking right now, Izanami is at the top of the rankings. No wonder he is highest average damage per minute, but Loliel is keep catching up. So the moment Team Hawk is able to deal with all the magic damage coming in from RSGMY, that's where Loliel gets even more dangerous. Even if Loliel is putting himself in in quite a bad position. He just out damages them and then out heals them as well.
I think what we've been failing to see as well is Noir finding like that huge engage, the big 4-man I'm offended.
Yeah, agreed. But now with the echo coming in, Team Hawk, they have to make the play. Janna's gonna be going for the shove. Leo takes half HP, but now here he comes again. Arrow stun. He might die to an arrow here, but he actually survives. But at the same time, Vinogo getting caught up by Daytona's welcome here. He's gonna get fleed out. They lose an inhibitor, but Team Hawk is able to defend. They're making a run here. Divergence gets them all towards the back lines, but RSG MY is running the rather direction. Not the direction that they were looking for Team Hawk, but they will need to reset this fight.
Good call coming in from RSG MY, making sure that they're able to escape cleanly without having to lose any more members than absolutely necessary. I do think that Team Hawk, their on-the-fly decision-making has been much better than RSG MY, but at the same time, it's really starting to look like, man, maybe we should have set up a little bit better. Maybe the draft could have been done in a particularly different way, because they're starting to realize that they have no real means of like catching RCMY off guard. Maybe with like a conceal they could do it, but even then, I feel like they'll get spotted out before it even happens.
Right now, the problem that Team Hawk is having is that before the fight even starts, they're chunked down way low. And this is the difference when you have a healer and when you don't. Right? You can't out-sustain the amount of damage that RSGMY is slowly poking at you. But the thing is, the moment Team Hawk gets a good dive in, then it's all over. So this is a clash of styles. One, where you want to take it slow and you just want to chump them down one by one.
Deals with the stun, set up into Janus. Oh, right at the pixel, he's able to get out, but now Daytona's welcome from Iris. He's getting mowed down by Loleos. He needs to run for his life. You can see RIPPO trying to chase him as well. The Astro Echo connects as well. Iris might fall, but the back lines. Saken tried to make a play. He blunders. They lose 3 as Loleos is able to make it happen for RSGMY. They bounce back with this draft. They're trying to clear the minions, but it's too low. Loleos waiting the next set of creep waves. My is gonna try and buy time, but it doesn't matter. RSGMY takes this to game 3.
Evening out the score to 1-1. It's RSGMY. GG, well played as they take this game over, tie up this series, and now both teams back to the drawing board.
Well, right now RSGMY just revealed a huge secret. Stone can use the Selena. So now it adds another flavor for Team Hawk. It's like they're the ones that's supposed to be coming up with this unorthodox picks. But now RSG is like, we got some for ourselves as well. We have tricks up our sleeve. Now we gotta figure this out. Maybe Selena's the last thing that we have. Maybe we have something else.
Man, that is just such a game here. So much patience coming from RSGMY, but who would have thought Storm, with the amount of vision and the amount of chance and tries he's made with those arrows, has been really, really on point. But at the same time here, guess what? Instead of relying on Storm, trust in Loleo to set up the play. If he's stuck to the wall, an arrow comes in, a star shot comes in, and an astral recall comes in, boom, someone's gonna die.
Someone gets blown up pretty quickly here. I think, I definitely underestimated the raw amount of damage this mid to late game comp was able to provide, especially when they're poking down like key targets as well. Really didn't expect that level of damage to come out. I do think that they might have to adjust slightly for the upcoming game, but we'll talk about this right after we announce our MVP. Let's hop on over backstage and have a look of our MVP of this game.
And it looks like it's going over to Stone. Always hitting those shots where it's just like, you're in my target, buddy. When you're in my range, I'm gonna take you down.
He's looking for those headshots every single time. Storm comes up big as our MVP of the game, 2-0-9. Not only utilizing the recon and vision provided by the Abyssal Traps, but making sure that those arrows is always going to be a lethal threat. Even when they get flanked, you can see those Abyssal arrows get thrown backwards to try and slow him down.
Yeah, and on top of it all, his arrows is weird to see how a Selena has finally gotten a little bit love here at the playoffs. We haven't seen it too much here. And for Stone to make this work for the team, I think for a roamer and not dying a single time and setting up plays for the team, I think this is the best you can ask for RSGMY.
More so that if they wanted a team fight, it had to be just poking down your opponents first before getting back in. You cannot miss that step. You need some kind of advantage. If not, you're just gonna get gobbled away, right? Just chain CC, like we see many of these fights actually occur for Team Hawk.
Well, right now we're going to look at itemization here. And the thing is, this is a Selena with some damage items, right? The Enchanted Talisman is very key to make sure that always being able to throw out those Abyssal Traps. But once the Starlium Scythe comes in, it makes it a lot safer for Stone to actually go in, try to get a little bit of damage because there's still some Spell Vamp there. So he's safe even when he's very close to the opponents. The same can be said with his Blood Wings. And I gotta say, Loliel, he's one of those guys that does not care about his KDA. He died 3 times when his mid laner as well as the roamer doesn't die once, but Loliel still consistently deals out the damage. Because I kind of feel like Sora just talked to him and was like, you know what? I know you can't help it. I know you just want to die every once in a while, but at least deal some damage.
You know,
and he dealt a lot of damage.
Well, let's hold up on the a lot of damage part first. We'll see. We'll see right here. All right, Zipper,
not
pull it
number
up.
one. Not number 1, but maybe even a number 2 in RSG.
I'll take number 2. I'll take
Okay.
number 2. Let's see where he is.
What?
Number 2, right on
Number
the
2
mark.
overall.
Number 2 overall. Like, he was doing some good damage, right? I think that his laning phase against Saken, he's starting to pick up on some of the behaviors, but more so, he's realizing that maybe Team Hawk is a little slow on the ball, especially, like, there was a couple of times he threw the Spirit of Destruction. The Shadow was getting countered by, like, what, 2, sometimes 3 people from the side of Team Hawk, and yet they still didn't catch him. So I would have expected Noir to be able to lock him down at some point of time.
I think it came down to a situation where it was a little bit of a misplay, right? RSG's game plan was very simple. You know, if I hit an arrow, if you can hit a star recall, great. We are going to try and go for the combo here. But if you don't, it is all about being patient, trying again. And Team Hawk, technically, they have a lot of opportunities to actually make a counterplay, but it came down to whether or not Maima was able to like get that big diversion to the back lines most of the time.
I think he definitely found a couple of those, right?
But not all the time.
Not all the time. Not all the time for sure. But you can see the idea that's coming out from Team Hawk. It's like, oh no, if our backline is getting zoned super far away, let's just chill for a second. I'll send us back into the enemy flank. We conceal. We might be able to get access to some of the squishier targets like Izanami or even Stoem.
Total damage taken. Loliel took 37,000 damage. That's quite a lot. I mean, when your roamer only took 15,000, you're taking more than double.
Well, technically this is like a double support mages coming from RSG MY. He had to be the ones to start the play here, so I kind of see where you're getting at. But at the same time,
Loliel's is worth 2 Stoems at that point.
Well, at this stage, he's pretty much that the guy, right? He's got the mobility to do it. But again, I feel like Team Hawk's issue has always been just one thing that just destroys this entire conversation with RSG MY. Just get a purified, job's done.
Is it though?
I feel like
Is it?
I feel like it might not necessarily be the answer because they got poked out a lot from Izanami. Like that's why he's the highest DPS of this game. He's just chunking people out without somebody who can actively top you up. And especially since we didn't see Noir pop off hard enough on this Ruby, I think I would have preferred to see him on something like a Rafaela just to kind of get around the map a little bit faster and keep yourself topped up.
I mean, this is the advantage, I guess, the RSG has, the second pick, is that they can hide the Selena. Because the thing is, the reason why Noir is not successful, no one is really in his range, right? The moment that RSG is close enough is because RSG wants to get in. It's not that Noir forces them to come in. Because Vinogo doesn't have to get close. RIPPO doesn't have to get close. Same with Loliel. Heck, Loliel is just like, you know what? It's taking so long for you to get me. I'm going to come to you myself.
I'm going to walk menacing to you. No, not the other way around. I can see that happening. I think the only person that Noir can actually hit is technically Vinogo and RIPPO when he's not in that alt form.
Yeah, and seeing how this is happening as well, I feel like RSG MY, they do have a situation where they have strong front lines, but again, these two front lines don't necessarily need to start a fight. It all comes down to whether or not Storm is able to open up the map here. Izanami opening up the map is a very, very good indicator here, and I think I agree with what Gideon said. A Rafaela would have been a little bit better for Noir because of the, like, I like how RSG MY is taking advantage of the Astro Echo to just get information and also slow down Team Hawk in order for either Storm to set up for shots or even Izanami to set up for shots, or even to a certain degree, because of those hitbox animation increases, makes it a little bit easier for Loliel to slam someone to the wall.
Yep. Those are all the things that need to be taken into account, especially if you're going to be playing around that Novaria, right? Got to figure out a way to get those hitboxes to matter. Now, the rich guy, the carry sandbag, as well as the big man is going to be Loliels, Izanami, Iris, and as well as Stoa. No surprises here, but I definitely think that the EXP laners have been pretty inactive, I would say, to a certain degree. Like, once mid to late game starts to come by, that's where we get to see, like, both Iris and as well as RIPPO taking a huge step back.
I mean, like, to be fair, this draft coming in from RSG is very uninteractive, right?
Yeah.
I'm just going to throw my skills at you, and it's your responsibility to back off. It's your responsibility to dodge all of it. We can look at the first 7 minutes, it's all Team Hawk, but the thing is, it's not because Team Hawk has overwhelming pressure on the map. It's just that they have a lot of frontliners, so they're moving forward, they're getting a lot of these objectives, especially the turtles, because with RSG's draft, they don't have a tanky roamer. They can't really have priority when it comes to the turtle's position. But transitioning into the Lord phase, that's where RSG's draft starts to shine, because you can poke your opponents, and the poking is so good in the Lord dance where you're just not going to have value staying here for a very long time.
Worse yet is that when you have the items to actually make the damage stick, I think that's when Team Hawk realized that, man, this is quite the pain. We walk up, we ended up losing the very first turtle after the 7th-minute mark, and then it just snowballs out of control up till the 11th minute where they find a little bit, just a wee bit back with the help of a quick flicker of their own. Even so, I still think that when we look at the match highlights, it becomes very obvious that they just couldn't maintain that level of pressure because they're so dependent on their ultimates, right? When their ultimates are down, that's when they have to start backing off, and I don't think Janice found enough of a snowball to be able to, like, 1v2, 1v3 even.
The question is now, what else does Stone have? Because I feel like Team Hawk will... I wouldn't necessarily say they will ban it out, but they're going to start anticipating it. And then they will figure out a different way to deal with this, which one of the ways is healing, right? Very simple. You keep attacking me, I'm going to heal, and then I'll just make everything that you did mute.
Yeah, and even in this play as well, like the moment Lolios get taken out of the equation, things kind of get a little bit of mistakes here. But again, Team Hawk, they try to out-micro RSG MY a lot of these times, and you have to give credit towards Stoll because he's playing out of his mind, because in the midst of all this chaos, he's able to find like really, really sick arrows here. And I think, yeah, this was the one mistake. Like, it was literally one small mistake by Saken, because if the arrow did not connect on him, Lolios might have died to Saken just then and there.
Oh, he would have 100% died there, in a matter of fact. He was like, what, pretty much, yeah, he's getting his Holy Crystal now. That means he was already three items ready to go. Oh, sorry, 2 items at the very least. But for the most part, I think that, if anything, Team Hawk, they need to get Loliels off of this Moskov. I think this is starting to become a little bit of a problem, right? As much as we want to believe that Saken is doing well in lane, he can be doing even better.
Yeah, the problem is if you take out the Moskov, then some other picks will be online. Maybe maybe a Harif, or maybe they just priority take the Natan themselves.
I suppose so.
If they really want to win, force Lolia on a quad.
Force Lolios on a quad?
He does not win on a quad.
I think, yeah, forcing him on the Roger as well isn't too bad, considering the fact that Roger has been kind of nerf-ish as well. So I think that's something that they may consider taking into equation. But again, I feel like this past 2 series has always been like just prioritizing on Moskov here. We talked about gold laner being a priority as well as Lo Yi, but some has worked out, some has not really worked out. But what I do know is, I'm feeling a little bit tired and a little bit annoyed here, you know how I would keep myself energized?
How?
Oh, I need it.
Oh, how would you do it?
I definitely need it here, because we are going to be having some Nescafe here, and you can grind on and get yourself a Nescafe, especially with their aromatic aroma Arabica beans. How do you pronounce that?
Arabica beans.
Arabica beans, yeah.
I would tell you more about that, honestly, but unfortunately we've got Picasso and as well as a lot more other paintings. That too. Pedro is also a part of that. I tell you more about it, but overall they need to keep grinding on, because at this stage of the game, right, it's up to anybody to be able to close out this series. 1st to 3 wins here between RSG MY as well as Team Hawk, but let's have a bit of a look at the, wow! They just cut him off!
Wow!
Wait.
Bro, wow.
Pick it?
Oh!
He was not happy with the option, but none of his friends are happy with his choice. And then they cut back to the PM side. That's funny. That is funny.
I want to hear what he's saying.
What is he saying here? Oh, okay. No wonder it's showing on the WhatsApp here. So apparently Adin has a WhatsApp message right here. As you can see, how do you see the matchup between RSG and Hawk? I'm expecting Team Hawk to do more versatile in their drafting. They showed they can play the Sylvana jungle before, and RSG should rely on their comfort picks to win. And so far, do you agree with what's happening so far?
Do I agree with it? In
like
what way?
Adin said about this, because I don't think Team Hawk is versatile, and I feel like they're drafting comfort, and RSG is getting extremely versatile.
Just you wait until Janice locks in that Sylvana jungle. That's when you're gonna regret it. What are you gonna do? Storm you're gonna go lock in Selena again? That's when he's gonna get it. That's when he's gonna get it. Good-looking players as well. Man, they are proactive here with our live audience, making sure that everybody is still in it to win it as much as these players. With 30 seconds left on the clock, prayers are going to be said before we start heading into the draft.
Oh boy, this is going to be a very, very interesting game here coming from both sides. Let's see how the draft goes in as well. We're heading into game number 3. And of course, we have Benedetta going to be showing off some very, very cool lights and animations to head into the draft, because I'm genuinely curious, how are they going to prioritize here? Do they start banning off Storm heroes, or do they just start focusing on low Leos coming from Team Hawk? Or it is going to be vice versa, because Team RSG, would you say that they won it by a fluke, or was it skill for game 2?
Definitely think it was skill.
100% skill.
Yeah, it's not easy landing those skill shots time and time again, to be hyper aware of the map, especially with Lo Yi in play. But because at least for now, at least RSG have kind of fixed that problem and are now thinking about the possible angles that Maima could teleport this team to.
I like that the Fredrin is banned here. It opens up quite a lot. Like, if Team Hawk bans out the Moskov, RSG can pick up the Natan. And then it's on Team Hawk to counter the Natan. Right? Because I kind of feel like RSG is looking at this and be like, there's no way they're going to let the Moskov go, right? There's no way.
I think no way. They should. But at the same time, if they let that through here, Matilda is going to be... sorry, not Matilda. Barat is going to be a priority here coming from RSG MY. Because I think Vinogo... Like, this is interesting to see that they are banning Fredrin, because Vinogo has been playing this 2 games in a row. And I don't think it's a good matchup against the Alpha.
Oh, Novaria first pick. This is interesting.
Why switch it now? Why switch it now? I guess they know that at the very least. I think I'm on the suspicion that RSG have figured out that for Socket, he prefers those backline marksmen that don't require like an extreme level of mechanics, right? Because even if we're comparing Claude to Moskov to even Roger, I would say Claude is the easiest to play out of the 3, but no, Moskov gets locked in.
This could be good, this could be bad. Because sometimes you're respecting the opponent's pick so much that you're going to take it for yourself, but we don't know how Socket is on this Moskov pick. It could be good, it could be abysmal.
They don't go for the Barat here. They actually bring in the Baxia instead, as well as the Roger. So I guess we're going back towards a little bit of old school here, but considering that Yujong was banned first phase in the previous game, this time Team Hawk, they're bringing it as a priority for them. Personally, I feel like Maima, does he want to double down on the Lo Yi again here? Because 2 games Lo Yi, first game was a hit, second game, I think it was a little bit of a miss here because his divergence was a little bit off the mark a couple of times as well. So does he want to stick with it or just go for something else?
I think I see what RSG is doing.
What are they doing?
They're showing the Novaria, making it so that...
It might be a roam?
No. Making it so that Team Hawk thinks that the Selena roam is going to come up again. So they're forcing Team Hawk to ban it away. But the moment Team Hawk ban it away, they can pick up something like a Minotaur. And the Astral Echo plus the Minotaur is very strong. If they ban both of them, he can pick up something like an Arlet. So having this Novaria kind of enhances the abilities of Stone. So that their options are just huge.
Their options, I agree with you up to a certain point. I do think that from RSG's perspective, well, first off, locking in the Edith pick so early on just goes to show that they want to play for some kind of peel or some form of dive. Either or. It doesn't really cater to either side. But I think that it's a little early to lock in that Edith. I definitely think they should have paired it up or at least denied some of these other picks. Minotaur, for an example, they end up banning up. They could have picked it up for themselves. Farmis was the big indicator for me whether or not this Valentina was even worth considering.
Yeah, I think for Aramis is definitely something that they may consider, considering that they've showed like double majors coming in the second game. So, okay, RSG MY, they ban it themselves. So I think Team Hawk. So is if they're going to dive, okay, they banned the Selena. So this is going to be opening up the pool a little bit here, coming from both sides.
I mean, I said it, so
nothing too surprising here. No options of flex picks for either side. I mean, you might as well ban Loyi at this point, right?
Yeah, force him to play something else here, considering that Maima has been leading on the Novaria as a priority. So these are the two heroes that Maima has been showing as well, right? So I think for him to go back into Zafarsa isn't too bad, considering that Yu Jong is already in his favor. So it forces RSG to actually dive into him.
True. Farsa's not bad. Artillery mages in general don't seem too bad for the side of Team Hawk. We don't see like strong divers just yet from the side of RSG. It's looking more like they just want to poke people out. Maybe they'll have some team fight enablers to abuse the extra hitboxes. I'm being, I might not necessarily agree with that angle, right? I feel like Team Hawk, there's two ways that they can play this. Either they have one person that zones and everybody plays as 4, or they have a team that's designed around diving at your opponent. Either or. Oh, Yeve.
Okay, I see where this is going as well. Yeah, we're talking about burst, right? So now let's talk a little bit more on poke potential. Like, you've got Edith with the Primal Wrath, a lot of poke potential. Eve as well doing a lot of poke potential here. But ideally, what I think Team Hawk wants to do is to force RSG to commit into the fights, where this Yi is going to be able to punish both the Baxia as well as maybe find a way to kind of slow down Roger's over-aggression.
I was thinking like maybe Lilia could have been that answer, but I suppose that Yves does similar things in a sense that it kind of gives a clear indication of when Team Hawk should actually engage and look for these fights. Well, on the other hand, the latter half probably wouldn't be enough. You see RSG locking in the Rafaela and as well as the Terizla.
So a lot of engaged potential coming in from RSG, especially having the Astral Echo is going to make it so much easier, right? The Terizla penalty zone as well as the Rafaela ult, they can indeed hit on everyone, especially because Eve is a very stationary target. It's not difficult for RSG to engage on this one.
Yeah.
So this time, RSG can be the aggressors.
You know, even though I feel like Team Hawk has like the quote-unquote meta-ish draft, based on what I'm seeing here, I actually kind of like RSG's draft a little bit more.
Did Rafaela really change your mind there? Or was that the one pick that made it all different?
Oh,
wow.
okay, wait.
Fanny.
Now I'm having second thoughts.
Grant. This man back down so quick. Gun to his head. Which composition are you guys liking more, boys?
Oh my god. Janice Fanny. We've forgotten about it for so long.
Hey, it's been a while. It has been a while. I think both comps definitely have their ups and downs. I'm a little undecided on this. I think both have their strengths.
Assassins haven't been doing well.
But it's Janice Assassin.
Still. I feel like if Janice does not get a win here, it solidifies it.
Yep, it definitely will. How does Fanny get ahead? I'm trying to figure it out, right? I think Fanny gets ahead by looking for some of the squishier targets, obviously, but in Rafaela might be a little bit tough because she's going to be sticking around mid or maybe even gold side. But it's time. Let's jump right into this game here. Match number 2, game number 3. The current score tied up 1-1 between Hawk as well as RSG MY as we load into the land of Dawn.
Well. Let's see how this duke it out here, because both drafts seems to have their own individual win conditions. And so far, I am liking both sides, and because of this Fanny pick here, I don't know. Do I like RSG MY's draft now? I like the idea, but with the Fanny, seems a little bit hard now to pull this off.
Well, I mean, this is... unfortunately, we can't get the supports in the mix here, because that just means it's purely an assassin versus tank matchup, right? These invades are going to be very lonely for Janice. I don't think he's going to have like a lot of people to help him out, considering that both side lanes are going to get shoved in by Terizla as well as the Roger.
I feel like if any draft, this is a draft that Fanny can shine. You can go to the gold lane, you can go to the mid, and you can do relatively well. Especially because the first 2 minutes, the Baxia's original power spike is not going to be there just because you can't really invade against Fanny. Like the moment you invade, the Fanny can catch up to you and the Fanny can do a lot of damage. So this is a little bit awkward coming in from RSG MY, but I feel like they can sustain it.
Well, Flicker stun comes in. Iris also connecting as well.
good.
RIPPO taking a little bit too much damage. 1 HP, but no go. Looking for the counterplay, forces a retreat. Noir might actually fall eventually. First blood in the hands of Izanami for RSG MY. Where's the Fanny? I don't see him. Fanny nowhere to be found. Okay.
I had to recall. Nothing to take for the time being, but at the very least, they were still able, well, at least for RSG MY, they're still able to find one. For the most part, Team Hawk have to be a little bit more careful finding these engages. They need to move as a team. Olios and Sakin going back and forth again, both not finding enough to create an advantage in lane.
I would say in the gold lane, at least for today, is going to be a stalemate where both are definitely trading, but not enough for anyone to go all in. And I feel like it's good because both gold laners are showing adequate respect to each other while still trying to be a little bit disrespectful.
Oh, now Astro Echo already revealing Noir and Maima. Do they want to commit to this? Black Dragon comes in, real one relation as well. No go, secures it. Now here comes the spear. Does the Moskov want to join? RIPPO gets the trade onto us. Noir. Janus also with the Fanny get completely shut down. Iris is somehow able to fight for the team. They trade 2 for 2, but seems like it was a very scuffed fight from both sides.
That could have been so much better for Team Hawk when Janus got caught mid-cable by the penalty zone, locking him in place and unable to land another cable to get on out of there as he gets continuously pulled back by these chains. That's got to be frustrating for the side of Team Hawk. That could have been like a game-changing fight for Janus.
But that does show what... Okay, that basically shows that this Fanny, even though quote-unquote there's no catching abilities coming in from RSG MY, the Fanny can't fly around freely. There's a chance that RIPPO can catch him, and I kind of feel like there's a chance that even Vinogo can catch him.
Just wait until Storm catches him like mid-cable with the Holy Baptism. That'd be crazy if we could time that. But I think for the most part, yeah, it does goes to show how thick this wall actually is, even though it doesn't have the natural barbed wires, but it's got some kind of fencing. Janus has to be careful every time he hops over it. Hopefully he doesn't get scratched or, worse yet, end up dead.
Well, speaking of which here, I was a little bit skeptical of this, but as of now, RSG MY, you have to give props towards RIPPO though. Like that penalty zone catch, not an easy thing to do, but again, mistakes sometimes were made, and it comes down to Team Hawk on how they want to play around the mistake and make a comeback out of this.
24 more seconds until we get to actually see that happen.
Ooh, okay, very greedy. Here comes the cable. They're waiting for the snipe. Janus gets them down to very, very low, but they needed a finisher. Team Hawk now showing strong. Why Janus is so disgustingly good on this Fanny.
But Janus is running out of time. If they get the Blood Wings, it's going to be a little bit difficult for the Fanny to get a kill. Or if they don't want to go for the Blood Wings, just build a Dreadnought armor.
Yeah.
That should be more than enough here. His Lord Dance going to be non-existent. We'll see whether Janus can steal this away.
Oh, coming in as well, but no goal. Get the Retribution fight. Black Dragon comes in to zone the backlines. Robo elimination from Maima. Doing a lot of work trying to slow down Vinogo. They will trade one, but Janus, what are you doing? He's going for the Pentagram from Iris to save the day. He goes for the wall spam, but RIPPO once again catches the Fanny, turns the tides. As RSG MY, they trade 3 for 2. As RSG MY, they win the turtle trade and they still win the fight.
Okay, now I see it. If the Fanny gets caught by the Astral Echo, you can't run away.
You can't run away?
Yeah, because Vinogo, I saw she was trying to cable out, got stopped by Vinogo. Right? He got the stun off and then tried to run again, and then RIPPO hit with the penalty zone. If that keeps on happening, Janus should stop trying to fight with the neutral objectives, because once he gets caught by the Astral Echo, he's going to get caught, period.
It looks like his job just got even harder with a new interaction to keep in mind for these next fights. But RSG, after that cleanup from RIPPO, they're not going to make this purple buff easy pickings.
Well, Astro Echo comes in. Janus still trying to go in for the bait, but no go. Trying to
tagged.
hold him off, and look at him. Penalty's done! What? How? He catches 3. They find 1 to get the purple buff as well. No, actually, they secured it for Janus. But still, losing a life for this year. They need more out of Janus for this fight. RSG MY will be taking the tier 1 in the middle, and they will get it as well. Team Hawk seems like they may have got the early first game. Now, getting shoved back in, and RSG MY looking for the comeback. Nope, no purple buff for Janus.
Looks like RIPPO was able to secure it before Janus did. Janus does at least have his orange buff on that top side to be able to be claimed as his own. But for the most part, damage has been taken, and now 1.8k lead for the side of RSG MY. We're getting a bit of a turnaround. Last time we expected Team Hawk to be dominating early, but now different story.
I mean, just dodge the Astral Echoes. I mean, we saw that insane penalty zone. But we got to think about RIPPO's POV. That's probably one of the easier things that he could do.
Oh, speaking of fights here, Astro Echo comes in. Holy Baptist as well catches on Noir. They get the steal on the turtle. Black Dragon coming in to try and save Noir's life. They will lose one, but the penalty zone for RIPPO. Catches Maima. Purifies out of there. Iris trying to make something work as well. Leos going for the shove. But fortunately for them, they are able to salvage the situation, only losing one. But while this is all happening here, bottom lane, Sake got a free lane, shoves the tier 1 down bottom as well for Team Hawk.
He's just trying to find any gold on the map for himself, right? There's not too many places they can actually farm freely. So I think it's the smart idea from Sake.
Oh, here he comes. Sake win. He came up. He's going to force surprise. Well, real manipulation here. Forces on the slow here. But Sake is taking too much. He needs to get out. Can they get out though? They're so slow. The Astro Echo comes in, but RSG MY, they back out. They don't want to commit at all. Oh, the snipes. Noir. Ooh, so close. So close.
I mean, it really just goes to show the damage difference right now between RSG MY and Team Hawk. Team Hawk in no position just yet. Not enough of a snowball to get them going. Not enough gas in the tank. Let's look at the gold difference as well, and it looks like between Socket and Lolios, they're honestly not too far apart.
Yeah, the only real difference here is in the EXP lane where RIPPO has 5,000 and Iris is trying to get up to 4. Janus goes up against Lolio.
Didn't get the Lycan Pounce off in time. I'm not even sure whether the Lycan Pounce would kill him there. I don't think so. You'd probably be left with like 1 HP or 2% of his HP. For the most part, at least it just tells Janus, here's a line in the sand, do not cross it.
Yeah, but again, I don't think the Lycan Pounce would have killed. If he had a Blade of Despair, maybe debatable, but I don't think you go Blade of Despair on Roger anymore.
Depends on the build. Depends on the build you're going for.
Okay, Echo, Holy Baptism, whiffing the mark, but somehow Sakan takes a lot of damage here just from one first kill coming from Izanami. So Sakan, he needs to be a little bit mindful here on where the position of Izanami, because I'm pretty sure Izanami is looking to try to take him down low for Lolios to kind of finish him off.
What is this lane setup? They went down to bottom side, realized that, hold on, Sakan should live this.
AI winning prediction is going over to Team Hawk. That's very interesting.
Huh. Yeah, well, not only that, right? Just the weird setup from RSG MY, the way that the fact that they didn't recognize that bot side was already a slow pushing lane.
Yep, RSG MY going.
Oh my goodness!
Sakan how goes in for the steer. They spawns the fight. They lose the war, but Janus now going for the collapse. RSG MY seems like they're trying to hold on. Iris almost losing his life, but here comes the snipe. Nice sidestep from Iris to dodge the bullet, but what a catch from Saken. What a catch.
I would give props to Noir. He knocked up everyone.
He did knock up everyone. Vinogo could not get the retry off.
He still has his retry. That's how long the knockup was.
I can't believe that he got
that
away
needs a
with
replay.
That needs a replay. And can we also get the AI winning prediction while we're...
Yeah, that AI winning prediction kind of
saw the future.
Saw the future.
It does. It's doing its job. And so far, like, Sakin is in a pretty good spot. I think he's about to get the Trinity build all the way complete. I'm pretty sure that he already has it. But now all the outer tier turrets are falling.
Oh, now Astro Echo comes in, but not going to scout anyone here. Janus looking for a couple of picks, trying to bait out the penalty zone. But Lolios now having the purple buff up on him, so that's a little bit of interesting here. But tier 1 will fall for Team Hawk. Hey, sorry, RSG MY will lose the tier 1 out middle. And Team Hawk going to continue to assault. Lord crashing on the bottom side now. I don't know, what's the game plan for RSG MY?
I think at this point, their game plan is just to respond. Respond to how Team Hawk want to move across the map. Because at this point, so far, all their engagements have been on isolated targets like Noir. But as soon as they get that ult off, right, they can just focus on the poking.
Yep, now speaking of poking here, Black Dragon, Iris, 2-man petrify. Sakan looking for the fight. He comes in, he brings Lolio back with him, but the penalty zone catch by RIPPO takes him out down. Janus also falling with the mistakes coming in for Team Hawk. What a catch from RIPPO. The snipes almost connecting. They lose 3. RSG MY has got the perfect wombo combo right now.
Well, you called it. Just respond to what Team Hot wants to do. And that response was crazy good. And now Maima trying to protect the base. Izanami trying to dish out as much damage as he can. This is a mid 1v1, and Irish just there is like, hey guys, I'm still here.
Guys, I'm alive. Guys, please don't leave me. Oh, man. Let's look at the in-game equipment. Maybe we can get a better idea of where they're currently at. 3 items to 3 for both goal laners. Supports currently at 1.5 each. Actually, 2 in favor of Storm, but then again, he has a cheaper item to purchase. Finally, in mid laners, 2 for 2 in terms of full items. Overall, nothing notable yet, other than RIPPO just being significantly ahead, full tank build.
Oh yeah, significantly ahead. And the thing is, Team Hawk, they made some micro mistakes in the previous fight. Namely, Janus didn't hit the steel cable, making it so that he couldn't run away and gets bursted down. But now we see that RIPPO is full tank item, but when he hits that penalty zone, it hurts a lot, much more than you would expect.
You're not gonna lie, he's 7-1 and 5 on this tank Terizla, by the way. It's crazy. He's been hitting up so many shots, and seeing how this is happening here. Once again, Noir baits out the Primal Wrath. Janus looking for the flag, but he needs to know where RIPPO is, and so far, RIPPO showing himself up top means that they have the confidence to push up forward. And RIPPO might be in trouble here. Saken. Oh, okay. He didn't flicker forward.
Hey, man.
I feel like at this point, Saken should be afraid of RIPPO.
Yeah, Saken was the one freaking out here. He's just like, okay.
Oh my god.
Like, does he know or does he not know? I'd rather not risk it.
I thought he was going to make an attempt, you know?
No.
I think he would die.
He's too tanky. RIPPO is way too tanky for Saken to do something like that.
RIPPO has a blade armor?
He does.
Right?
He does. He's gonna actually, he's gonna end up killing himself. Now, Maima, he flickers out of there for the time being, but keep in mind that Loliels is opting to go for the Trinity builds, so the on hit is very effective. Wow, even goes for a GDS as well.
Hey, no one ever said, yo, bro, that's too much movement speed.
Well,
no such thing as too much movement speed.
Considering the amount of running he's been doing here, it makes a lot of sense. He needs the GDS, but the Lord now, it's going to be down towards half HP. RIPPO holding in the recall. He's going to be TPing back here, trying to shove up the lane up top. So Team Hawk might be able to take this opportunity to go in for the fight, but at the same time, Saken needs to hit the biggest spear of his career. Take his own time.
I don't think it's happening for the time being. Saken, usually he throws that spear when he knows something is about to happen. And Team Hawk, we need to see their enablers. People like Iris, Noir, maybe even Maima, but mainly Noir is the one you want to keep your eyes on if you're wondering whether or not they're going to fight.
Oh. They have got to make a play here. Take your time, Lolios. Take your time. Find the moment. Spear comes in. They find Storm. They're going to try and make a attempt. No, the Holy Baptist comes in. Second, he needs to run, but he somehow gets out with a flicker. He turns and kills, but no go. Team Hawk. Riskiest play. Patience is a virtue. In this case, now Team Hawk, they have to make a run. And Lolio, they walk in for the setup. He gets the kill, but he's taking so much damage. Janus can't see the finish wall, but it comes down to Maima to salvage the fight. They kill off Lolios. Team Hawk, they're able to respond to this. Every pixel counts. The biggest catch of their careers. And now Janus threatening Storm. But RSG MY, they have been pushed back. Now, Lord as a priority. Saken already here. Janus, nowhere to be found yet. They need to go in for the contest. Half HP, but no go. He's walking in. He's going for the crash. Astro Echo comes in. Yet he comes RIPPO with the penalty zone. He catches one. Janus is so low. He needs to go in for the kill, but he's getting zoned by RIPPO. Iris and Maima running for their dear lives. RSG MY with one play. They steal the Lord Pit away from Team Hawk.
Is that crazy or what? Is that crazy or what? RSG MY trade 1-for-1 against Team Hawk prior to the Lord. They end up losing their marksman later down the line, but Team Hawk are unable to capitalize despite the fact they're a full man up.
Right now, RSG, having this Lord with them, they need RIPPO with them. Because I feel like if RIPPO is not around, it makes it that much difficult for them to be, winning any kind of fights, right? So RSG, just move with the Lord. At this point, just move with the Lord. Janus is trying to, here we go.
Oh, comes Black Dragon. Zone Mob, real manipulation connects on 3. Iris doing a fantastic job Zone Mob, but RIPPO is taking a little bit too much damage. The snipes comes in, but here comes RIPPO. Does he go? Nope. Saken doesn't want to go. Finally shows himself here, but a little bit too late. RSG MY now, Noir left all alone. He gets a 3-man stun, but that is going to be the mistake here. He thought his teammates are with him, and he's going to lose his life. 35 seconds on the sidelines here. Saken clearing the minions. RSG MY, do they want to continue? Next creeper waves is going to be from the bottom lane, but Team Hawk, they can't play aggressive now.
Correct me if I'm wrong here. Team Hawk wanted to bait RSG MY, and more importantly, they wanted to cancel their recall so that Janus could get a free inhibitor. What happened to that plan?
Well, didn't exactly happen here. They panicked and backed off. Immortality comes in, Janus. Oh no! Okay, RIPPO. Let's go for the zone. They get the inhibitor. RSG MY now spinning Windogo onto the wall. Real Motivation comes in. Janus looking for the flank. Saken actually freaking forward there. The counterplay is so low. Calm down, bro. Be patient.
Most of the damage onto Saken is from Saken. That's crazy, isn't it?
Yep, nobody else seems to be tickling them. Maybe with like Janus versus Stoa, but then everybody hurts
I mean, like every single time Saken hits Vinogo, the damage just bounces back, and then Saken's the one actually taking more damage than Vinogo himself.
Blade armor. That's the big item difference here. And now he has to go through 2 of them. So
yeah,
by the time he gets onto his second target, he's most likely gonna die.
Like he's hitting both RIPPO and Vinogo at the same time.
Yeah, because it appears.
And then both of them hit, because I was like, no one's hitting Saken, but he's half HP.
Yeah, he's just melting away. He's just hurting himself.
Yeah, 2 blade armors.
Oh, that's got to be frustrating. That's got to be real frustrating for Saken.
How do you deal with a Moskov? Just stand still. Let him do it himself.
Well, in this case, Saken is going to be going for the fight. He's going to be potentially caught without. Holy Baptism comes in. Janus getting a little bit too much damage here. A couple of pokes coming from the Leos, but Saken, again, he's getting poked away by Izanami every single time. Look at this. Just 1-2 HP, boom, he needs to back off. That is just so annoying.
He's getting burnt out here, slowly but surely. Let's not forget about the glowing wand as well. This is quite the situation to be in for the side of Team Hawk. It feels like a lot of these interactions really coming down to very small margins, or whether or not Izanami is able to land the Star Shatter in the first place, right? In the meantime...
Oh, Echo comes in, drops the first kill on Maima, tickles him down pretty low, but at the same time, from the back line, Janus is looking for the finish! Instant flicker from Izanami to going for the reset. Janus can't seem to go for the finisher. Black Dragon being expended. They want to steal the Lord. Who's going to get it? It's going to be Iris. What a steal. But they need to get out. The stun comes in. But where's the rest of his teammates here? There's no Spear of Destruction. While RSG MY will mow him down. Janus fights a kill on Lolios. He's so low. He needs to get out, but he cannot. Stone pins him to the wall. As Team Hawk, they may have gotten the Lord, but they lose so many members in this fight.
I mean, at this point, they're just taking it just to survive, right? Because if RSG got that, with 4 members still alive, it could have been GG, especially because the Lord would be marching up mid. But now they got to deal with the Lord. I have to see what happened that made it so that Vinogo did not secure that. I'm hoping he got stunned up. Maybe he got petrified. That's why he couldn't use the Retribution, because if that's not the case, I don't know, man.
Yeah, that's... I'm more shocked that he didn't hit the Retribution in the first place, right? I'm more shocked, sorry, not hit as in not used, but just didn't secure the neutral objective. So far, he's been going negative on these Retri fights thus far, and I think it's really starting to cost them these types of games, these long, drawn-out war of attrition. They might be 18 kills ahead of Team Hawk, but they're only 900 in terms of gold deficit.
Dude, this... 1 point to back him up is a little bit difficult for junglers to secure when you don't have a roamer that has a lot of crowd control. You know, like those tanky roamers to push people away. Storm is there to heal. If he hits his Holy Baptism, then that's the only type of crowd control that can make sure that your jungler ensures to get the objective. But this one is a bit difficult.
Well, Astro Echo comes in. They will start things off on Vinogo. They get the kill. RIPPO with the penalty zone, not connecting on Janus. This is huge for Team Hawk. But the snipes from behind. They find Noir. One shot by Izanami. What was that shot? Izanami, the Prince of Mage. My God.
Man disappeared so quick. But so far, no advantage. Like, despite these picks happening, nothing's really happening for the side of Team Hawk or even for RSG MY. Like, these picks are pretty meaningless so far unless they're able to 2x, maybe even 3x, and even then the gold doesn't really matter because they're already past the capped mark.
Oh boy.
It's 21 minutes. Might not have noticed it, but it's going on to 21 minutes and 30 seconds, and Janus is having a difficult time here, right? 4-4-4, kind of uninteractive here because even Izanami, he has a tough time trying to kill him. Izanami didn't die the first game. Did he die the second game? Maybe he did.
He didn't the previous game.
Oh. Well, as a player, his...
Oh, wait, Storm didn't die as well.
Yeah,
Storm
so...
didn't die. It wasn't Izanami.
This is 3 games coming in, and they have tried to kill Izanami time and time again, but...
They just can't find him.
Yeah, this boy won't go down. I mean, like, they found him. He used the ult and everything. It's like, yo, bro, that's not enough. You're an assassin. I'm a mage. Don't you know that mages are tanky now?
He instantly flickered out as well, I think, when Janus tried to make a play here. But interesting enough, I think Husky brought up a very good point here. Noir has died 11 times now in this game.
I mean, he's a free susceptible target. It's not like Noir has a lot of escape mechanics. Even the onward, a very, very short dash. It's not the longest in the world. Wait.
RSG, you gotta see
this.
RSG,
Is so...
Okay, yeah, they saw it. They know what's up. That's so risky. But considering how purple buff on Janus once again, we haven't seen too much of Janus trying to make a play. Considering that every single time RSG MY has something to stop him, and that's, I think, worrisome considering that he's such a mobile character.
I mean, worrisome is one way of describing it. Oh, spear.
Oh wait! Spear. Oh wait! They found Storm. No. Oh, whoa. Okay. He wants to steal the Little Wanderer instead, but okay. Risky plays. Team Hawk getting a little bit on edge here. Be patient, my friend. Be patient.
I mean, there's patience, and then there is like, hey man, you can push the side of the map. There's like 3 different lanes to work with. You can pick top, maybe consider, you know, bottom. Top is looking more economic for red side for Team Hawk. Bottom side.
Oh, nope. Looking for the play here. Janus is gonna get caught out. He needs to get out now. Fortunately for him, he's got the energy to back off. But with that play, seeing 3 men down bottom, Team Hawk making quick work here on towards the Lord, but look at this, the Lord so tanky. SaSa says, you know what, I'm not going to take the Lord, I'm going to focus on RIPPO. Does he go down? Yes, he will. That's going to be first immortality. Real Motivation comes in on Binogo.
Oh!
Here comes the spear. It does connect, but do they want to commit to this? Iris now needs his help. He is going to get burned down here as goes for the Black Dragon. Saken looking for the kill. He can't find Binogo. He can't, but it's Nami with the snipes. RIPPO with the catch. What a shot by RSG MY. What a shot by the Prince of Mage. And just like that, Sake goes down. Hawk, they've lost all their advantage. RSG MY, they're coming to crash in. They're looking to push forward. 5v4. Now, Echo comes in, tier 3. Janus, they need to make a play. Maima taking so much damage. They need to clear the minions, but no go. Trying to stop the Fanny. Look at this. Janus, he can't do too much. Inhibitor will fall as well. Finally, at the Crystal Base, Real Nation, they have to clear the minions. They have to do everything they can. But RIPPO! Again, RIPPO! This man, what a chance! They catch the 2 members, and they won't take game 3. RSG MY, despite all odds, finds the way to close out the game.
That's a point lead in RSG MY's favor. 2-1 in this best of 5. RSG climbing back up. Team Hawk, a couple of things to think about for the upcoming game. I don't think we're going to be seeing that Fanny in a while.
Dude, Izanami's my boy, but RIPPO, man, like, that man's the MVP. But, hey, you know what? Story of every jungler in MPL, Malaysia, Philippines, Indonesia, Assassins ain't doing it, man.
Assassins
is not the way. I mean, like, when you can't burst down a mage, and we're hyping, oh, this is Janus on the Fannies. Like, if you can't burst down a mage,
that's when you know it's pretty over. And to be fair, he only tagged him once.
Bloodwings, man.
Yeah.
That's an item.
Like, I think as soon as he saw Fanny, instantly flickered out. But even then, his HP was like, even with Bloodwings, was like down to 20%.
I don't know.
I think it was 20. It was like barely 10.
I saw it's about like 30%, and then the heal from Storm topped him back up to 80%.
Makes a little bit more sense here. Let's have a look backstage and check out our MVP of this game. I'm rather curious of who actually deserves this MVP this round. A lot of players have done some good work, but that's management, and that's RIPPO.
Oh, he's like, oh, dude, this is so easy. You can see the management trying hard, and he's like, why is this game so easy?
Different priorities. Ending off 9-1 and 12, one of his better performances based off of his KDA. It tells you the entire story with damage taken per minute, breaking the 7.5k mark. Man is just thick, gigantic, and with a little bit of help from an Astral Echo, it's no doubt that he will find you in the penalty zone.
One interesting point. We usually see Terizlas with a Rupture. This time he's going for the Trill. Perhaps that's the reason why, even with his tanky build, he does so much damage. I mean, like, it almost doesn't make sense by how much damage he's dealing.
I suppose. I do also think that a lot of his job is cleaning up the mess that has been created by RSG MY, right? Like, when we see Vinogo go down, they're expecting RIPPO to be the next person that kind of cleans up that fight, if not Loliels.
Either way, call him the janitor, man. He cleans up well. He sees the mess and he takes it out.
I'm not gonna lie. It feels like RIPPO can see the future, man. There were a lot of instances he knew exactly where Janus was gonna go. In that final catch before the Crystal, I'm pretty sure that he went in for the penalty zone before Janus actually arrived there. So it was like a pre-fire situation for him and catching two players. That was just crazy for RIPPO.
So let's talk about it. Saket on his Moskov.
Oh.
Is it a good deny pick?
Well,
I think the deny intent was great, but execution-wise, I think it's a player issue.
I mean, we talked about it. Like, is it worth it? Like, Gideon, do you think it's worth it?
I think he needs to be back on his traditional scalers, right? I definitely think that he should be looking to play something on the Tan. In this game, I do think he got a little bit unlucky. Let's not forget the fact that he has to deal with two blade armors, both of which put him down to 50% HP if one of them dies entirely. So Saket is like, I don't want to deal with these dudes. Give me somebody else to hit.
He actually got a Hearth Claw eventually in the final item.
Yeah, just so that he can minimize the damage.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Then the moment they see the Hearth Claw, it's like, yo, Lolio, you build a blade armor. And then let's all just stand in one line and watch him kill himself.
Oh, dude. It's rough. It's really, really rough here for Saket because no matter like who he finds the Spear of Destruction on, doesn't really get like a fair fight. Like Lolios just runs away, right? He runs away with the help of Slum as well, with the extra movement speed, especially when he's transforming from the Lycanthropy. It's just tough. It's just tough.
Interesting to see how much damage everyone did. And Maima actually topping off 119,000 damage. Izanami 101. Rarely do we see someone dealing more damage than a Novaria. And the thing is, Izanami hit those shots.
He did. I think a lot of this just came down to like the burn effect from the glowing wand. Once Maima got that, he was just free hitting Venogod, free hitting RIPPO sometimes. If he's lucky, he gets the chunk out Loliels as he's walking up. But for the most part, yeah, plenty of people to hit for free, plenty of people to burn.
I think when it comes to this situation here, both Izanami and Maima kind of played their role really well, right? Their intention of this job, in this composition, is to peel off your enemy opponents. Like every single time somebody comes into the fight, they need to peel off somebody's HP for a finisher. In this case, RGMY, the finisher was Lolio's going to be the finisher or RIPPO to set up the fight. But I feel like Team Hack's perspective, they needed Janus to be their finisher, but every single time he shows up, he gets stopped by RIPPO, which is a little bit unfortunate though, because I feel like Maima did a fantastic job on the Eve, who's quote-unquote not a meta hero in this current batch.
Let me just say as well, I don't think what RSG did is too disruptive inside of the jungle. I mean, sure, we see them invade every once in a while, but it's not like, oh, we gotta do this now. We gotta hard invade. It's like they actually gave Janus so much space.
Yeah.
So if you're a Fanny player and you have a lot of space and you have quite a lot of squishy targets and you still can't do it, Muntan's gotta look at this whole wanting Assassin to go back to the jungle like differently, man. Like it's not enough.
maybe that's not the problem. Maybe it's the emblems. Maybe they should give Assassin emblems some more armor penetration. That's what we're missing, baby.
But that's the thing. If that were to happen, Marksman will get more penetration as
Then
well.
Marksman also give him the armor penetration. That's what we all need. We all need to make sure that tanks don't have a fun time, right? 24-9 the score. Honestly, very deceiving numbers here considering how long this game actually was. But I have to admit, both sides, it's very difficult for them to be quote-unquote proactive in this game. Every single time we see them walk up, there's a huge deterrent that tells them, nope, 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 you gotta take a step back. Oh no, there's something else that we gotta clean up on the side lanes. And I feel like Team Hawk is always torn between the two.
Izanami is doing quite a good job making Team Hawk unable to really commit to a fight.
Yeah.
Because again, before the fight starts, it's like, you're half HP, do you sure you want to continue? If you do, have you met my friend RIPPO?
No, I have
He's
not.
the assassin.
He's the assassin. Looking at the total healing, we have the most coming out from Storm and the rest catching up slowly. But man, I think that I feel like the numbers should be flipped. It should be RIPPO looking for those big engages, and Loliel's the one who's having like the big numbers at the very end. It just didn't happen to be the case.
RIPPO pulls Loliel to the side. It's like, hey, yo.
So tell me what goes on in that conversation? Say what did RIPPO tell to Loliel?
Yeah, RIPPO grabs Loliel's by his collar, pushes him up specifically against the KGE locker, and it's just like, give me your lunch money. They go over to the KGE gaming house just to do that.
It's like, yo, Loliel, have you got the married yet? I need this money more than you.
Whoa.
Listen here, you single man. Let's look at our key players of this match. Give it up for our rich guy, Carry, Sandbag, and Windman, going to be Sakin, Maima, Vinogo, and as well as Izanami. Maima coming up big time as the carry.
Well, the rich guy is here is Saken, so do you think he's married now?
I'm sure he is, right? He's a rich guy. Makes sense. Adds up. That's a stereotype. That's what I would like to believe.
Okay.
Might not exist that money. But for the most part, I think that Sakin, unfortunately, I don't think this Moskov is it for him. I don't see him making relevant plays. And on a Moskov, it can be pretty difficult to do that, right? You're looking to slam two heroes against each other, not just to use the spear to knock them away defensively. You want to get a little bit more bang for your buck.
I think it comes down to priority targeting, right? He hasn't been able to find the right targets to actually kill here. I feel like Izanami was the biggest threat as well in this game because of how he's positioning himself. But let's take a look at the KDA map on where RIPPO has been finding a lot of crucial kills. And look at this, a majority of them has been coming from Noir as well as Fanny dying a lot of times here in this game. I think Noir died, what, 12 times, 13 times this game?
You know what's the amazing thing?
What?
The Edith assists RIPPO so much. I feel like he's on the wrong team.
Yeah.
Hey, thanks, Noir. Thanks, buddy. Thanks, Uchiha Noir. You died the most. You tried your best. And that's all we can ask from you.
That's all they asked for. That's all they asked. But these games are like dragging out way too long here. 24 minutes across the board. It feels like, again, as much as Team Hawk want to be proactive on this map, they just can't. And worse yet, they can't find that closing angle against RSG MY, especially when they're on their comfort heroes at the to say the least.
Hey, think about this, right? This might actually be the true prime RSG, baby. Like, we've been gossiping about the prime RSG, and they've always bragged about how late game is RSG game. Maybe in the playoffs is where they showcase that skill, and so far, it's been working out for them.
It's been working out to a degree, right? Like, I don't know how much of this I can agree with.
Yeah.
Because I do feel like a majority, well, a good chunk of it is Team Hawk making the mistake more than RSG MY forcing the mistake.
Like picking up the Fanny. I mean, like, if Sutsujin can't make it happen, I feel like everyone else will have a hard time. Because I feel like if Assassins are a thing, Gary would have picked it up.
But what if Kyrie makes it happen?
You know what? Let's bring it more down to earth. What if Chibi makes it happen?
Actually, Chibi could make it
I think Chibi
Right?
Chibi could make it happen.
Right, enough about this Kyrie guy. It's all Chibi should
Never
be
heard
able
of
to
it
play
before.
Never heard about the best player in the world. I mean, that player.
Sorry, excuse me. The best player is Sans.
You're right.
Right?
You're right. That's
Sans is
true.
the best
That's true. Forgive me for my indiscretion. I need to be careful with my words, they say. Now, I think for the most part, as Assassins, they just don't seem to be making it, not cutting it just yet. It feels like you don't
I
get
see.
enough value. What'd you see at the very end?
No, I see what you did there. They are cutting it because they mostly use swords and knives and forks.
I don't know if you're trying to insult me, but my
I
skin's
don't
made
know,
out of steel.
I don't know, man, but
They ain't cutting it.
Skin
Fatty
steel.
cutting it.
look at this, right? This was a really sick play from RIPPO. Like, he ulted right before the Fanny even arrived. So that was a pretty good catch for RIPPO. But I must say, I feel like as much as people say that RIPPO, oh, he's not going to be playing here, he likes practice, he's got married, he's not the best XP laner. But to be honest, after seeing him in today's performance here, lack practice or not, he still got it, bro.
Did people see that?
Are you going back on saying that you liked Iris?
I liked Iris more microly, but today, RIPPO just showed me he's out microed Iris on a personal level. It's crazy.
I don't believe it. Not until I see full damage Cho on RIPPO.
I mean, RIPPO is the one that kicked Iris out, right?
That's also a good point. That's also a good point.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wave the dragon out of here.
Well, he's got the Cho cosplay though. Like I think RIPPO pulls off the Cho cosplay really well.
Does he?
Oh yeah,
now?
he does. He does.
The most recent one. Like I can't remember what's the skin called, but it was pretty cool.
The
Like
Dragon
all
Boy
red.
skin.
Not? No.
I believe it was the Dragon
It was
Boy.
not the Dragon.
As long as he wears, I thought anybody who just wears like the old Echo merch is basically
No, it was the
a Cho
skateboard one. It was the
cosplayer.
515 All-Star one, I think.
Oh, that's a good one. That's a pretty
Yeah.
good one. I like that one a lot.
Like, pick their best jungler.
Lexi, yeah, they're still bringing them back. They're still bringing them back. People still remember the legacy players' names, but unfortunately, they're not subbing him in.
Hey, Season 7 champion, baby. You know? And guess what? He was playing under RSG at that time as a jungler. But ever since then, never again.
Kind of ironic, to be fair. And more so, I'm more surprised that Team Hawk isn't pulling in any of their subs. Let's see some words coming in from RSG Loliels. We asked him, what does RSG want to prove this playoffs? He replied, we want to prove to everyone that we can still compete, that we will put up a good fight.
And put up a good fight they have. I mean, they could secure this last one if Coach Wright is not careful with the draft. Because I feel like both teams are taking quite a number of risks when it comes to the draft. Because especially with Coach Wright, his own philosophy, it's about something unorthodox. If they don't see it coming, then we're going to pick it up.
I definitely thought you were going to say it's definitely about comfort, right? Because it just makes sense. Oh!
Whoa, post like your favorite hero. He's been spinning his way through. I wonder what that is.
I mean, it could be Alman, it could be a Nakai.
It's a Beyblade!
Yeah, sure. Beyblade.
If I remember the Beyblade song, I would sing now.
I'm literally singing the song. It's as close as it gets. It literally goes, it's Beyblade. Spin it. You know what? Never mind. This
The only song that I can think of right now is it's time to he had a seizure.
You're definitely gonna give me a stroke by the end of today.
Someone save me. Now the caster's desk got crazy, but now going back to the game here. Apparently now match point for RSG MY, reverse sweeping the fight against Team Hawk. How will Team Hawk fight back? Are we gonna see the full game 5 today here in MPL MY season 13? In particular, the playoffs has been a script that no one can predict. Everyone is going all out, and in this case, will Team Hawk drag this out to game 5?
That's why I was saying in the beginning, good luck with your guest coins, because I'm pretty sure this is one of those few regions that you lose a majority of them. Team Hawk going to be on blue side, RSG MY on the red side. Pretty much seeing similar bans once again, but Yutong is going to get banned out by the side of Team Hawk. Not going to let it pass through over to RIPPO again.
Will Team Hawk ban out the Moskov? I mean, Lolia has shown that he can use a bunch of heroes, right? It really doesn't matter, even if he doesn't secure the Moskov. The fact that RSG is willing to pick up the Novaria first pick, I feel like it's just about not getting it onto Saken. Like, I feel like Saken just get donated. Doesn't matter why it was. Wow. What? You argue?
This is. Do you not feel like this is an ego thing? I feel like it's an ego thing at this point. They're like, oh, you should pick it up for yourself when you're on red side. And they're like tying one hand behind their back. What'd you say? Huh? Play this game with one hand? I'll give it a try.
It's like Sora is taking the philosophy of Coach Wright. The more you don't expect it, the more we're going to do it.
To be honest, I wouldn't be surprised to see a Game 5 right here, right now, because Chips has been let through. We talked about how broken Chips in the recent patch as well. Team Hawk, do they want to give this to Noir? And question here is Noir able to play at that level? Because he didn't have a good game at all just now, because he's died twice and he has 12 times.
12 times.
12 times, not twice.
Not
12
two
times.
times.
12 times, sorry. He's died 12 times and is the highest ever death in a single game in MPL. I'm not sure in the whole world yet. I'm pretty sure there are public games where people die 20 times, 30 times.
I feel like people at most die once.
Huh.
You don't get a second chance. I mean, if you die once, then
okay, yeah. IRL joke, yeah, I get it. Yeah, it's
Is that not there? Is that not a slur? I'm still snickering. I'm still snickering at it. Loyin as well as Moskov get locked in for the side of RSG. Now, this doesn't really tell too much about the comp, but at the very least.
Lu Yi?
Yeah.
He's not using Lu Yi?
Yeah.
Oh.
I mean, that's what they left open on
My
purpose.
boy grew up? I mean, we haven't seen the game.
Hey.
Just you.
You were telling this about like game 1, right? Like for those of you who have not been here since the first game of this game, during the drafts, LaFell did mention Izanami doesn't play Lo Yi because every single time he plays it and they divergent into a fight, they lose the fight and they die.
Do you have a problem with your headset? Have you not listened to what I just said?
Oh.
You should. You know what? Forget it.
Don't worry. Forget about it. Forget about it. Just like Lo Yi slipping through the draft,
Game
right?
5 potentially?
I'm starting to... I'm not 100% sure, right? Because now that we see the Natan as well as Fredrin, it's starting to look a little bleak, but that means Minotaur finally gets let through for the side of RSG MY. A potential answer on top of that Lo Yi to make sure that these chip flanks can be dealt with and can be slowed down.
Oh, this is going to be a little bit weird here because when we talk about counters for Chips here, personally I feel like Carmilla is one of those heroes that can actually do really, really well. But against a Minotaur, it's going to be a little bit difficult, right? Like, Minotaur need to be in position to actually set up for the fights, anticipating where this chip is going to be coming from. But if this chip comes from a different angle and Minotaur isn't able to scout out this chip, he's not going to be able to team around the fight. So I am expecting RSG MY to play a little bit more Ube unless the Izanami is able to take things in his own hands by starting the fight first before the chips gets there.
Starting the fight first before Chip
with the
gets
divergence
there. These conditions need to be met. This sounds more like a cross-map play than anything else, right? And I think that RSG MY, the only cross-map play I see is Moskov by himself, 4 sitting around the neutral objective, right? And then you expect the Spirit of Destruction to eventually fly halfway across the map. We do see that the Terizla gets banned as well as the Vexana, both of which make sense in this context considering they're both very teamfight oriented.
What kind of bans are going to be happening here? Because it feels like right now, Janus is in a very awkward position, right? They tried to cheese his strategy in the previous game here, but I feel like right now, the composition with Chips is that they need to play something that can allow this Chips to go absolutely out of control. And in this case, I feel like the Faramis ban from the side of RSG isn't too bad. If Team Hawk decides to pick it for themselves, RSG would not have any way to stop them at all. Unless, you know, Izanami is free shotting every single one from side Team Hawk.
Or a 5-man with no inferior.
Oh, yeah, true.
Either or works here. And I think even with some strong abilities that can, you know, spread and have some decent AoE, the Lo Yi deals with both pretty fairly. Like, I think Farmis in this sector, especially in lane against that Lo Yi, can be a bit of a pain to deal with because you got to walk up a little close to get the maximum value of your Ghost Bursters, right? And every time you do that, Lo Yi is able to get a free yin-yang reaction off of you at level 2.
Yeah, and seeing how this is happening as well, how are they going to play this? Because as of now, Team Hawk, they have to ban off one of those heroes here. In this case, what jungler does Vinogo play from RSG MY? Because Barat's completely left ignored. CC gonna be the ban here. They don't even bother about what Vinogo plays or do not play.
I mean, he's guaranteed going to play Akai. I want to
Lancelot?
say that, but he did play Boxia the last time. Lancelot, too far-fetched. Really too far-fetched. It's not one of those heroes that you just pick up willy-nilly here, and I think worst yet, it's pretty difficult unless you're able to, unless damage items get better. It's tough to say. It's tough to say. But for the most part, base damage is too low to make it happen. The Akai is a pretty good option for the side of RSG if they don't want to reveal their EXP lane too early on, unless they've got, like, they lock in the Barats to kind of play the EXP jungle flex.
Oh, what's it gonna be? 5 seconds left. And they do pick the Lapu Lapu. They still keep Vinogo's hero up in the air. So not really sure what they're going to be picking here. So Team Hawk, they have to deal with whatever's to come. Boxia maybe? Does RSG MY want to play Boxia Vinogo?
I feel like picking up Akai would make sense going up against the Chips. The only thing that doesn't make sense is because they have the Louis. Right? Louis pulls everyone in, but then Akai pushes everyone out. Like, there's a possibility for that kind of mistake to happen. So I feel like they want to avoid it as much as they can. Try to get a hero that doesn't have a lot of displacement so that you don't mess up the Louis combination.
Yeah. Yeah, I would agree. I would agree with that. Like that's why it feels weird that the Arlet gets banned out. It feels weird when we see heroes like these get taken away. But Farsa gets locked in for the side of Team Hawk, as well as Paquito. Finally, we see some Paquito in the EXP sector. Gonna be able to push out faster than that Lapu Lapu. But keep in mind that raw damage. Both Lo Yi and as well as Moskov, they've got to be aware of his positioning.
They definitely needed something to go through the portal. Like, I think Paquito, instant diving with the shortcut here, instantly going to be able to one-shot somebody. So they eventually needed somebody that can dive this here. Farsa, Nathan, not exactly the greatest to join in the shortcut here, but Fredrin, if he is able to join the fight, catching a couple of taunts here is going to be good. But again, they need some sort of burst. And RSG MY, all they got to do right now is just find a way to stall. In this case, Akai isn't too bad just because it deals with the chip. But looks like, no, it's going to be the Roger jungle. What? Okay.
Man.
What do you guys think? Like, is this too greedy from RSG MY?
I feel like it's still okay. The only problem is that if Chips goes inside the jungle, this Roger is not going to have a good time.
Yeah.
Unless they've specifically planned out this Louis to counter the chip so that you just preemptively set your second skill and then use your first skill to get that reaction.
This one might be a little tough here because especially at level 1, that's when we can expect to see Noir go for these invades. But the side lane pressure really depends on what buff start it's going to be. Well, with that being said, enough questions. As we know, both of these comps, they want a team fight. They want to do it fast. They want to hit hard and get out of there as we move over to our 4th game of this series. Current score 2-1. It's going to be Team Hawk up against RSG MY.
Well. Do or die for Team Hawk. Fighting for their lives. Can they continue? Because RSG MY is coming to storm them and show you who's boss. Team Hawk has not won a single game against RSG MY for almost 300 days now. Sorry, 500 days already. Can they make history now and stop this? Or will RSG MY continue to shut down Team Hawk until now?
Oh, let's find out, because now the early game is not going well for Maima, having to use his Purify so early on. Izanami and Storm just making sure that they have full dominance over this mid lane for as long as possible. Even opting to fight for Litho Wanderer here, knowing that it's been given up by the side of Team Hawk.
Well, I mean, Vinogo is a damage dealer jungler, so this is going to be very interesting because I would say the last that was pretty damaging was Marcus, and he did not do well on that. So I'm hoping for the best on him on this Roger, because Roger has been doing quite okay for Max coming in from the Niners. I don't know. We have to look at how Noir is on this chip. When he was using against KGE, he was pretty good. But now going up against Vinogo, if he is proactive, Team Hawk should be able to slow down his farm quite significantly.
Like, I'm expecting Noir to get super proactive now, but because of the recent changes of 2 minutes here, he's been just playing very, very safe here. And on top of it all, they are going to be sending an ambush onto his RIPPO here. They are anticipating this, but Vinogo does scout out Noir as well as Janice, so they know exactly where this chips is, so they don't have to risk anything at all. And I'm surprised, RSG MY, they should be having their backs against the wall, but look at that, Vinogo is so confident, and Noir is going to try and harass him, but nope, nothing super crazy yet. Both sides just don't want to fight at all.
I think that Team Hawk recognized that we don't know where Izanami is going to be. It's better not to risk it for the time being, especially since it's going to be the first turtle up in a little bit. However, I will say, Janus, he's brought down to 50% of his HP. I don't think he's actually going to participate.
Yeah, Noir also getting poked apart as well. Iris from the backsides. Can look for the flank RIPPO, looking for the catch on Noir. But looks like Turtle will be in the hands of RSG MY. They just cannot afford to commit to this right now.
Small wins for the side of RSG MY. While that turtle was going down, it allowed Janus to actually start working on his own jungle clear. Both mid laners will have to recall as they run out of mana. But here's that first gank on towards that top side, instantly stopped by Loliels.
Right now, looking at the jungle, looks like Storm as well as Vinogo, they're the one actually pressuring Janice, but Iris is there.
Okay, Olivia agreed to place here coming in. Frederick Ashra comes in as well. Vinogo managing to steal the buffs away. Team Hawk, they're losing up a little bit of control here as RGMY somehow getting away a little bit too much as Team Hawk. Now Noir finally gets his forward. He does have the shortcut. He needs to make some kind of play somewhere in the map, but it seems like RGMY, they're just quick to react here.
They're not making it easy. Now with no access to that mid lane, it's tough for Noir to make a confident call. Eventually, he might just have to test out the portals, the Y-Walk, just to figure out where everybody from the side of RSG MY is going to be. I mean, he still has the flicker. Worst comes to worst, you just lose a battle spell.
It looks like RSGMY mostly are floating on top. The Minnow Fury is there for Stone. Only Saken as well as Maima have the Purify.
Oh, they've been rotating a little bit well here. Vinogo getting stunned all the way through, but they just don't want to commit against this Roger. Level 7, 3 minutes into the game. Very, very fast lead here on this Roger, but again, no fights at all from both sides. Like, they're just playing it so safe.
I mean, there's no reason to get into a fight right now. And I think, again, both sides very hesitant to actually walk out too far to make that first mistake, because we've seen whoever makes the first mistake on their team usually is the one who takes a large or a very long period of suffering, maybe like 18 minutes sometimes, 16 minutes of just pure domination before they actually get to play the game.
Right now, Noir is scouting, but it looks like he's not scouting aggressively. Like, he is not going for Vinogo at all. Maybe what happened in the previous game, dying 12 times, is really impacting him here.
Yeah, playing a little bit safe here, but shortcut comes in. They find Storm, but here comes the combo. Vinon's range catches onto Storm, managing to chain CC on Saken. He will lose his life, but the rest of the team's not going to be able to find anything here. Spear comes in. Izanami also able to get out to safety. Vinogo looking for the clutch plays, but he is going to be able to get out. So for a 1 for nothing here. RSGMY still able to contest this. They're quickly rushing the turtle for now. RSGMY, do they miss this? No, they don't, right? That's no way Janus misses this time.
I mean, no way, but so far the junglers today, you know.
Yeah, and I think that even Vinogo recognizes, like, hey, I don't have my retribution. I might as well just power farm. I want to be able to double the EXP and farm that Janus has by the end of this game, and I think he's on track to do exactly that for the most part.
Right now, the power spike coming in from RGMY, you got to figure out, like, when does Vinogo want to go in? After 2 items, after 3 items? I kind of feel like using Roger jungle, 2 items is honestly enough for you to go a little bit more aggressive.
Well, speaking of a divergent play here down bottom, finally RGMY taking a little bit of initiative, but once more, where is this Chips? Like, why isn't he able to find anyone so far? It's weird to see how having a Chips and Team Hawk just playing this passively against RGMY.
Well, to be fair, I guess both teams are relying heavily on their mid laners to scale up, or at the very least, their scalers to get into a better position. RGMY waiting for 3 items on Loliels, 2 items for Izanami. Team Hawk waiting for 2 items on Maima, waiting for 3 items onto Socket, arguably even a 4th.
Right now, even Izanami as well. He's been trying to get this diversion plays, but so far hasn't been hitting the mark. Very different from what Maima did in game number 1. Izanami is unsure of the positioning coming in from Team Hawk. But to be fair, like I said, I don't know when is the true power spike coming in from RSG MY where they say, you know what, we have enough, let's go for it.
Okay, Divergent comes in, they go down, they're trying to make an attempt on Saken. Looks like it will go, but Noir not able to stop that at all. He's a little bit too slow, but Maima from the sides, he gets one shot. Izanami can, oh no, not enough. He needed one more feathered airstrike, but he was so afraid. So Izanami able to survive this. Noir looking for the play, zoning them off here. Shortcut still available. Iris focusing on the turret, finally finds it, but Noir, just go for it. Like, you can, do you want to, but he's afraid. Finally drops it as well. Instantly goes for the melt, and they take him down after so long. The first aggressive play by Noir. And RSG MY, they lose Lolios. But in the contrary, Vinogo, he's not too happy about this. He's gonna try and fight back into this fight. Stone with the stuns. Minon's Rage still available, doesn't commit to this yet. Turtle contest comes in. Saken takes a tier 1 down bottom though.
I mean, it looks like he's going to get a tier 2 as well. Team Hawk has been taking 3 objectives. No one from RSG MY is protecting the side leads. Oh,
Lolios 1v1 with Saken. Who comes on top? Saken wins that fight once more on the bottom. Divergent play comes in. They get it to the furthest point. They want to hunt down Saken, but Saken is already out of there. He's going to be able to get out. Meanwhile, Noir, does he have the shortcut though? He's still on cooldown. He will show himself, but that's all. As RGMY loses the 1v1 for Lolios down bottom.
Now some breathing space. Now a moment of respite. Team Hawk, they've been proactively probing at RSG MY to finally find that hole, and they found 3 kills, but at the same time, like I mentioned in the beginning, right? Whoever made that first mistake, that's why we saw them so hesitant. Just a large amount of punishment. Ended up losing a good amount of towers. They ended up losing a neutral objective at the same time. That's why both sides are playing footsies with each other, trying to make sure whoever reacts first is going to die.
Oh no, Noir, what you doing? You gotta run. Tier 1's there. Lolio, does he got a stun? Oh, okay. Doesn't have to. Noir to be able to get out to safety. Look at this. Just casually eating chips as if nothing just happened. Like, I died 12 times the last game, man. Like, this game, like, sure, whatever, man.
I mean, it goes to show, right? It feels like he is not trying to open up the map using his passive, rather just throwing his body up in front just to get a good, rough idea. For the most part of it, I don't think there's anything wrong, but it just feels like there's not enough coverage. Since they've already gotten rid of 2 tier 1s, why not, right? Be bold, be brave.
Uh-oh, the 2-man taunt here. Here comes Feather. Ezra comes in. Rippo, does he get out? Yes, he will, but from behind, out of nowhere, they find him instead. Here comes the collapse. 3-man with no rage. They're all clumped up. It's gone. It's a disaster. 3-man down. Saken now 1v1 against Lolio. Nope, it's not going to be a 1v1 this time. Double kill, baby. RSG MY, I mean, 1 mishap. They take 4. What a catch from RSG MY.
What a fat wombo combo that was. Izanami making sure that there are no holes in that combination with Storm flickering in with the Minion's Fury. Just no opportunity to really respond. A lot of yin-yang reactions there for him. But now this is the most solid lead we've seen so far from RSG MY. And they're looking to try and close this game. But we know how these games have been going. They've always taken at least 20 minutes thus far. Team Hawk, we're going to have to wait and see how they respond to beat back against RSG MY.
Okay. Seeing how Storm is playing. He's got the health, he's got the sustains this time. Noir, does he want to commit to a Minotaur? It's going to be tough. Lord crashing in. Saken in the flank lines here. Storm! Oof, barely catches him. Narrowly escaping death as well for Team Hawk. Fighting for their dear lives. Elimination match. Match point for RSG MY. Can they hold on? Iris still salvaging the fight. Oh no, Lolios, he caught him. He needs to get out. Iris, does he though? Everyone is here. Izanami got Divergent out. He needs to buy time. There's a tier 1 standing there. Iris, does he force the fight? Oh no! The save the day. Noir brings in the cavalry. He finally falls, but RSG MY, they're ready to fight back. Team Hawk, they're all split off. Maima fights Izanami, but Saken, he got picked apart. He got killed by Rippo. Team Hawk, you made the biggest mistake. You should have let Iris die. Now everyone is dead. Only Noir and Ramaima remains, and RSG MY, they're gonna try and end things here for Team Hawk, ending their chances, ending their journey here in the playoffs. RSG MY knocking on the crystals, and they will do so. Team Hawk is out, and RSG MY makes it to the playoffs.
There you have it, RIPPO. Give it to him. Walks up, knocking them out, and goes for the immediate stare down. Enemies in battle, but once it's out, it's all on the table. GG. Well played to RSG MY.
RSG, I would say game number 1, blundered in the draft. But we were talking about it. If that's what they can do with a Bosch draft, imagine what they can do with an amazing draft. And I gotta say, game number 2, 3, and 4, they brought their A game. They brought the best draft, and everything went as planned.
My goodness. After all that, they still are able to fist bump with each other. Let's throw it over to Rose to have a word with these two great teams.
Alright, itu dia perlawanan terakhir untuk hari ini. It is with a heavy heart that we have to bid goodbye kepada pasukan yang kedua untuk hari pertama MPL Malaysia. Guys, sebelum apa, we would like to ask Stadium MBSJ to give a warm round of applause kepada Team Hawk for their performance untuk musim ini. Okay, hold on. Aiman Haq nak cakap something actually. Dia minta mic. Alright.
Alright, hai, Assalamualaikum semua. Kami ingin minta maaf sebab kami tak dapat performance yang baik. Tapi dirinya saya dan tim Hak di sini dengan duka citanya kita ingin maklumkan bahawa ini adalah pentas terakhir untuk tim Hak di MPL, dan kami tidak akan lagi continue perjuangan kami di MPL. So minta maaf sangat-sangat kepada semua fans-fans tim Hak. And insyaAllah kita orang doakan kepada tim-tim RSG dan tim-tim yang lain masih lagi di dalam pusingan kelayakan untuk playoff nanti. Apapun, again, thank you so much. Terima kasih. Minta maaf juga kalau ada salah silap daripada kami. Minta maaf kepada pihak Montun atau tim-tim lain. Dan juga thank you kepada semua, especially fans kita orang. Jangan lupa juga doakan untuk saudara-saudara kita di Palestine. All eyes on Rafah. Thank you.
Alright, thank you very much to Team Hawk. And guys, we would like to give you guys a final bow. Thank you so much. An incredible run untuk pasukan Team Hawk. Unfortunately, it is their last season in MPL, but we hope to see the players in the future. Alright, dengan itu, pasukan yang akan advance further untuk jumpa Homeboys esok di upper bracket, RSG MY. Alright, let's start with Loliel. The mic is with him. Loliel, sekarang apa perasaan Loliel dapat menang dan layak ke peringkat seterusnya untuk menjumpa Homeboys esok petang?
Saya dan pasukan juga rasa happy sebab season-season sebelum ni kami selalu kalah dekat playoff. Jadi harap-harap season ni akan ada kebaikan yang kami dapat lakukan.
Alright, sekarang RSG MY dah dapat nafas actually sebab dorang dah keluar daripada zone bahaya mana dorang akan ada 2 nyawa esok dekat upper bracket. Alright, let's go to Storm. Storm. Okay, Storm, I want to ask you, it was a 3-1 game, but what actually happened in that first game? What mistakes happened and how did you guys actually fix that to bounce back for a reverse sweep technically?
I think just miscommunication with the draft because in game 1 they really won the draft and just miscommunication in the draft for the first game, and after we fixed that we focused on our next 3 games and we were able to overwhelm them.
I see. So has the draft issues been resolved?
Yes.
Okay, so draft issue dah resolve, pemenang dah ada. So setiap ada match pemenang, kita ada MVP of the match. So, Stadium MBSJ, siapakah MVP anda untuk perlawanan ini? Alright, mari kita tengok MVP untuk perlawanan ini. In 3, 2, 1. Jeng, 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 jeng. MVP perlawanan ini jatuh kepada ting, ting, ting. RIPPO! RIPPO! Okay, first of all, RIPPO, I would just like to say congratulations.
Thank you.
Adakah being a newlywed player bagi you satu buff yang lain macam? Tengok, your wife is there. Sekarang dah wife Sebelum playoffs, fiancé. Sekarang dah wife. So ada buff tak?
Adalah, ada buff sikit.
Sikit je? Tidur luar malam ni.
Ada sikit lagi sini, luar lagi banyak.
Oh, I see. Okay, so RIPPO, dengan kemenangan ni, you guys akan jumpa Homeboys esok. How confident are you in this matchup actually? And kalau you guys, sebab you guys akan jumpa Homeboys esok, kalau you boleh bagi prediction of score, best of 5, anything can happen. Adakah you rasa esok game sengit 3-2 ataupun game senang 3-0?
Kalau nak buat prediction, tak boleh lah nak buat sekarang sebab kita orang just keep consistent lah dengan performance kita orang. Jadi kalau nak bagi seru, 3-2 lah.
3-2. Okay, tapi how is it like? Apa RSG buat dalam 2 minggu break untuk get ready for the match yang akan datang actually?
Kalau untuk 2 minggu match, sebenarnya diorang yang training. Kalau saya tak training. So, tak tahulah. Diorang dah training lama tapi kenapa kalah dengan training 2 hari?
Wow, RIPPO memang tak berubah. Okay, can we please give it to Vinogo? Okay, Vinogo, as a jungler from the Philippines, tomorrow you will be going up against Chibi. Now, in past interviews, Chibi always said he loves going up against import junglers. Now, one of Chibi's biggest nemesis is Demon Kite from RSG Philippines. Do you think you can do Demon Kite justice in tomorrow's game against Homeboys?
Maybe. We don't know, but anything can happen. Maybe we win, maybe we lose, but you never know.
Whoa, Storm.
Also, I hope like tomorrow our game won't be like today's game too. My retry sucks.
Wow, dia mengaku dia maret hari ni. Alright, can we give it to Sora? Coach. Alright, Coach. Did you expected the Team Hawk game to be this close, and did you actually predict the upcoming drafts from game 2 onwards? Because like what Storm said, game 1 punya draft tu korang agak terkejut dengan miscom. So, macam mana you dapat predict dorang punya upcoming drafts?
So, untuk draft pertama tu ada beberapa miscommunication saya dengan player. So, untuk game kedua tu kita orang dah resolve benda tu. And untuk diorang punya upcoming draft, untuk Team Hawk, kita orang dah predict dah diorang punya strong hero, diorang punya winning condition apa. And also kita orang pun tahu yang diorang akan respect ban hero RIPPO and also hero Izanami, Valentina. So kita orang, benda tu buatkan kita orang senang lah untuk draft dan main dengan hero apa yang kami sesuai.
Alright, very insightful words from the coach. Tapi for the final words and before we let them celebrate their new victory, apa kata let's pass it to Izanami for the final words. Apa Izanami nak sampaikan dekat the fans, and of course jangan lupa ajak dorang tengok game korang esok lawan Homeboys.
Kepada semua yang datang ni, thank you lah sebab support kami walaupun sudah tengah malam ni kan, tapi still stay sini support kami. Thank you so much pada yang datang, dan kepada tim Mak pun thank you sebab memeriahkan MPL ni. Thank you so much guys.
Alright, thank you so much to RSG MY and congratulations on your win. You guys may now go celebrate your victory. Wow. Hari pertama playoffs kita, tapi perlawanan yang sangat-sangat sengit. Dua pasukan sudah balik rumah, tapi esok kita akan saksikan perlawanan upper bracket. Kita akan tengok SRG dengan Homeboys perform pertama kali untuk playoffs ni. Tapi before we wrap up our day, let's show it back to the casters to dissect what happened in the game 4 of this best of 5 series.
Thanks, bros. And once again, our MVP of the match goes to RIPPO, ending today 14-3-16. I have a total of 3 matches, some low kill counts, but definitely a majority going over 20 minutes.
I hate that RIPPO is so
good looking, so
what's the
wifed
right
up,
word for it?
so like
I'm
he's
just gonna
got
call him out,
hair.
like, he's arrogant, but you cannot deny his skills. Like he's only played 2 days, and then straight up like it's so frustrating to see that RIPPO is just playing absolutely out of his mind, married or not, you know, lack of training, but. I don't know, man. Like, he just destroyed Team Hawk as if they were nothing.
Hey,
like,
man.
hello? What?
Hey, man. It's just what you call talent. Just raw talent coming out from RIPPO this time around. Again, I do think that he was given some pretty decent matchups to make some big impacts for the team, but it doesn't mean that RSG MY are completely out of the water. But first, let's discuss what happened in this game, because we didn't get to see as much impact coming in from Loliels in the previous games in comparison to people like Izanami and even Stoem coming out big time. In Vinogo, he's like, man, if I can't hit a retry, I might as well secure kills on players.
Izanami died.
How many times did he die? One. Ruined.
Okay, I'm curious here. How many times Noir died? Okay, 1.
He's fine. He's fine this time on this chip.
I mean, Izanami could have had a flawless run going up against Team Hawk. That would be the bigger flex.
I mean,
he died on the Lu Yi. He should not have picked up the Lu Yi.
He shouldn't have picked up the Lu Yi. That was the big mistake here. Maybe that was the miscommunication.
That was also the miscall.
It's like go far, so it's like Lu Yi. Okay, got it.
It's like fair miss. Lu Yi? Lu Yi?
Yes, coach. I will lock in Lu Yi for you. Thank you
like,
very
no!
much.
What? in case you guys didn't understand, the coach basically said there were some miscommunications in the draft, especially game number 1. So we're just speculating. It's like, okay, pick up Masha. Huh? Farsa? All right. It's like, what? No!
No, please, guys, no! But throughout this game, I think, you know, the one thing that RSG stood out a little bit more than Team Hawk was the fact that they're willing to walk in, right? I think that Stoem brings to the table very much a well, I wouldn't even say a disciplined trigger finger, but somebody that when he says go, you go. You don't ask questions about it later.
I think when it comes to this game for RSG MY is that they understand their win condition and how to deal with these chips in particular, right? Like, personally, I feel like this was a good example on how the previous game, King Empire, sorry, who was it again?
Yeah, King Empire going up against Todak.
Yeah, Todak couldn't exactly handle the chips here, and this is something that RSG Todak should have done, and RSG just did it better than Todak did. And for them to actually deal with the chips was that they have to maintain that kind of pressure, but with the Loi coming into play, as long as the shotgun comes in, Izanami must be there to prepare. But what was really surprising is that because they're not playing super aggressive and they greed out on having a Roger as well as a Moskov, which in my opinion, I don't think Team should have gotten away, and Team Hawk should have gotten so much more pickoffs, but somehow they just couldn't find a single pick.
Well, I mean, considering that Janice's Fanny didn't exactly go well, I wouldn't think that he'd be like, you know what? After that game, lock me in on Roger. Same goes for Sakin, right? I don't think, you know, Roger Moskov definitely doesn't really suit his style.
Yeah,
It's more,
yeah.
he is the Natan, he is the Claude, he is like, especially a Clint style of player. I hold my ground, I only use my abilities when I need to give up ground to gain an advantage in health.
I mean, one thing that Terrence did say, not everyone is suitable to go through the portal, right?
Yeah.
I mean, like, Natan goes in is pretty risky. The Farsa go in is pretty risky. So, because here's the thing. Did RSG counter the chip, or did the chip do nothing?
I think it's more like there's no one that can compensate, utilize the chips really well. Like, the only one that really could do something was the Paquito. But again, if Noir is not starting the fight, and even if you start, what can he do? Because if they walk in and Storm gets like a 4-man catch, everyone's dead, which I think one of those fights did actually happen.
No, that's how RSG was able to get a sizable lead in their hands. Well, I mean, that in tandem with Izanami. Both of them were working together. But at the end of it, I would say that their comp is not designed to be playing around chip, right? Like, I think they would have preferred to have Minotaur on their side. I think they would have preferred to have Kaja on their side. Something that synergizes a bit better.
You know what would be funny?
What?
If Chip opens the portal, they go in, Moskov throws his spear, and then they go back into the portal. That would be a funny interaction.
It would be. My only wish is that they take away the cooldown time for when you go in and out of the portal. So you just go in and dip back out, dip back in, dip back out whenever you want to.
That would be a funny counter. It's like,
The first one is instant. The second one, basically the small portal outside is instantly teleported to the place. But if you take that big portal, it needs to be channeled before they can actually DP back.
Boring.
Cooldown.
Boring. Take away the shield, take away that cooldown, be able to switch between
that would
the
be
two whenever
really cool.
you want.
That would be really cool.
Then there's some skill. There's a new mini game to play on the Land of Dawn. That'd be a fun idea. But for this game, unfortunately, just not the case.
So then the counter is like, okay, people pull in, Moskov pushes them back in. People go in, Valir pushes them back in. People go in, Badang pushes them back in. Akai pushes them back in. It's like, there's so many counters for chips now.
The ultimate counterplay. You get Akai to spin on top of the portal. You walk up to the portal, you get knocked up from the other side of the map.
He's like, guys, come in. We can't. There's a Snorlax in the way.
I don't have that flute tool. Please, let me through. Rich Guy going over to Loliels. And Carry going over to Izanami. Sandbag to Janus, and best wingman is going to be Stoem. 3 out of the 4 being RSG members here. I mean, at least you're seeing on the final screen your boy and as well as Stoem up there.
I mean, Izanami carries everything, man. Rarely do you not see him being number 1 in terms of the damage.
He just continues to do good work every single time. I would say that the team still feels quite volatile at the end. Like, I don't walk away leaving very satisfied.
No, here's the thing.
5.
You know what makes me so upset about him?
What makes you so upset about
Even
him?
with Angela, he has the highest damage.
Don't even get me started.
Make that make sense.
Don't even get...
This is on a live game during MPL. Make it make sense. Him on the Angela, he dealt the most damage.
He ended that game like what, 0-5? 0-4?
Yeah, something like that.
I remember. The rest of his team was not doing
No,
well.
not
Everybody lost lane. Everybody was doing poorly, and yet he had the highest damage. It's just
This is the big fight, right? Because I feel like RSG MY just waited and waited and waited and waited until Storm gets a big catch, and then Izanami's just like, you know what? You set it up for me. I'm gonna help you finish this. And this is unfortunate, Team It looked like a good collapse. But then it just ended in RSG's favor.
This was just a desperation attempt coming in here. Like, they dropped the shortcut, but they didn't really have the focus fire on who they should be fighting as well. Like, Maima and Noir was actually picking off Izanami, but aside from that, everybody else was split off from the fight. It was so awkward to actually take this composition, but as of yet, GG well played from RSG MY. Their comms was on point. We almost got the full 5 game. If we got the full 5 game, I would be really, really excited here as well. But as of now, congratulations to RSG MY because they will be the ones that advance forward into the playoffs where they will be fighting off against Homeboys and of course in a best of 5 series. But fortunately for them, they will have a second life. Same can be said for King Empire going up against SRG. So, with that being said, tomorrow's match, what do you think?
I'm thinking that it's going to be a good one, right? Who isn't excited for SRG and as well as the Homeboys? 2 of our more polished teams here. First and second place, respectively, up against KGE and RSG. And honestly, I do think it's kind of funny, to be fair. In the regular season, like, SRG eventually had to face off against KGE, and I think KGE put up a pretty good fight against them. Same can be said about RSG versus the Homeboys.
2 things to say here. This is going to be the real test for SRG. Because we've seen multiple teams doing well during the regular season, but once come playoff, they choke. So we do have to see. If SRG chokes tomorrow, then I don't know, man. But if they don't, then they're the real chance, the real hope for Malaysia.
I feel like we always say that. We say like,
first it keeps happening.
It's also true. It does keep on happening.
If it stops happening, we stop talking about it.
You're right. You're right. So we have to win international first, and then we can stop talking about it.
And for Homeboys, it's like, RSG, I wanted to go up against Janus. You took that away from me. Now you know what, Vinogo? We're going to be Vino stop on you.
Okay, fair enough. Vino stop. Okay, Vino go, Vino stop. All right.
I hate the fact that I was looking in his eyes when he said that.
You took him seriously, didn't you?
Oh my goodness. You know what? You don't get that. I'm wrapping it up here. This is the end of the show here at the MPL MY, day number 1 of season 13. We'll see you guys right after this. We'll see you tomorrow. Okay, thanks. Bye.
Guys, let's go guys. Boleh. Tadirin. Boleh. Betri. Berin. Mati dia. Nice one. Santai guys. Guys, team. Mati dia. Nice one. Gua aman guys, santai. Aman. Mati Moskov. Nice one. Nice. Good. Basa. Okay, nice one. Beri atas.
Usong ulti. Don't break your Louis. Go. Don't break your Louis.
I can still chase. Chase.
Mati. Nice.
Mati dia. Reset. Yeah. Nice one. Nathan dying.
Nathan, Ben, go. Nice. Bang.
Chase.
Funny, nice kill.
Coming. No skills. Yuzong, no skills.
Nice one po. Take bot po. Nice one po.
Nice one.
Extend. Extend must go.
Silard. Panin no blue.
Gua juga man.
Flicker lagi. Low flicker.
Nice one war. Timos ko Roger ah.
Low.
No retry. Bisa tertila. No ulti mo.
Okay.
Pakito, careful. Nathan.
Heal.
Nice.
Careful.
I can chase.
Behind tan.
Hey, careful.
Ulti stop.
Fight to dead.
Pakito.
Nathan ulti. Heal.
No revive.
Paksan no ulti.
Take mid. Summon.
Chase them. I can end, guys. Chase them. Go.
Partial recall, Elton.
Partial recall. Oh, no.
Go.